Well, good evening, good morning, wherever you are joining us from. My name is John Watts, and I'll be taking you then through for the next 6 hours. You will just have me in the comms box for the time being. It would have been a very exciting 24-hour race that we have had so far. We are making our way bit by bit towards the 14th hour mark. And right now, to give you a little bit of a race rundown for those that may be joining, it's a bit of a quiet time in the race. Max Warner right now driving for the number 5 Williams Esports car, a car that didn't start at the front of the field, but in the opening hour did manage to make their way towards the front after what was a fantastic getaway for the number 1 car that has since dropped down to second place. West Competition Racing still very much looking, trying to keep themselves in contention for the race victory today, but has quite a bit of work to do. Almost 80 seconds the gap now to the race leader. So Dragos Summon is the driver currently in that BMW, and will have quite the job if they want to make up the time. 14 seconds behind is the Veloce Esports Porsche, currently piloted by George Boothby. Number 75 car had a very busy time in the opening part of the race. Kind of got left in a bit of no man's land, but during the wet weather stints did manage to find some pace to put themselves into a bit more of a competitive spot for this race. And rounding out the podium, Mitch Hobbs, the Australian driver right now in the second of the 2 West Competition Racing BMWs, currently sits in P4. Samir Fock in the 296 Yassit Esports Ferrari, a car that has worked its way up through the field very nicely. Didn't quite have the most overall competitive package in qualifying, but has put themselves in a pretty good spot in the current state of affairs with that one. Felix Tanzvenza Hacker, the 52 car, currently your championship leader, the winners at the season opener at Watkins Glen about a month ago. They've gained several positions in this race. Didn't seem to have the overall strongest pace in this circuit, but they have just managed to keep themselves for the most part out of trouble, and in the process have managed to gain several positions and find themselves in P6, and will still be looking to bank in some pretty decent points amongst all of that. Milton Sealer Vason in the Vason Motorsports Aston Martin, the 962 car. It's a car we have seen on the move several times today and has been very much a strong contender for gaining several positions in this race. Of course, there are some prizes up for grabs for the biggest mover in the race, and we will have a little bit of a check through in just a moment to see who that might be going to, but I do think that Aston Martin could very well be in the running. Antonio Fedeli currently driving the Jean Alesi Esports, the sole Lamborghini in the field, and the Italian driver doing a pretty good job to keep this one all planted during the nighttime shift. A little bit of a tricky car to wield at times, but we have seen the likes of Darren King, who we had in the comms box earlier for an interview, complimenting this Lamborghini chassis for its stability, and then unfortunately slight commentator's curse, although maybe on a slightly indirect note at least, ends up firing him off on the exit of turn 10, and as a result made life a little bit on the tricky side for the British driver, but they find themselves holding a P10 spot, top 10 spot at the moment. Frederick Gutman for the Lightspeed by MC Schaumburg, number 76 Aston Martin, currently in P9 with Sasha Vassner not too far adrift, just less than 5 seconds behind in the 255 LFM Ferrari. Titus Conrad, a driver that seems to be struggling at this point in the race, 55.9, almost into 56s last time around. And there is Chris Sever, who, bearing in mind, I'm fairly confident the gap between himself and Titus was around the 17-second mark not too long ago. And we've been saying about the pace that has been on board this number 100 car over the last few laps, and Sever still maintaining that. The American now starting to really hunt down the 977 car not too far up ahead. Leon Byrne currently in P13 for the Renwells and Esports car. They've had a pretty busy night shift so far, being caught up in some furious battles with Armamentario, also some contact with the 222 Aston Martin as well. Dmitry Nazarov in the 121 car, and that being the Armamentario car that we were just talking about. Alex Radizi for Xenon Racing, and I think the first of the Mercedes, currently sitting in the last of the top 15 positions. Florian Duakop for the Unicorns of Love Cross Pulse Sim Sports car, the number 4, has had a pretty busy time, and not too long ago we actually saw Florian having a little bit of a tricky incident at the very fast right-hander at the turn 10 corner at the end of the back straight. Also, for those that may be a little bit confused as to why we keep on going from turn 7 to turn 10, because of the chicane conventionally placed along that back stretch. Slightly confusingly, turn 10, it would be turn 10 if that chicane was in place, but in the GT3 layout it is not. But the common referral to it is still turn 10. We will just quickly jump, though, to Gaten Humby in the number 27 BF racing car that is currently putting all sorts of pressure on to Estefano Barrera in the Visceral Esports Ferrari, who we have seen had quite busy time, and door left open on the exit of turn 9 there. Excuse me, turn 11, a little bit of almost wheel-banging hair's width between them as they went into the next series of corners. Bit of shuffling towards the outside, and the Ferrari will hold on to that position inside the top 20. So sorry, buddy. Just a fantastically timed tickle in the throw immediately as I've taken over comms. Solo in the stream, so apologies. I will try to deal with that sooner rather than later. Tiepken trying to make a move up over Dom Healy now in the Wild Things Racing BMW, and getting a move done well before the entry of turn 10 there, and follow one another through pretty safe and soundly in the end. And I think we'll look to extend that advantage in just a moment. We will switch on board to Gaten Humby for a moment when they head down this back straight for a Moser on board cockpit cam, and just for a moment while I try to sort out what's the slight tickle in my throat. That I shall let you listen to this Aston Martin V8 for just a few seconds. It roars down this back straight and looks to hunt down the Visceral Esports Ferrari. I think we are all good to go now on that front. Hopefully Gaten Humby trying to apply the pressure. Good straight line speed in the Aston, but not quite enough to force the Ferrari to have to go defensive or change their line, but will in fact stay on board with the Frenchman in the 27 car. A little bit of a wide line for the Visceral Esports Ferrari. They have had a very topsy-turvy race indeed, currently holding on to the last of the top 20 positions. Gaten Humby, though, really applying the pressure over the last few laps. It was a very slow lap time on the previous laps, identical though to the thousandths of a second between these two on the last time around this Paul Ricard circuit. Some very tight margins between these drivers, and the Aston still keeping up the pressure. Yellow flag for Don Healy a little bit further down, so we will just try to have a little bit of a look and see if anything too dramatic has happened. I think may have had a bit of an error through the fast right-hander, but nothing too severe in the grand scheme of things, as Jan-Erik Tugel in the number 77 Prime E-Racing Mercedes has just come into the pit in 22nd position. Meanwhile, Gaten Humby still trying to close in onto the back of the Visceral Esports Ferrari, and it looks like a much more competitive run this time. Does he go to the inside? Does he go to the outside? Which way is he going to go? And it is to the outside, looking for the room on the left-hand side. We'll slowly move over to that part of the circuit, see how they fare through there. Cautious on the entry between the pair of them, still very close, side by side on the exit there, in towards turn 11 they go, and all the way around the outside from the Frenchman there to take the position from Estefano Barrera, who has to concede and drop to 21st at place. But fantastic bit of bravery there from Humby, who did seem like the faster car out of the two there in the last few laps, and I have a feeling we'll be looking to extend his advantage pretty swiftly and set off in hot pursuit of Jonas Kostfeld in the 222 Aston Martin, which may end up coming under some investigation in the near future. For those who did not see, there was an incident between them and the Ren Wilson esports car, I think about half an hour to an hour ago, and yeah, I'm expecting it to be investigated by stewards. It was quite a severe bit of contact. It was back marker 222 having a little bit of a miscalculation to the Ferrari on the entry into turn 11, and saw that car very much being sent around. Just also checking in on some of the other battles that are likely to be heating up. Last time around, Dmitry Nazarov in the Armentario 121 Ferrari once again not being able to separate themselves from the Rem Wilson esports car just up ahead of them. Very distinctive, and there's a yellow flag for Titus Conrad. And it's just because that car's emerging from the pit lane. So a little bit of overly sensitive overlay in that was more. Has been caught out a few times by that, but thankfully nothing too severe for the K Kramer Racing esports car. However, a lot of company being given to the back of the Ren Wilson car as Dmitry Nazarov finds a gap on the inside. Barely a car's width there available, and tricky in the Ferrari. Oh, Ren Wilson esports drives off into Narnia, does a bit of extra exploring, sends off a shower of sparks. Very pretty in the nighttime conditions, and Nazarov gets the move done and into 12th position then, and setting some pretty good lap times at the moment. So I have to see if they can rein in any further places than that. But these two Ferraris have been involved in scraps many a time over the last few hours, particularly in the nighttime portion of this race. And I think Leon Burnt will be dropping away, and potentially even in the clutches of Alex Radizi, who is about 4 seconds adrift further down for the Xenon Racing Mercedes. Also, apologies everybody, I just realised that there you go, we can have the team names on the overload. Apologies for that. The driver names, of course, very useful to know, but ultimately in this Endurance Championship, it's not really so much an individual performance, very much a team effort. And I also do actually want to take a brief moment to say a big thank you to many people so far today. We're about to hit the 14th hour of this 24-hour race, and yet there has been many people working behind the scenes in all of this, as Florian Duakop in the Unicorns of Love Cross Pulse Simsport Ferrari comes into the pits. But yes, you have been treated to quite the collection of commentators so far today. At the beginning of the race, we had myself behind the cameras with Tim Peck, John Dalton and Luke Etheridge opening up the race, and then Jack Nunn and Kevin Galvin joined the party as well, and of course Christian Romano taking you through quite a few hours of this stream. And my name is John Watts, and yes, you will have me for the next around 6 hours of the stream. So a big thank you to all of those that are still in the chat. Obviously, a rather sort of ungodly hour for most of us. Yes, and I also want to say a huge thank you to all of the guys in the VEM and LFM teams that have helped put all of this together. There has been a lot of work going into this on so many different levels and providing you with some fantastic highlights reels. Highlights reels will resume in the early hours of the morning, or the late hours of the morning, I suppose I should say. Around the sort of time where I will be rejoined by some of my fellow commentators. And yeah, those have been some fantastic bits of footage to help keep us up to date and summarising all of the amazing action that's been taking place so far today, because it has been quite the array of action that we have been treated to and to keep up with. So huge thank you to all of those guys, and of course, without a shadow of a doubt, a massive thank you to all of our sponsors as well, because this would not be possible without their help. And to highlight some of those, Lian Li, one of the largest manufacturers of PC cases in the industry. If you are looking for a high quality PC case, if you want it from a long-term reliable family run business, then look no further, and Lian Li very much the choice for you. All heavily certified to the highest level of quality standards, and always delivering some excellent products and accessories to your PC setup. Noble chairs, if you want a comfy experience whilst at your PC, particularly if you are like me and sitting at the screen for several hours a day watching this fantastic endurance racing, then you want to get yourself one of these Noble chairs, optimized for design ergonomics and featuring an array of fantastic little add-ons for the ultimate gaming chair experience, the perfect addition for you. And maybe you like what you're seeing on screen. You think, I want to drive those cars on ACC. And if you're looking for that, a great, fantastic newcomer to entry-level sim racing at a high-quality market is Motor Racing. Founded in 2012, primarily orientated around other bits of gear in camera technology, made their way over recent years to the sim racing industry as a wide moment for Yeet Esports may see the door for TMS performance in the hands of Tiefkin open, but they will stay as they were for the time being. But yes, if you want a fantastic quality entry level, particularly if you're looking to get into the direct drive market of wheels, then Motor Racing definitely the supplier for you. CaseKing.de, big helpful sponsor to this series, and funding a lot of the monetary prizes and other prizes as well that these guys can win as Tiefkin comes in to the pits, and hence why I wasn't too keen to hand over the position to the car that was to the car that was following. Sasha Vassner, by the way, is closing in to Frederick Gutmann in the 76 Aston Martin. So the battle for P8 heating up as well. The CaseKing.de, as just to put that battle to shame, the 76 car comes into the pits as we hop over the 40-hour mark. So a few pit stops maybe being made by some of the other teams in the field very shortly. But CaseKing.de, one of the leading distributors across the planet for consumer electronics and also computer hardware. So if you are in the market for building yourself a setup, getting a PC of your own up and running, then very much look towards CaseKing.de, and partnered company, of course, to the UK-based Overclockers .co.uk site as well. Next Level Racing, founded in 2009, a world-leading and revolutionary brand in the sim rig industry, producing a vast range of equipment to get you all set up and ready to go in your sim racing endeavors, and a fantastic addition to your home setup. Glorious gaming, and glorious indeed, made by some of the most passionate and enthusiastic gaming technology engineers on the planet, and very much being put forward for professional gamers and also those that are just looking to have the highest quality peripheral experience. And whether you are in the market for a variety of different peripherals, namely things like mice, then Glorious are very much the company to go to. Ducky, another peripheral supplier and renowned for their high quality mechanical keyboards, and if you've never used a mechanical keyboard, quite the change of experience from your standard approach, and I highly recommend not just Ducky but just mechanical keyboards in general. Very much a lovely typing experience on all of that. And then last but certainly not least, one of the big partners of this series, HCDZ, a streamer that started his streaming endeavors in 2014 and over the years has worked his way up to over 100,000 followers, and Niels has been loving life in the sim racing industry during that time, and with his most recent adventures being in supporting this championship, and we are very grateful for all of that, without a shadow of a doubt. So a massive thank you to all of our sponsors, all of the team and staff have been helping this event to run. Some of those you have heard from, some of those doing a mighty amount of legwork in the background, from anything from students. We see a couple of signs being pinged into the Shadow Realm from, I think that was the Wild Things Racing car. A bit further down the order of Dom Healy, who's just emerged out of the pits. Only 7/10 adrift of Jan Drexler, the TMMS Performance car that they were battling with not too long ago. I tell you what, a battle that has suddenly kicked off, though, is Andre Pengel versus Toby Lang in the 147 Mercedes, and the 256 Ferrari looking like the straight line speed advantage is mighty on the run up towards turn 10 and finding their way into 33rd position. So nice, clean, easy overtake for the Ferrari, and we'll have to wait and see whether or not Dom Healy does reel in the likes of, in actual fact, we'll just switch over for a second to the 76 car once more of Tim Rule now driving this one, closing onto the back of Mattia Zampedri in the number 85 car. I think these guys having just emerged out of the pit lane, pretty close gaps between these drivers, and maybe we'll take a short moment to get their tyres fired up before they start going at it in some wheel-to-wheel combat. God, what we live and breathe here in sim racing, and certainly one thank you that I can't forget to make is to all of you that have been supporting the stream. And no, we're maybe slightly down on numbers from the peak hours of the day, but I still see about 45 of you that are following the stream, and thank you so much for all of the support today. And we are about 30 followers away from 400, so I'm hoping that maybe we can just creep over that milestone by the end of this 24-hour race. Still 9 hours 50 minutes to go, so if you are enjoying what you are watching, then please do consider following the channel, because this championship, there will be many more races throughout the year, many more fantastic locations that these drivers will be going to. And I tell you what, the Aston Martin Tim Rule now looking to send it up the inside, heading into turn 13. They couldn't quite pull off the move, but is very much tucked into the rear diffuser of the number 85 BMW, and may well be looking to make a move in just a moment. We've seen that both these cars are pretty handy in a straight line and a good traction, and I think a pit stop from Mattia Zampedri. So no further battling, unfortunately, between the Italian and Tim Rule, the German driver, in that light speed car, as several drivers also coming into the pits, the likes of Mitch Hobbs for the number 33, the second of the two West Competition racing cars, making their way into the pits. In actual fact, both of the West Competition racing cars have entered the pits. The number one car of Dragos Simeon has come in as well, and also we've had a driver change at some point for the Veloce esports team. Grantis Correcus in the Porsche, another young and fantastically talented driver who has really been tearing things up. I think still the number one rated driver in the on the LFM platform, the Lithuanian doing some fantastic things in the LFM Pro Series. Took his first win at the season opener, in actual fact, in the LFM Pro Series, sponsored by CaseKing.de over there as well. Didn't have quite the same luck at Suzuka, was in a high position, but unfortunately got a drive-through penalty. And whilst it was a bit of an expectation perhaps today for drivers and teams to accumulate those drive-through penalties in the LFM Pro Series, where you're looking at 60 to 90 minute races, that it is far more impactful and far much desired from the drivers not to end up running into such difficulties. But unfortunate for Korekis, but still a very, very quick driver. And I'm sure he is doing his utmost to try to reel in the #1 BMW of West Competition Racing. But we know that the performance, particularly in these dry conditions, we've had both dry and wet so far in this race, very much favouring the BMW. Has been very quick over the last couple of days. So I think Lotche will be pretty happy to have the Porsche running around in a fairly comfortable top 3. That they will be hoping for some rain to try to reel in some of those other cars. A white flag a moment ago from Radisi, who was actually the car just directly behind Zampedri in that 85 car. So see, the Mercedes has actually made their way in towards the top 10, which is, again, another impressive performance, I think, from the 50-40 Mercedes. Not the strongest of cars around this circuit, but has managed to get themselves in a pretty decent spot. Closest gap in the field at the moment is Mateusz Hladki in the Team Shazoo GT Omega car, the Polish driver currently wielding piloting the 211 Ferrari. Very busy day for these guys, and a pretty torrid one at times as well. They had some fantastically impressive performance at times in qualifying, and really did put on a good show, as that is Shaska, a very odd part of the circuit to pull over. So we'll try to grab a replay of that. So this is Nico Shaska in the TSR Esports car 777, making their way through onto the back straight now, and I think that they may just end up parking it. And there you go. Yeah, you just hear the... I think he's hit the wrong switch. You heard the car completely switch off there, and there would be no advantage to that whatsoever. So I can only imagine that has been a little bit of I think the technical description is a futtock, which is one of my favourite words to describe such a blunder in the cockpit of that car. I mean, I think still arguably not the biggest blunder in sim racing history. I think that may arguably still go to Michi Tauscher, who may get wind of this. I know we've obviously. I think he's still part of the Unicorns of Love lineup, but we do have some Unicorns of Love representation in that Cross Pulse Sim Sport team. But yes, he had a rather unfortunate moment at a very big race at Bathurst. I forget exactly which one it was. I think it might have been the SimGrid World Cup or the VCO World Cup. I'm not 100% certain, but was leading comfortably and then came out of the final corner and I think accidentally disabled his TC on the exit, span around and then dropped to the back of the field on the very last corner of the last lap of the race. Thankfully, though, managed to recover it, and the Unicorns of Love still ended up coming away with the overall victory there in that one. But yes, a day to forget for the German driver that was in that lineup. But yeah, very unfortunate and slightly unusual moment for the TSR Racing team there. Also, big thank you to those that have been following on the channel. Only 7 followers away now from 400, which would be absolutely amazing to do that by the end of this stream. So thank you so much for all of the support. Ren Welton Esports emerging out of the pits in a very spooky way, and that is, I think that's Carreras in the number 75 car, making their way past the emerging 71 Ferrari, who, did they just serve a drive-through penalty? Doesn't look like it, so I think that was just for a conventional pit stop of sorts, but they have certainly lost a lot of time, bearing in mind they were battling with Armentario, who, where is the Armentario car in this field? I'm fairly confident they are further up the order. Do apologise, I'm quite clearly going a little bit on the blind side. Are they actually further up than where my leaderboard is currently showing? There they are, P14. I could not see them for a moment. They're currently with Michael Moning, the American driver in the 121 Armentario Racing Team car. But yeah, that is the car that Ren Welton were battling with. And now Tim Peachman in the car, all the way down in 36th position. So, although it may not have been a drive-through penalty served by that team, that's one way or another, unless they have just done an extra pit stop and they've changed the brakes, or we were discussing about those kind of ideas and aspects in the past. I'm not 100% certain, but in one form or another, losing several positions in the process and dropping down the order, unfortunately. But we have seen them with an abundance of pace, so regardless of how they have done it or how they've ended up there, that's okay, something is definitely awry here, because Tim Peachman already back into the pits once more. We will hang around and try to see what ends up going on with the number 71 car. We haven't got too much in the way of close on-track battles at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on the 71 car. So I wonder if there's been a hardware failure for one of the drivers, maybe has led to an extra pit stop. A bit difficult to tell. I didn't see any particularly awful moments for the team, but in one form or another, anyway, it has led them to drop down. The order has got going again out of the pits. I wonder if they and Luka Vidalik now in the car. So definitely something going wrong. I wonder if Peachman was already in the car. I didn't quite see who was piloting that before they were last in the pits. So I wonder if Peachman was in the car, ends up coming into the pits to try to sort out an issue, but one way or another, an extra pit stop being done for the 71 car, now firmly down into 37th position with only Burst Esports in the Porsche behind them in the current field. I think we've only had 4 DNFs from this race. I know one of those was due to a hardware issue. I think that was for the 595 car. I'm a little bit unsure of those for some of the others, although we have had some rather spectacular incidents at times, so it wouldn't surprise me if those guys have had to retire for either some technical issues or maybe just kind of losing heart to follow through the rest of the race. That can very much happen. It is a very it's a very exhausting and tiring experience. I know that the commentary team has already been subjected to quite the endurance so far today, and I know that I'm certainly going to be feeling quite the repercussions of some of our own stints later on this morning. But yeah, when you put your heart and soul, you put a lot of practice into preparing for these events, and sometimes it may not even be your fault. And if your heart's just not in it, if you're so far out of contention, to dedicate 24 hours worth of your time, even with breaks and everything for these drivers, it is quite the ask sometimes. And if you're just not in the right frame of mind, then quite often we will see drivers just deciding to put it aside and have another crack at the next one. Of course, things to look forward to in the near future. Next Wednesday, on 19th of April, update 1.9 hits ACC on the PC platform, and excitingly an array of several things being added to the game. So most notably, 3 new cars: the Ferrari 296, the Lamborghini Evo 2, and the Porsche 992 will be joining ACC. And I know that everyone is very, very excited. I know I sure am, to see exactly how those all behave. We've also had a bit of a late surprise over a new track edition with Valencia being added to the current list of circuits we have, which is fantastic. We do have confirmation, obviously, that the GT2 cars are on the way for ACC at some point. That was an announcement quite a while ago, so it was a bit of a surprise that these other additions ended up coming to the game first, but very much a welcome feature to have in the in ACC with all of that. So we'll have to see how that ends up affecting things. Of course, any of those drivers in the Ferrari, Porsches and Lamborghinis, I do believe, are entitled to change their selections to the latest versions, and hence I think why we've had quite a few selections of the Ferraris and the Porsches. I did expect there actually to be some more Lamborghinis under selection, only Jean Lacey Esports having chosen that one, and they've extracted some pretty good pace out of that so far. As Armentario Racing, that's probably okay, but they've got to be careful. We've seen a penalty already being dished out to Shizu GT Omega for not abiding to blue flag conditions. And in fairness, I apologise, actually. In fact, Armentario Racing are ahead of Gaten Humby in the BF Racing car, as a yellow flag for Jonas van Druyten, who is around in a very awkward part of the circuit there. We'll try to see if we can hop into a replay there and catch what ended up happening. It looks like it's going to be on the exit of turn 10. So let's see what happens to Van Druyten. And is it going to be over this exit curb again? And it is! Oh, and a big moment and a huge shunt. Oh, and that's a big disaster and a huge impact for the 977 car, and not what they would have wanted whatsoever. That was a heavy impact with the wall, and that's Grantis Correcas just going past now and understandably heading straight into the pit lane. Meanwhile, the battle that was heating up not too long ago between Gaten Humby and the Visceral Esports Ferrari, currently driven by Fabiano De Gennaro. I think the first time that Fabiano may have been in the car. We'll hop on board the rear splitter of this Ferrari, who has had, well, the Visceral Esports car has had quite the ordeal today. Not the easiest of experiences for this Visceral Esports lineup, but they've managed to keep themselves in it. They're still within the top 20. They'll still be hanging on to a top 20, even if the BF Racing car does make their way past. But Gaten Humby has been lapping just a smidge quicker over the last few laps. Both drivers in the 56s, not the fastest outright pace, fastest car on track at the moment. By the looks of it, I think is Gert Fischer in the number one. Actually, no, excuse me, it was Angelina Stroza in the 296 Ferrari. Very impressive pace from them in the middle of the night. Did speak to Jardier earlier on his stream, and he was very much hoping for more rain, but here comes Gaten Humby then trying to make up a move. The Aston Martin was gaining there in the slipstream. Ferrari, no slouch whatsoever, and just not quite able to put the Visceral Esports car under enough pressure to take the position away, but still very much lurking, hunting all the time as they make their way in towards. Oh, that's a mistake there from the Visceral Esports car, and that's very busy in front of them as well, side by side on the exit of that turn. Follow through the right-hander up to the penultimate corner. We saw a lot of spins during the wet phase of the race up here, and a big door open left by the Ferrari. They might come back on the inside. In actual fact, I think just deciding to concede the position there in the end, not worth fighting that one. And Gaten Humby does get by, but does have quite the collection of cars in front to negotiate potentially, as that is Jonas van Droyten in the background, just emerging from the pits after his heavy impact with the barrier. And next battle, I think, to emerge on the circuit is Kevin Porvet in the 256 Ferrari versus Nikolai Polyakov in the number 98 car. That is the F1 Memes Racing team, although potentially based on the last lap and the way in which the gap has opened up out of turn 7, I think that gap may be about to extend somewhat and not particularly result in too much of a battle. We've got Nico Schatzer in the TSR, as a wrong camera, excuse me. The TSR Audi, the 777 car, has gone into the pits to make a stop, and a little bit out of sequence, I think, with most of the rest of the field. White flag out for Polyakov. I think a bit of a wide moment through the fast right-hander of turn 10 there, but managing to more or less still keep it all together. But it has allowed the LFM car to close up just a tad, maintain that gap around the 1 second mark, and still very much keeping them under pressure. And I think what we shall look to do, as we are in a somewhat a bit of a lull of this race, we'll keep an eye on the main action. But let's have a little bit of fun, shall we? Because it is at I don't know what your time zones are for the people that are still tuning in for this stream. Thank you so much for sticking with me at what I imagine are pretty unsociable hours for the vast majority of you. It's 3 a.m. Here for me in the UK. But a fantastic little video that was put together from some of the wonderful guys at in the VM crew. We had what has been labelled the 6 hours of ballet in this race so far, and that was amongst the time where we had the intermittent style track conditions. We haven't had any wet weather for a long old time now. Still quite a high wind, but still, at least for the next 30 minutes, is looking to be dry. Whether or not, though, by the time we get to the morning, it will be any more in the way of rain. We'll have to wait and see. Before we look at that little clip, we'll just have a bit of a close eye. Polyakov versus Porvet still kicking off between these two. So ever since that slight mistake from the 98 car last time around, it does seem like Kevin Porvet has been the more competitive of the two drivers. Like I say, we will keep an eye on this battle in the background, but I do just want to share with you this lovely little clip that we've got going on here as well, and we'll turn up the music for this one as well, as there was quite the action in the early portion of the race in the wet. Several cars being sent around, pirouetting from time to time. And yeah, several drivers really struggling to keep their cars on circuit. We discussed the fact that BMW, surprisingly, despite often being quite a stable platform, not the easiest to negotiate in those conditions, as it turns out. And yeah, there was several incidents. The 777 had a very odd one down the back straight contact with one of the other cars in the circuit. Big punt from the 77 onto the 179, and then the Unicorns of Love Cross Pulse Simsport car ending up going for a little bit of a dance of their own. TF Racing having the world's longest slide and just about managing to keep it out of the wall, while Sings Racing going for their own little excursions. Evasive manoeuvre from Yeet Esports, Visceral Esports, with what has been quite the difficult time today, having a pirouette of their own at the penultimate turn. Big slide from Yeet Esports after negotiating their way around one of the other vehicles. And yeah, that is just a fraction of the sorts of action that we have been treated to over the last few hours. We are currently about 14.5 hours in to this 24-hour race, and Williams Esports still very much your race leaders. And but currently fastest car on circuit, Grant is correct, it's 54.3. Very impressive stuff from the #1 man on the LFM platform, and a title that in the early stages of LFM was in the hands of Trevor Wenham. But over time, Trevor did. I think he has actually started doing some more races on LFM, but I think he had a certain goal in mind. He got to legendary status, the first driver to make it to legendary status on LFM, and then took a little bit of a hiatus for a bit. And in that time, that's a mistake there from Polikov. And I'll tell you what, Paul is going to waste no time at all capitalising on that one, waiting for an opportunity. The opportunity has come, and side-by-side action now on the run up into towards turn 3. But brave stuff around the outside from Polikov to hold on to that. Tricky stuff now for the Aston Martin, just behind. I think that might be the 76 car of the Lightspeed team. I'm not 100% certain all that. I can't quite see the race number to be sure. That is not a battle for position, and I think I'm right in my deduction of that. And it is the 76 car of Tim Rule, and unfortunately for the LFM car, that Aston Martin will put a lap on the Ferrari. I do believe they will very likely have a bit of a lift before they get to turn 10, and they do, and as a result puts a few car lengths between themselves and the Armamentario car, that will breathe a sigh of relief momentarily before I imagine the Aston Martin will make their way past them as well. And when they do, that gap will very much be looking to once again close up, as Alex Roditi in the Mercedes for Xenon Racing, number 54 car, has come into the pits. A little bit difficult to tell at this portion of the race, the kind of current strategies, the sort of where some of these cars are aligned in terms of their pit stops and pit windows. We've seen a couple of kind of undercuts. We've seen some variations for certain teams choosing to swap over the brakes at the half-hour mark. I'm not 100% certain if everybody made that choice, though. We did see a lot of teams doing it, but I'm not sure if everybody did. And I think they may have contributed to part of the reshuffling that we did see in the order at that point in the race. Alex Rodisi has just emerged out of the pits in P13, where we are sticking with Jan Gutslav in the 222 Aston Martin, who's been putting in some pretty speedy times over the last few laps and reeling in the Unicorns of Love Cross Pulse Sim Sports car. In actual fact, let's go for a nice little motor racing on board of the Aston Martin and listen to that fantastic V8 roaring under the bonnet of this car. I do believe that it actually gets this engine from Mercedes, if I'm not mistaken. It's a twin turbo Mercedes V8. I think maybe tuned slightly differently, and very likely some slight adjustments made. But yeah, I think fundamentally the main unit still comes from Mercedes. Obviously, a partnership that is also a technical partnership shared in Formula One with the customer team, clearly doing very, very well in this season, much to the factory team's despair. But I imagine, I think the next Grand Prix isn't too far away, and some updates due on the Mercedes Formula 1 car, so whether or not that will allow them to close the gap, we'll have to wait and see. But this is GT3 racing, and in GT3 we have a whole different system. If you are new to ACC in the world of GT3 racing, first of all, welcome, and I hope you're enjoying the action. I think this will be a pretty good introduction, as Jan Gutslav trying to make his way up the inside, heading into turn 3. That is Brian Kingsley just ahead in the number 4 car, who has had quite the busy day, but last time around 1.2 seconds the advantage for Jan Gutslav in this 222 car. Had a bit of a curious incident with the Remwelton car earlier on, which didn't seem to get picked up on by the stewards, and a big swing over to the left-hand side, carrying that momentum now. This will be a good representation. Let's have a look at the straight line speed differences there, I think I'm going to have to swing out to the main cameras. It's pretty even between these two cars. I think the Ferrari, though, just has a smidge of extra straight line speed. One of the Ferraris getting a wonderful view. That's the 255 car in the background, and that is Nils Steinbrenner, who's getting a fantastic view of this scrap, and will hop on board the front splitter of the car that sits in P9. Oh, and almost into the back of the Aston Martin there. This is not what you want or need when you are a car that is ahead on laps. So you're on board with a car that is actually ahead of these two, but these two absolutely going hammer and tong, scrapping with one another for this position. Great exit there for the Homer Sim Racing 76 car, now launching an attack up the inside out the penultimate corner there, and it's still very tight between them and the Ferrari. The number 4 car still launching one down the inside. Oh, this is getting very busy and almost 3 wide, and you're not going to be able to fit a car through there. Steinbrenner is going for some more interesting tactics. Got the SOP Esports car getting involved in this one as well, and the LFM car that you're watching, they are battling that BMW, and this is all getting very curious now. So the 222 car has gained the position, 255 making quick work of the number 4 car, looking to do the same with the 222 now that they have separated. But crucially, whilst the scrap between the 222 and the number 4 car may have come to an end, and this is not what Steinbrenner wants, because Leon Seeley in the 100, that SOP Esports car that was in the hands of Chris Sever and gaining quite a significant amount of time over some of the other drivers in the lobby over the last couple of hours. The American doing a stellar job in the middle of the night. Right now, 0.3 of a second now. It was several seconds, and yeah, 2.6 seconds lost on the last lap. So Steinbrenner was very patient, maybe almost too patient for his own good to some extent, but of course still 9.5 hours of racing left to go, but very much not what we would have wanted. Steinbrenner now using the slipstream from the Aston Martin to his advantage. SOP Esports not quite in a position to be able to directly follow him through, so that will give Steinbrenner just a little bit of an opportunity to make his way forward away from that BMW. Just put a little bit of distance and a bit of a gap between himself and the Ferrari that he was battling with in all of that. But yeah, that is a perfect example of how quickly GT3 racing can escalate, even after this amount of time in a 24-hour race. And I think that all kicked off at a rather convenient point where I'm saying that if this is your first introduction to the world of GT3, like I say, welcome, and sort of a little bit of an overview of what we have here in GT3. So all of these cars you may see kind of, although they may be a bit supercar-esque, perhaps I suppose the M4 may be the most, if you can call it, mundane of all of the other cars. So these GT3 cars all homologated to a certain set of regulations, and inherently, as you might expect, a BMW M4 doesn't inherently have the same sort of performance as a Porsche 911, a Ferrari 488, or amongst the sort of many other cars and vehicles that we have, well, cars here in ACC. And in order to try to combat those differences that you would inherently expect, we have a thing called BOP, which stands for Balance of Performance. And what that is effectively a system that is based on ballast, weight, and also detuning of horsepower. And through a combination of those two variables, as well as also sometimes some setup restrictions for the variation of different kind of aspects of the car. For example, oh, that's a huge moment for the number 4 car. I think that was Brian Kingsley that went absolutely into Narnia and beyond for a brief moment there. We'll have a look at that one on the replay, and when it does kick into life, and here we go. And we'll go on board for this replay. So it's number 4, it's the Unicorns of Love Croft Pulse Sim Sport car. And is it going to be another upset entry towards turn 10? We've seen the Ferraris suffer with this before, and he gets a little bit of a bump. It doesn't take much, and it just completely lets go on him. And a big 360 turn that does keep the engine running, so he's able to get underway again fairly swiftly. But big moment there for the number 4 car, not what he would have wanted. Meanwhile, Leon Seeley still reeling in Neil Steinbrenner. But yes, just to round off that previous point. So, we do still have kind of naturally, certain cars will lend themselves to certain layouts. For example, the LFM Pro Series, sponsored by CaseKing.de, will be heading over to Laguna Seca next week for 90 minutes of action. So join us on the LFM YouTube channel for that on Thursday evening. And when we go there, of course, be the first Pro Series event with the 3 new cars, but it will be heavily anticipated that the Porsches will be the dominant car there once more. And you might ask, well, if these cars are meant to all be balanced out to be the same, why does that happen? Well, it is just inherently sometimes the the differences between the overall powertrains and structure of these chassis. The Porsche rear-engined, rear-wheel drive. Of course, all these cars rear-wheel drive, but the engine position making a massive difference. And Laguna Seca, a very tight and twisty circuit with very little in the way of straight-line speed kind of dominated areas. A very tight and twisty and finicky style of circuit. It requires a lot of agility and a lot of confidence under traction, and that is just something that the Porsche lends itself to. So, it's anticipated that car will very much be the dominant platform still there again. Could be wrong, but very much is often the car to beat around that circuit. But then you go somewhere like Paul Ricard, the long straights and all of that, well, top speed, not the friend of the Porsche, very much a friend of the BMWs that we have seen today. And ultimately in dry pace, they have been on average a faster car, although Williams Esports, obviously in the Audi, doing a fantastic job in race pace to keep their car at the front of the field, and by such a big margin as well. So, it very much does chop and change depending on the layouts and also the conditions as well. There is a wide array of conditions. There is obviously just your bone stock dry, but you can even have kind of less grippy dry conditions. You can have light rain. You can have greasy conditions on the track surface. You can also end up having heavy rain, and if you really want a bit of a fun experience, or maybe not so fun to drive, but certainly gives usually viewers a lot of entertainment to watch, is flooded. Which is, it definitely lives up to the name. If you've never driven in flooded conditions on ACC, I highly recommend it. It's, if you want to, I think Michael Schumacher used to train by taking slick tyres in his go-karts onto a completely wet circuit, and I imagine that be pretty good training on an ACC as well. Meanwhile, Leon Seeley, after reeling in the LFM Ferrari, looking to make a move up the inside in towards turn 10, and the SRP Esports car makes it look easy. And on their recovery up through the field, they find their way in towards P9, and car that qualified P4 on the grid has definitely shown some good pace at times, but just hasn't had the outright consistency to really put together sort of performance that I think they would have been wanting to overall have. But still, good stuff from them to work their way back up the order and get into P9. Bit of work to do, though, if they want to close up to the back of Oscar Hall in the 962 Vyson Motorsports Aston Martin. Currently well over a minute ahead of the number 100 car, but still 9.25 hours left to go of this race. And plenty of opportunity for mistakes to happen, for conditions to change, for strategic masterclasses to come into the frame, as Angelina Strozer bringing out the white flag for a moment. I think maybe just negotiating a back marker through turn 10, tricky part of the circuit. And let's, whilst we've got a little bit of a lull. As yes, thank you for answering the question there in the chat. So LFM Low Fuel Motorsport. If you want to find out more about Low Fuel Motorsport, then do head over to lowfuelmotorsport.com and you can get yourself a license, register yourself on the platform, work your way up through the ranks. Where if you are familiar with iRacing, there is very much a licensing or a license system, I should say. That is very much reminiscent of all of that. You can get involved in everything from daily racing with different variety of different categories, and then also look to get involved in things like the Pro Series, the Endurance Championship. They take place on Thursdays and Sundays respectively. And also then, of course, special events like the Virtual Endurance Masters. More information on the VM website, Low Fuel Motorsport website, can be found there as well for all of that. And we also had some special events as well in the past, things like the Next Level Racing Cup, which was a roaring success not too long ago, and hopefully the first of many more of those to come. So, and also on top of all of that, if maybe ATC isn't quite your thing, then there is also R Factor 2 that is hosted on the LFM platform, and very much is something that can cater to most people's sim racing needs. If you do like a bit more stuff in single-seaters, prototypes, a bit more multi-class, we can only achieve so much on ACC with the likes of GT3, GT4, Super Trofeo, Trophy Challenge sort of style cars. I think they've got the BMW M2 CIS Challenge, things like that. It will get a bit more dynamic when the GT2 cars arrive to the platform. But yeah, not quite the sort of prototype GT style split that can be achieved on R Factor 2. And then also, of course, tracks like the Nordschleife. There is a special Nordschleife series that runs on the LFM platform on R Factor 2. So yeah, plenty to go around to enjoy over on there. But I did say that we were going to, whilst we have kind of a bit of a lull, look at something. We'll just let's see who's our sort of closest battle. We've got Jonas van Druyten, who is reeling in De Gennaro in the 44 Visceral Esports car by around a second a lap. Also further up the order, Zampedri closing in pretty swiftly on Giovanni Pippo in the 179 Italian job car. So we'll have to see about that. But we will have a bit of a run through another one of our teams. We've got some fantastic information collected by the hard-working guys at VEM. If any of the drivers or participants in the event are watching, please do get back to the VEM guys. We'd love to hear from you. I'd love to organise interviews with you during the events and also know more about you and your team. So please do look to do some of that. Yeah, we would very much like to feature everybody throughout the season, and I think we've had quite a decent chunk of interviews so far today, so that's been lovely. So yeah, please do, and if you know anyone participating in the championship, then yeah, do give them a heads up that yeah, we would love to speak to them a little bit further. Let's go though to the GSC Racing by ICA, ACI team, which I think is a fairly new lineup. And answers to the question: when was the team founded? Apparently, the 1st of January of year one, and I'm quoting that from what I'm reading here. With all of that, we've got in that lineup of cars, we have 11 drivers. This is part of the number 9 crew that are currently have they fantastically disconnected from the server? Oh, well, that is rather unfortunate, I must admit. But I was going to transfer over to their car. I think they might have had a pretty hard day in the office. Nevertheless, we will have a bit of a run through their car, although we will just quickly switch over to BF Racing versus Brian Kingsley in the battle for 17th position, where we have a look at the background over the GSE Racing by ACI team. So 11 members in this team, and we have Pierre Meyer that is in that 37 years of age and started sim racing 3 years ago as a consequence of the pandemic. And I think that was actually a kind of a story for a lot of people. Sim racing really did boom during the pandemic. Of course, a very difficult and a very difficult time all round for everybody, but it was something that brought a lot of joy to everybody. Joy possibly for BF Racing as they make this move down in towards turn 1 and contact, and that's not the joy that they would have wanted. And Brian Kingsley sent around. Oh dear, I don't like seeing that, driving the wrong way on the circuit, and then goes completely opposite in having a very sort of wide rejoin there. We'll try to catch a replay of all of that, and just loading into that now. I think Brian Kingsley has continued to lose a position to Fabiano De Gennaro there, and you can see the Aston Martin of Gaten Humby sent it down the inside, and just a little bit too much speed perhaps carried on the entry there, and this was the very spooky moment where cars started driving in the opposite direction. I'll tell you what, that was the 77 Mercedes. I imagine would have had quite the jump scare as they made their way through turn 1, and it's still kicking off with who is alongside them. I think that might be a car that is a lap down or so. Not 100% certain, but I'm fairly confident in saying that. It's the trouble when it's nighttime racing. You can't see things properly, and I think that's the Porsche Binala team, if I'm not mistaken, of Alessio Mellis right now, and it is, as Zampedri has just emerged, I believe, from the pits into 15th position, and we'll hop to Neil Steinbrenner, currently sitting in P13. And of course, there may be some stewards' inquiries. I'm not sure if our stewards are still awake at this point. I know that a lot of the staff have gone to sleep for tonight. Not quite a luxury for me, unfortunately, at this particular point in time. But so we may have a flurry of inquiries in the early hours of the morning when they resume their duties. And but yeah, just rounding back to GSE Racing by ACI. Yes, the pandemic definitely was a time where sim racing really did surge, obviously pushed heavily by the real life motorsport industry, indulging themselves in that when they could not compete in overall kind of traditional championships, as variety of equipment as well used by these drivers. Thrustmaster TSXW wheel and Thrustmaster pedals, but with an Audi GT3 wheel rim mod, which is sounds very nice. Meanwhile, Jonas van Druyten, who's had a bit of a troublesome time coming across the wounded number 4 car of Brian Kingsley, and now drag race between these two cars. I have seen that this 977 car for the Porsche has surprisingly good straight line speed down the back stretch here, and as they head towards the right-hander, the Ferrari, though, still has just about enough of an advantage, and will hold off the K Kramer Racing esports car for a short while. But one would have to imagine that Jonas may be able to make their way through, and sooner rather than later, as a mistake there by the number 4 car makes it rather easy for Jonas in the end to head on through in all of that. And also, just as a last roundup of Pierre Meyer in the GSE Racing by ACI team favourite car track combination, that's Audi and Kyle Army, and I think that's an understandable combination, that one. The Audi always has been a good performing car at that circuit. Definitely was the car to beat for a long time there. I think particularly when it was in its more kind of strong territory. It's a car that's gone through, a few different phases of its existence. That car, you know, when the Evo 2 first, when the Evo kind of the original version was kind of finding its feet, did end up having a brief period where it was an absolutely phenomenal car at that circuit, and then over time didn't perform so great. Evo 2 came along, destroyed everything with its rocket ship style straight line speed and acceleration, and then got absolutely destroyed by the BOP changes, and then hasn't really been too much of a competitive car since, unless of course you are Williams Esports in the number 5 car that's been leading this race for a very, very long old time. Also, just having a quick look at the chat. As much as I have been a steward for sim racing in the past, however, as a commentator, I can speculate, I can give my opinion, but yes, I am not a steward for this event. The VM guys all have that covered and have been doing a stellar job so far. So I'm sure when they resume their duties, that penalties and so on and so forth will be reviewed and dished out accordingly, and then will be served in their respective fashions. Time penalties added on to pit stop times. Of course, drive-through just served as drive-throughs, and same goes for stop-and-go 30-second penalties, although have to do some pretty severe wrongdoings if you are to receive a drive-through or stop-and-go or worse, a stop-and-go 30-second penalty for an on-track incident. We've seen a variety of time penalties dished out. Most of, if not all of the drive-throughs that we have had today have been as a result of the track limits and the drive-through penalty, the conventional way in which the game has out those penalties. When you go up to, you're allowed up to 3 warnings, and then if you push it 1 too far, it's a drive-through penalty for you. And I think we've worked out about a 30-second time loss around here at Paul Ricard, and it is a 600 or so long meter pit lane for this circuit. Also, to answer the next question in the chat from Satswatch, for who is keeping me great company in here, that the next race on the calendar will be at the Nürburgring, where it will be an 8-hour race. We had 8 hours of Watkins Glen at the very beginning of the season, and then we ended up going to Paul Ricard, of course, for today's 24-hour race. And then on the 6th of May, we will have 8 hours of action at the Nürburgring for round number 3. The last 24-hour race won't be until the season finale, all the way up 25th of November, where that'll be around Bathurst, which I think is going to be quite the exciting way to wrap up this season. I think Bathurst very much a well, I mean, depending on how you feel about that circuit, it can either be your sim racing dream or sim racing nightmare. It is, when the car is working and when everything is going right, it is an absolute pleasure to drive. It is a fantastic driving experience, and it's such a thrill to hit every apex around there. I know, for example, Luke Whitehead challenged himself recently to, I think, take the Porsche to try to do a 59 around that circuit, as the Porsche traditionally very lackluster in performance around there, because it does heavily rely upon a substantial amount of torque for that engine, and that's part of the reason why the Mercedes has traditionally been so strong at Bathurst, because the V8 under the bonnet of that car has usually helped power the Mercedes to victory. Not quite as dominant as it used to be, but still a very strong package. But then on the contrasting side of things, you have cars like the Ferrari that end up being quite competitive there because of their fantastic capability, and the high-speed stuff over the mountain give a lot of confidence up until you hit a bump, in which case then everything falls apart in natural Ferrari fashion for the 488. But who knows, with update 1.9, around the corner, that could very much change, and the 296 as well could very much be a very competitive package. And we were talking about this earlier, and about what the Ferrari drivers are actually looking for, and I'm fairly convinced that I don't even think that those drivers are used to driving the Ferrari will even be too bothered in the grand scheme of things about how fast the 296 is. Obviously, they want it to be quick. They'll want it to have the best straight line speed, the best cornering ability, and so on and so forth. But I think ultimately what they actually really want is they just want a consistent platform that is going to work. They want something that they can push, that they can rely upon, so that when they enter a corner, that it behaves the same way on the lap that they just did on the very next one that they attempt. And and I think that if that is achieved in the physics update changes in 1.9, combine that with a sort of slightly improved all-round, as you would assume for the 296 coming in, that I think Ferrari drivers will be very happy indeed. Also, Williams Esports, no, very much did not win the first round whatsoever. They had a spectacular crash at the chicane. So Watkins Glen, there is the very fast chicane in the opening sector, the end of that very long flat-out stretch, all the way from turn 1 up to turn 4. And at the chicane, they came unstuck, clattered the rather immovable barriers placed in the centre of that chicane, and unfortunately in the process did end up catapulting themselves into the middle of the track and collected several cars in the process. If you want to watch the highlights from round 1, the very lovely people at VM have put together a series of highlights on the Virtual Endurance Masters YouTube channel, where I believe the VODs from all of these streams going out from Twitch today for 24-hour race will be up there as well, and they are as well. All of the highlights as well from Paul Ricard going up there too. So I would highly recommend going and watching the highlights over for round 1. I shall try to link that into the chat, and then that should give you a pretty good rundown of what was taking place in the season opener. And within that, you will see the rather spectacular way in which it ended for the Williams Esports team. And they weren't the only car to end up suffering from all of that action and carnage that is usually often found at the Watkins Glen chicane. Is quite often the place for some chaos. A very high-speed section of the circuit, very bumpy and very tricky to negotiate, often is unfortunately quite the cause for concern, particularly if you are in a Ferrari, as we were obviously just talking about the way in which that car negotiates suspension, the particular suspension on the Ferrari, way it negotiates curbs, very unpredictable, and just unpredictable all around. It does some very peculiar things. We've seen several cars today suffering multiple times. You see a little jump for Marcel Tamo in the Yeet Esports 48 car that is hunting down Dom Healy, the Wild Things Racing team. And whilst a small hop for the M4, we have seen a few times the Ferrari just gets launched. And it's very, very peculiar, because a lot of these guys, particularly those who've been using the Ferrari for a long time, namely I think Samir Fokov very often has a lot to say, not usually in a particularly positive fashion, for the suspension characteristics of the Ferrari, and he almost uses that car exclusively, and has spent a lot of time experimenting with that car. I've seen the man that really sort of promoted the the negative toe setup style that we've kind of got used to on ACC, as we have got an investigation ongoing as Yeet Esports do make their way through into the top 20. And the number 4 car and number 27 under investigation for that incident down at turn 1. So lap 442. Would you believe how many times we've gone around this Paul Ricard circuit today? It usually is the case that most drivers, once they compete in endurance race like this, they don't want to see that circuit again for about 3 months, as you do tend to get a little bit sick of it after you've been around it quite so many times. But to round off on the previous point, we have someone lined up for an interview. Of course, I don't have anyone notify me of interviews that have been organised so far. We do. Simon Bauer. We shall look to bring Simon in just a moment. So Simon Bauer joining us for a very late night interview, and do appreciate being given the company. And welcome into the comms box. How's your race been going for you?
Hello, my pleasure. I mean, it's been a bit lonely at our end. It seems a little lonely on your end, so here I am.
It's this rather ungodly hour. It has been a little bit on the quiet side.
It's the quiet hour. It's gonna take a little while before sun comes back up, before things get going again. So it's good to have a little chat now. But yeah, I'm coming in from the SOP car, the number 100 P8 right now.
So yeah, quite an up and down race for your team.
Yeah, the last few hours haven't been too bad at all. We're clawing our way back for sure. Because we started in P3 thanks to our resident animal Chris. Then the first few hours.
We were putting in a massive stint in the middle of the night. We were constantly talking about how quick, sort of your American weapon in the car.
Oh yes.
And he put in some fantastic lap times, didn't he?
And that's only been his first stint, so plenty more to come.
Yeah. So when do you think Chris is next going to be in the car, or can you not reveal it to the? Admittedly, probably not the greatest sort of numbers that would be sort of gleaming into your strategy course at this type of hour. But yes, you do not have to reveal such things if you do not wish to.
No, I don't mind doing that. I don't think we're giving away too much. So right now, Leon's in the car. He's finishing up this stint, then doing another one to do a double. And after that, Chris is going in for a double. So he's doing basically the late night, early morning stuff for us. It's very useful to have an American on the team for that. And very useful to have him being pretty much our fastest driver as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what myself and Christian were discussing before he headed off. And from your experience so far, because obviously the early phase of the race we've surprisingly actually we haven't had too much in the way of rain for quite a while. It's still pretty high winds, and I'm constantly expecting a sort of a death-like cloud to appear on the weather prediction, but it hasn't quite arrived yet. But for you and the rest of your team, are you hoping it stays like this and just easygoing dry conditions to the end, or do you want a bit of rain to kind of mix things up a bit and sort of maybe have a bit more of a shuffle in the order? So how are you feeling on that front?
Yeah, no, don't jinx it now. We're quite liking these conditions. These suit our car. Turns out we're not quite as fast in the rain as we are in the dry. So these dark, cold night stints on a dry track, these have really been suiting our setup. So we've been able to make some good progress after having a little trouble in the first few hours. But we don't mind being in the dry, and I wouldn't mind going to the end this way, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot that could happen, and perhaps you may be able to give a little bit of insight to us, because we did see that a number of the BMWs, and I think unfortunately possibly you included, I'm not 100% certain, that did end up suffering a few pirouettes during some of the wet weather stints on that. And we were discussing it in the comms box. The M4 traditionally has been a very stable and predictable platform. It tends to give kind of drivers a lot of confidence to really push and extract performance out of that car in kind of really most conditions. So it was a bit of a surprise to us when we saw, the sort of the back end of the beamer kind of letting go. I think most often sort of at the penultimate corner on the circuit. Any ideas kind of why that may have been happening during the race? Do you think it's set up or just inherent kind of flaw in the way that platform was operating around here?
I guess it's a combination of setup and just the way this track interacts with the car. I mean, the BMW is known for being or having the handling of a brick, which it definitely has in the rain. I mean, it's genuinely hard to spin, but to get any kind of pace out of this setup, we basically have to run our brake balances as far backwards as possible in the rain. And if you're a tiny little bit too late in the brakes, and try to save it by stomping a bit harder on them, trying to trail brake a little harder, the rear goes around right away. That's happened, fortunately not too much. It's happened once to our first driver, once to me, and that's why we're quite happy to keep in the dry. The dry is hard to spin.
Yeah, sure. I do appreciate the enlightening information because we weren't quite sure what's happening. But that does make sense, and that is unfortunately sort of one issue with the M4 is we were also talking about the fact that kind of because of its overall better handling performance over its M6 counterpart, that sort of. I think sometimes people kind of inherently feel like it's a smaller, sort of tighter package, but overall it's actually a larger car than the original M6, and as a result, it does unfortunately, I think, particularly in some of the tight and twisty stuff, it's not the most reactive to trying to get the nose tucked in certain apexes. So so that does make a lot of sense on that front. And I suppose as a sort of a final question to you before I let you go back to your team. Obviously, long season ahead in the Virtual Endurance Masters. Only round 2 in this championship, and plenty of rounds left to go. 6 rounds left, and big things around the corner in update 1.9. You won't be obviously won't be benefiting from a kind of a new car as such or in all this, but I think everyone's anticipating that things are going to change a little bit in just how the whole game kind of drives and everything like that. And do you have a feeling kind of where you're expecting the BMW to kind of sit after all those changes? You're hoping it's going to be more competitive than it is now, or is there a little bit of uncertainty in kind of how that may end up faring?
Oh, it's hard to say. Honestly, about the BMW, I don't really have much of an idea. I've heard plenty of stuff about other cars where they're supposed to be, but nothing from the BMW just yet. And I think it's not like it's an uncompetitive car right now. So as long as it stays, as it's supposed to be, if maybe a few of the weird meta setup stuff gets fixed, I'm pretty happy with that. I mean, obviously, as far as I know, all the cars are gonna get a little slower. I'm hoping the BOP gets a little more consistent, because I mean it's been very obvious in 1.8 that there's always one car at any track that's absolutely OP. So what I'm mostly hoping for is just to get the cars a little closer together, so we see more mixed grids. We have a pretty nicely mixed grid here, but sometimes it does get a little too one-sided.
Yeah, without a doubt, and I think that's sort of a lot of those comments that you just made very much do echo the likes of Darren King, who we had in the comments box, and also you're kind of just pulling into the pit. So who's is that now Chris to get into the car? Was that right?
No, that's Leon staying for another one.
Leon staying for another one.
After that, it's Chris's time.
It's so he's doing a double for your team then. So yeah, brilliant. Well, I think that it's 1.9 is a much needed update to the game, and I think a lot of people are looking forward to it. Not just in terms of the new content, but just really hoping that those final kind of sort of slightly frustrating kinks feature in ACC that kind of we've sort of come to learn and deal with you know, I think, you know, everyone is very much hoping that those will all be ironed out. So very much fingers crossed on all of that. But thank you so much, Simon, for joining me for an interview, particularly in these these very late hours of of the morning. Yeah, best of luck to you and the rest of the SOP Esports racing team as you continue your resurgence back into the top 10, and yeah, perhaps maybe even catch up with you again a bit later on in the race.
Yep, thank you very much. It's been my pleasure. It's good to have made these late stints a little more lively.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Simon. Take care.
Thank you for having me. Have a good one.
Cheers, and you. So Simon Bauer then joining us for a fantastic little interview in the middle of the night. It's approaching 4 a.m. for me as Armentero Racing, I think, was just emerging out of the pit lane there as the overlay doing its usual slight sensitivity to the on the graphic side. Same goes for Mitch Hobbs in the number 33 car, and also just to answer the questions in the chat. So the car choices are fixed, other than the fact that I do believe that everyone that is in the Ferrari, Porsche, and Lamborghini will have the opportunity to upgrade their car to the 296, the Evo 2, and the 992, respectively. With each of those, and there's a follow-up comment. Yes, Simon Bauer, definitely, I think, a potential in broadcasting with with the voice he delivered on the stream. So yes, Simon, if you're still listening and considering any changes, or well, I don't know what your current career path is, but if it's not in the broadcasting industry already, then definitely give it a go. A voice naturally made for such things. We have gone past the 15-hour mark now in all of this, and as Zampedri just exiting the pit lane and finding his way in towards P16. So I think whilst we are in a little bit of a lull for the action side of things, that I will leave you on board, or I shall leave you looking at Jonas Koosveld in the home of sim racing esports 222 car, and whilst I'm just going to fetch myself some much needed late night food and drink supplies, and I shall be back in just a few minutes to carry on taking through all of the action for round 2 here in the Virtual Endurance Masters. So do not go anywhere, as the action will be continuing in what is proving to constantly be a very exciting race. And just as a quick mention, like I said before, then do not, if you want to follow all this action in the future, then do consider following the Twitch channel, and because all of the action and coverage will be continuing on this race throughout the next 8 hours and 42 minutes, and of course then for the rest of the season as well. But for the time being, then I shall temporarily love you and leave you all joining me in these very late hours of the race. I'll be back with you in just a few minutes' time to see you through the next couple of hours or so, and see how these drivers get on. So stay there, and I'll be right back with you. So good morning, everybody, and joining back then on the console. I feel pretty safe in saying good morning to most of you. I think only other time zones may be a bit of a good day to some of you as we carry on through this 24-hour race. Closest battle on circuit. In the meantime, whilst we were away, goes to Sakari Lehtinen versus Benny Vitter in the battle for 23rd position. As last time around, 0.8 of a second gained for the Finnish driver in the Wild Things Racing team car. Seeing what he can do as he's closing in once more on the run up towards turn 10 there. It's been a while since we've seen a move there, but very common overtaking spot for many a driver, but still unable to make anything stick for the meantime. To answer the question in chat, without the BOP, which car would be the best? Oh, that is an interesting question, and I have to channel my engineering brain for some of that. I mean, one would have to argue that, generally speaking, as a platform, theoretically, it should be something mid-engine. I think we have to make an assumption here that because the one problem with the open-endedness of that question is that, particularly with taking into account, for example, with different engines, very much it becomes a level playing field. I mean, if you were to, for example, fix all of the engines to the same horsepower, because even though detuning of some of the engines does feature in the BOP, they're not all detuned to the same amount. It's not the case, for example, every car has 500 horsepower. Every car has however much horsepower is deemed required to bring it into a sort of certain level of alignment. So if, for example, you were to have the same amount of horsepower for every car, I would think that possibly, I've got a couple of options here. I think one, if the suspension on the Ferrari worked more consistently, I would say the Ferrari would be a very good choice. Excellent aerodynamic platform on that car, and also very tunable electronics, very advanced electronics in that car as well. Just meanwhile, Wild Things Racing continuing their charge up towards the back of the 48 car, trying to go all the way around side at turn 10 there. Brave stuff between these two, barely leaving a car's width between them on each side. Deep though from Benny Vitter for the ET Sports car in towards turn 11. Still side by side, fantastic stuff between the two Beamers in the night, but I think the Finnish driver's got the power down, he's got the position, and as long as he keeps it clean through the rest of the lap there, I think Lehtinen is going to find his way, and the Wild Things Racing team, into 23rd position. Fantastic stuff though between those drivers. So yes, I would say that the Ferrari inherently also is a very low profile car, which one would have to assume would make it distinctly less draggy than, say, something like the BMWs, things like that. So I'd say that the Ferrari, if it had suspension that worked, and that each car had the same amount of horsepower, just to remove a little bit of some of the variability out of it, I would say that the Ferrari would have a good chance of being the fastest car. And my wild card choice, I mean, this is a very hypothetical and subjective argument here, but it's a fun one. It's especially to sort of, as we make our way through some of the graveyard shift hours. I think my other choice, weirdly, would be the Bentley. Now you may wonder why I say the Bentley, seeing as we don't have a single one on the grid, and it's a car that I'm very sad to say is not really used too much anymore. However, it has two very interesting properties. One, it's actually the lightest car. Without ballast, is the lightest car, despite its size, of any of the rest in the ACC GT3 lineup. Two, it has an incredibly efficient engine, which for endurance purposes makes it very useful. I mean, in actual fact, because one interesting sort of aspect of BOP, which I sort of forgot to mention, is a fuel tank size as well. Because each of the engines do have slightly different efficiency, and this is something that sometimes ends up hurting the Mercedes. It's often argued it could really do with a larger fuel tank, because it's quite a fuel guzzler. The V8, unsurprisingly, despite its twin turbocharged construction, that it does tend to go through its fuel pretty quickly relative to other cars. It doesn't really have a fuel tank to compensate. I know that, for example, the McLaren was a car that really got hurt by fuel tank sizes in the past, and the Bentley ended up becoming an extremely powerful choice in endurance racing, particularly for really long endurance races, anything from 12-hour onwards, simply because it could quite often end up getting away with doing a pit stop less than any other car in the grid, because it would just always manage to just eke out a little bit more mileage from its fuel tank. And, so combine that with being the lightest car and very big aerodynamic structures on the Bentley GT3 car, very exuberant accessories of the rear wing, probably the largest diffuser physically in size. Of yes, you don't see too many Venturis that are larger than those on the underside of the Bentley. And so it can also generate quite a significant amount of downforce. And its final sort of wacky characteristic is at the centre of mass of the Bentley, as Petrol Brothers Toby Lang is in hot pursuit of the Greek TF Racing Porsche, goes a little bit deep through the penultimate turn there, but still in hot pursuit in the 147 Mercedes. In actual fact, gets a good run out of the final corner. I'm not sure if he's going to be in a position to make a move just yet, not quite, but I think very much we'll be looking to do something very shortly. As I just want to check, Benny Vitter has had a moment. I was going to say that doesn't look like that is from the pit lane at all. So let's see what's happened to the 48 car. Apologies, some of the lag in the replay getting going. It looks like I might be on the exit of turn 10. But just while I'm watching this, to finish my point, the Bentley, very odd characteristic relative to any other car, it actually has a centre of mass that is further forward than it is back. It's the only GT3 car, as the first of the BMWs has that very unfortunate moment with the curbs on the exit of turn 10 there, and a heavy impact into the wall for the Yeet Esports car, the 48 car, and into the pits. Unsurprisingly, they go. So disappointing stuff for them, and also we'll try to see if we can catch on the replay, glorious replay, to see Manos Gerardis, who did lose out the position, and it's unfortunate, it did actually happen in the opening corners on the lap. Disappointingly, so we won't quite catch how that transpired. We will look back, though, at another fight that was starting to heat up with the likes of Tiepken and Tuchel in the mid-pack battle for 20th position. And yes, and to finally tie off the point surrounding the Bentley, that the centre of mass sort of being more towards the front than the back. Not traditionally the most ideal of layouts, but it does make it incredibly agile. Sometimes almost a little bit too agile for its own good, but it's about the only front-engine car that can compete with the agility of the Porsche. And the Porsche gets its agility from two things: its short wheelbase and also its engine placement in the back. Now, slightly confusingly, the Bentley engine placement obviously firmly under the bonnet of the car, but because of the general mass distribution through it, very agile, to the point where circuits like Zandvoort and Zolder especially, that car is extremely competitive, and also it is exceptional over the bumps. Meanwhile, Tiepken going down the inside of the Prime E-Racing 77 Mercedes in towards turn 1, so excellent stuff there from the number 50 car. And Tuchel dropping down to 22nd position. I think so. Like those things kind of combined, I would say that the Ferrari, if it had working suspension, that would be a very well-performing car. Low drag should give it if it was equal power between cars, would give it very good straight line speed, excellent downforce, so fantastic downforce to drag ratio, which is very crucial. Also helps in terms of fuel consumption, but it is a little bit on the sort of guzzly side and also fantastic electronics in that car. But yeah, Bentley is a kind of my bit of a wild card. Fantastic car over bumps, great agility, good potential for some downforce. Maybe not the best in straight line speed. And then in endurance applications, its overall engine or fuel efficiency is a very handy property. So yes, in a hypothetical universe where kind of all cars made equal, and the Visceral Esports car making this a three-way fight, for that we haven't had this many cars battling in quite a while, going very wide there and almost no time wasted at all for the number 50 TMS performance car in the hands of Marvin Tiepken. That is all over the gearbox of the Visceral Esports car there, almost into back. I think even a little bit of contact made there, and he's got to be careful of the Mercedes behind, who may launch an attack down the inside. Can't do it. And yeah, very awkward for Tiepken now to try to apply the pressure to the Visceral Esports Ferrari in front. But in all of that, has to be careful not to be put under the pressure of the Mercedes behind and lose a position in the process. And I think to answer the question why no one is using the Bentley, it was used for endurance racing for quite a long time. And I think just I think in most recent BOPs, it just very simply it got nerfed, much like some of the other cars. You know, McLaren used to be a staple feature in a lot of championships, barely used now. We have none here, and same goes for a lot of other cars as well in sort of how they've kind of transpired over time. Something like the Audi as well. It just, unfortunately, it's got a platform that has the potential to be super competitive, but in the way that the current BOP in the game is put together, it's just not where it needs to be. So yes, hence why it's kind of my very hypothetical sort of wildcard entry to answering that question. Meanwhile, Marvin Tiepken again applying the pressure to the Visceral Esports Ferrari towards turn 10. They go with the primary racing Mercedes, having dropped off a little bit, flashing up the lights there from Tiepken. Not sure particularly what that may have been for, but certainly still very much hot on the heels of the 44 again, who seems to be having some issue under brakes. That's a car that hasn't changed their brakes. We were discussing this earlier about kind of how far could you push the brakes, and how beneficial was it. I'm not entirely sure, but you can see that Ferrari just doesn't seem to be negotiating the braking zones as confidently as the BMW. Admittedly, in these dry conditions, as we were hearing from Bauer earlier on, is a car that seems to be coming alive in this portion of the race. So could partly explain the difference maker there. In actual fact, gaining a lot of time down the start finish. I may even think about a move up towards the inside, diving down on the brakes, side by side still with the Visceral Esports Ferrari there. But I think in the end, Fabiano De Gennaro in the 44 car having to relinquish and concede that position. Has got to be careful, because you might just see a glimpse of him. There he is, Yannick Tugel in the Mercedes, lurking just behind as well. So I have to see how they all fare on the next drag race towards turn 10, with now Tiepken leading this three-way train. Other cars aren't being used in this race, so yeah, the McLaren, Bentley, Nissan as well. Lexus was a car that used to be mighty in wet weather conditions and made it kind of a wildcard entry for people in endurance, because it would be a case of it would generally be useless up until it wasn't, and if it started to rain, you'd be mighty quick, but up until that point, you'd kind of be a little bit of a boat by comparison. Meanwhile, 44 car gaining in a straight line down the back stretch, but unable to do anything about the BMW. Meanwhile, primary racing in the hands of Tugel, trying to put pressure on to this number 44 car, which again gets a little bit of a slide through turn 11, but not relinquishing that for the time being. Also, GPR Esports closing in on the number 48 of Benny Vitter in the Yeet Esports car. Will stay though with Prime E Racing, who are still applying the pressure to Visceral Esports as they head through the penultimate turn there, and trying to get the better grip and traction. And I thought the 44 car may be going into the pits there. Just a bit of a cautious corner exit, excuse me. And I think as a result of that, the Primary Racing Mercedes may be about to make its way through on the run in towards turn 1. They go then, and makes that one stick with the likes of... that is the 962 of Vassen just going through. Meanwhile, Sasha Vassner right on the back of Bastian Offerman in the number 54 Xenon Racing Mercedes that is fighting for position in P11. Other cars as well that sort of aren't being particularly used. We've only got one Honda, we've only got one Lamborghini in the field as well. And trying to think, have we got any other other manufacturers escape me? If I can think of any more, I shall add those to the list. But yes, there's a few cars that aren't being used, and you know, part of the reasons for that is because some of them have naturally phased out a little bit in the BOP because. I think the way it has generally worked as Yannick Schumacher versus Benny Witter, the number 48 car, will try to grab a replay of how that took place. That was the GPR Esports car, the 111, excuse me, that made its way through in the final sector. So we're going to see a bit of a mistake from Witter. Oh, very cautious exit there, and Yannick carrying a great deal of speed on the run up into the penultimate turn and very deep into the entry of that corner there as well. I think a very confident 111 car then making its way through on the outside line. Very well executed and put together from the German driver in 25th position now. In that, as we'll hop back to Sasha Vassner. Oh, blimey, look at the top speed of the LFM car. Absolutely walks his way past the Mercedes, although still fighting back is Bastian Opperman as they head through turn 10, and somehow, some way, despite the way that fire was almost a jump scare, it closed in on the Mercedes that quickly when we went on board. It's what didn't quite have the mad rocket ship speed that we saw the Lamborghini have over one of the Mercedes earlier in this race. But Sasha Vassner then will still have to wait for another opportunity to try to make their way up into P11. So great defense from Xenon Racing in that fight. As also we are one follower away from 400, which would be a fantastic little milestone to eclipse during this if we can. So if you are enjoying what you are watching, then please do consider following the Virtual Endurance Masters Twitch channel, as all of this coverage will be going to the end. You'll still have myself, John Watts, on the comms until, I do believe, around... when is it? So I will be solo until 8 o'clock, so I'll be just under 4 hours time, and then another 2 hours until the likes of Kevin and then Kevin Galvin and Christian Romano will then see you through till the end of the race of what has been an exceptionally exciting series of battles that we have had so far. And Sasha Vassner dropping a little bit back from Offerman over the course of the last laps, not quite able to maintain that pressure. Also, just notably, I don't know, it could be a pit stop sequence or something like that. But the gap at the front, Gert Fischer now within 45 seconds of the Williams Esports car that has been leading the way. Now those gaps, even after one of the drive-throughs earlier, was around 70 seconds or so, and you know, my maths at this time of night may not be the best, but you know, around 75 minus 30, well, that'll be about 45, which is the current gap between your front two. So I wonder if the Williams Esports car, despite having a very clean, mostly for sort of for this race, I wonder if they may have got another drive-through penalty. I'll try to double check that information from the pit wall if I can. The 211 car cleared a drive-through that belongs to who is that in there? There's a Leon Byrne has just emerged out of the pits for Remwelton Esports. 211 car. Where is There is. That is in the hands of Varanola. That is the Team Shazoo GT Mega car, which has had a little bit of a difficult day in the office. Also, the 41 and the 71 car cleared some drive-throughs. So that is Manos Gerardis for TF Racing and Leon Burnt for Remwelton, respectively. And I can't see. There we go. At 25 minutes to 4. Which was about half an hour ago in my time. The number 5 car of Williams Esports did clear a drive-through, so I think that is all of that answered. And yeah, currently still has a 45-second lead over Gert Fischer, but bear in mind that gap was up at around 80 seconds at one point in this race. Now almost down to half. Still 8 hours and 15 minutes of this race left to go. One more drive-through, and the number 1 car will be only about 15 seconds behind. And yeah, that's very quickly could go from a massive lead for the Williams Esports team that have been leading this race commandingly for a very long time, and find themselves potentially in a bit of spot of bother. So I have to see how it all plays out. Amongst that, Sasha Vasta hasn't been able to kind of stick with the pace of Bastian Offerman, who seems to have settled into a very nice groove. 54.690 for the number 54 Mercedes, personal best lap time, and very much on the pace with some of the other drivers. Gert Fischer, your fastest driver on circuit last time around, recent addition to the West Competition Racing lineup, and 2/10 faster than your current race leaders. 7/10 clear of Maciej Malinowski, that's now hopped into the Veloce Esports Porsche that still sits in P3. Half-second clear Marco Wong in the second West Competition Racing car. Same sort of margin to Angel Elena Stroza for Yas Heat. And then other cars in the top 10 hanging around in the 55s and even 56 will be 962 of Steel Base Aston Martin. So yeah, Bastian Offerman, and again 54.8. So yeah, Bastian doing a fantastic job right now, pulling another 2/10 over Sasha Vassner on the last lap. And if anything, right now is going from looking like the driver under pressure to the one that might be able to bring the Xenon Racing Mercedes into the top 10. Frederick Gutmann only 7.2 seconds ahead. And yeah, that could very much be a... well, I mean, I think if Mercedes gets into the top 10 at the end of this race, I think they will be very pleased with that sort of result. It's a car that isn't inherently the quickest around this circuit, and yeah, like I say, also a little bit difficult sometimes in endurance races because of the fuel consumption and a lot of flat-out sections here at Paul Ricard as well. So tricky sometimes to eke out the laps and all that, and we may very well see that coming to fruition in the closing stages of the race, where there may be some splashes and dashes done in the final few minutes. As Sasha Vasta, personal best last time around, although slower in the first couple of sectors. The final sector was still good enough to go quicker. We'll have to see if he can carry that pace again. That's the number 33 West Competition Racing car just lurking behind. And this time around, 54.9, so continuing the improvement. And maybe track getting a bit quicker this stage of the race. Difficult to tell. 54.8 for Offerman ahead. 54.2 for your race leader. And after gaining not too long ago, Gert Fischer, 55.0. So perhaps some traffic having something to say about all of that. Christopher Hoffman for the number 81 Creme de la Course Jardier Community team car coming into the pits, and we'll drop down the order accordingly. Also, fastest lap of the race for Remwelton Esports. I think they may have done that. I do believe that there is a prize on the line for the fastest lap. So yeah, so excuse me, actually. Sorry, so there is €100 available for the fastest qualifying lap, so that would of course gone to number 1 West Competition Racing car, and €100 to the team that makes up the most positions. Now, unfortunately, because I have rejoined the server, all of my deltas are not going to be relative to where they started this race, but will be only relative to where they were when I first joined the server. So I'm going to have to do a little bit of investigation here in the background to try to work out perhaps who has made up the most positions in this race. So do bear with me, everybody, as I will try to get that information to you, because I think it's going to be pretty interesting. So having a look, who has been some big movers? So I think yes, he could be very much in the mix. That's currently in P5, started in P14, so that's 9 positions gained there. Who else have we got that are some pretty big movers? What about Bison Motorsports? I think they might have had 21st position was where they started, 8th position is where they are. So that is 13 positions gained for them. So they are definitely in the hot seat for that. And who else have we got? What about the likes of Lightspeed? Where did they start in this race? I think they maybe started quite far down the order as well. Still scrolling. I'm assuming that I've missed them, as that is Marco Wong, I believe, in the 33 car, just making their way past Sasha Vassner in the LFM team car. One of a few LFM cars that we have. And why can't I track down the 76 car? Why am I having such trouble with this? I do not know why. There we go. That's because I was looking for the wrong name. So they started in 20th and are currently in 10th, so 10 positions gained for them. I think that's 11 positions for the low fuel motorsport team car. Armentario, where did they start in all of this? I think they started a bit further up the order. They did P90. So I feel fairly confident in saying that right now I do believe that the €100 for the most prizes gained would likely be going to Bison Motorsport. At the moment, currently sitting in P8, started in 21st position, so gaining 13 spots in this race. So fantastic stuff from the 962 crew. And that is a sort of hypothetical provisional style result with all of that, but yeah, definitely a fantastic effort from those teams. A really team that does seem to kind of hit their stride in a race pace. You do often see that with with these endurance races. Sometimes the cars maybe just not really, or the drivers haven't really practiced one lap pace. Maybe to some extent they don't even particularly care. They just want to make it through the first lap and then just kind of let themselves get into the groove, because ultimately 24 hours of racing, if you were the fastest car on the grid consistently for 24 hours of racing, regardless of whether you start on pole position or you start a lap down, you will very likely end up winning. So, it's qualifying, it can sometimes help, and I was amazingly impressed on the opening lap. It did unfortunately go a little bit to pop not too long afterwards, with some clattering. But on the opening lap, everyone was actually pretty safe and cautious. And there was thankfully no sort of monstrosity of crashes that ended up taking place. But yeah, so it can make some level of difference, but it's not usually the most critical of factors. And an overall race pace and consistency does end up shining through. And yeah, for Bison Motorsport, obviously that's been the prime focus for them. And yeah, working very nicely, as well as scoring some decent points. Right now, I do believe, of my provisional, slightly tired brain calculations, believe that they are in the hot seat for that €100 prize for most positions gained. And so how accurate is this to real-life GT3 racing, even without every car and the BOP? So, from a simulation standpoint, ACC I think is generally regarded as the most accurate of kind of sims orientated around GT3. You know, R Factor 2 and iRacing. I think Race Room sort of has its own variants of GT3, I do believe, as well. It's not quite the same spec. And I think as an overall package, you'll get kind of arguments on sort of every side of things, and I think depending on kind of what your preferences are, kind of what you feel like you naturally get on with, what you're more experienced with, you'll get a slightly different answer, and everyone will defend their own sims. But I think for the most part, and perhaps unsurprisingly, as it is a kind of GT dedicated simulator, of course, to the SRO GT series, the ACC on the whole is what would class as kind of the most accurate of the sims. I think lap time wise, oh, that was awkward, oh, that was scary. Let's in actual fact, let's see if we can grab a replay of that, because that was just a very briefly scary moment. I thought that was Andre Pengel in the LFM Ferrari here, and one of the Yeet Esports car that just did sort of a very kind thing of getting out of the way. I don't think particularly did it badly, but it was just you want predictability in endurance racing, and you see the Ferrari's gonna have to make a bit of an adjustment. Thankfully, though, no harm done whatsoever in that, but yeah, that was looking a little bit on the scary side for a moment as they continue to close down Varignolo in the 2-1-1 car for Team Shizou GT Omega. Yeah, so just rounding off kind of that other discussion, that yeah, ACC I think overall is generally regarded as the most accurate GT simulator. It does have its criticisms, often that it's too understeery, and the tyre modelling, which could very well be addressed in the update 1.9, of course. We don't know just yet, but I know that, for example, R Factor 2, and I think iRacing to some extent as well, is a lot more forgiving on slip angle, and that you can really, particularly in R Factor 2, that you you can very heavily lean on the tyres through corners, whereas ACC is much more kind of about being smooth and sort of in a way kind of very almost boring in your driving style. What I mean by that is you're not really thrashing the car around. Meanwhile, someone is trying to gain a position is Pengel in the LFM 256 car, and I think is going to make that one stick nice and easily as they come through turn 10, and the Shizou GT Omega unable to put up any sort of a fight or response to the hard-charging LFM car in all of that. Yeah, like I say, I think the lap times are fairly well in order of kind of real life GT3. However, as we've previously discussed, even during the stream today, it does have its flaws, and that we know, for example, the negative toe. Negative toe is something that, as far as I'm aware, is generally regarded as kind of a bit of a no-no in real life. It's or at least, or negative rear toe especially, is something that is would be for perhaps very specialist applications, but not inherently what you would expect to set up a race car with, as it would theoretically make the car sort of borderline undrivable. However, because ACC is naturally quite an understeery platform, the additional rotation that you end up getting from that does actually end up, I think, sort of that's why it tends to work so well. And then, of course, there are some questionable aspects from time to time with the suspension modelling. But I think other than that, I know that some people have their criticisms over force feedback. Everyone's going to be, everyone's going to feel slightly differently over that. And you can tune a lot of things settings wise as well. And sometimes that can end up making life a little bit nicer in that regard if it's not immediately to your exact kind of preferences. But yeah, I think for the most part, it is over as an overall package. It's perhaps it's not the best at everything, but as an overall package, I think is both what can be classed as a pretty accurate GT3 sim and probably the best of all of those that look to tackle that kind of challenge. And hopefully with update 1.9 just around the corner, some of the things I've even mentioned just in that will between that and the adaptations to the BOP and so on and so forth will actually end up being fixed somewhat and improved. So we could actually end up very soon in the future with a with an improved overall sim. And in terms of a race viewing aspect, I've never been to a GT3 race, so sort of only kind of comparing to sort of what I've witnessed online and sort of looking at I must admit I don't watch a sort of great deal of kind of full-length GT racing, so it's a little bit difficult for me to answer that. But I would say that that it usually, in terms of wheel-to-wheel racing, it feels like it's mostly a fair representation. I think the only times where sometimes it's perhaps is a bit lacking is that was a big wiggle from the 121 car of I think that was the 121. No, it wasn't. Sorry, who was that in the background? It was just behind Sasha Vassner. Can't tell which car that is, which is a little bit frustrating. But they had a big wiggle on the exit there. They're just ahead of the Yas Heat car. So I'm going to track the Yas Heat car down. Let me see if I can narrow this one down. There we go. It was the 98 car, and the 98 car belonging. Oh dear, that's a bit of exploring. And that 98 car belonging to Podikov for the F1 Memes racing team. Quite the wiggle on the exit of turn 10. We'll check back in though with this battle with Sasha Vassner, who is closing in again on Bastian Offerman, who after briefly getting away seems to have dropped a little bit of pace over the last couple of laps. Yes, I think sometimes so maybe some of the closing speeds, there is a little bit of rubber banding that features in ACC, which as a viewing experience obviously is a little bit on the sort of unusual side. It doesn't make a great deal of sense as Triple 2 car slightly awkwardly appearing out of the pit lane ahead of John Lacey Esports, who will swing all the way around the outside, and I think we'll dispatch of them pretty swiftly. But other than that, I think for example, you look at the F1 games. I think I'm not 100% certain kind of now, but there's often a lot of complaints about the I think you have to do a lot of high gear, sort of very early upshifting in that game. Also, the way in which the cars kind of react to curbs is particularly particularly unrealistic. And also the kind of DRS and slipstream effect is all a bit sort of out of whack and not quite on the sort of what would be considered the most realistic of things. Whereas I think those side of things are generally pretty well represented in ACC. There's sort of one aspect that maybe is a bit of a flaw is it because and this is something that iRacing arguably does very well, is that there's no floor damage model. And as a result of that, cars will absolutely smash curbs. So, for example, you go to somewhere like Zolder, and the way in which you are quick around Zolder is by catapulting yourself over the chicane as aggressively as you can, and hoping that you don't fly off the circuit in the process. Now, of course, if you did that in a real-life GT3 car, then you would horribly damage the underside of your car, get shouted at by your team bosses, and probably a hefty bill posted to you in the days after. But so that's probably one of the areas where maybe ACC, from a viewing aspect, that you'll see drivers circuits where you attack or where they can attack the curbs, That's you know, so Zolder comes to mind, Nürburgring chicane as well, Watkins Glen. All of those, you'll probably see drivers being more aggressive on ACC than you would expect them if you were to attend those races in real life. So I think that would be, you know, I think a relatively fair assessment with some of those things. I don't expect a damage model change particularly. I think the physics changes are primarily focused around kind of trying to take care of those. As a very horrible audio thing. I'm so sorry, everybody, if that just blew up your eardrums. That is the ACC audio bug that loves to kick into effect every now and again. Yeah, I was expecting at least one of those during today's broadcast. So I do apologise if that just woke up anybody in the middle of the night. Yeah, I don't expect any of the upcoming changes to affect the damage model side of things, but you know, hopefully the suspension and time model changes will, you know, make some of those aspects a little bit better, as well as the BOP changes. But yes, on that last point, I think that's something that iRacing does particularly well in that regard. That because the damage model is extremely sensitive, and it's I think a fairly kind of full physics model that. It tends to stop you, or at least heavily discourage you from kind of taking such liberties with the track in that regard. So yes, definitely points in favour of different sims in different ways, and of course there is, I don't think, arguably a best sim per se. You know, there's not going to be one that is dominant across all categories, but and it's always going to be somewhat subjective in the end, but as an overall, you know, as you can kind of come to your own judgments as an overall one that's kind of fits and suits your needs. But for GT3, for the most part, I think everyone is fairly well in agreement that the ACC tackles the majority of those things best overall. Meanwhile, battle that's been heating up for a while. Sasha Vassner has finally reeled in as the Xenon Racing Mercedes car again, and Bastian Offerman, I thought, carried a bit too much speed into turn 10 with all of that, but did actually manage to keep it all together in a pretty nice, neat and tidy fashion in the end. And the Ferrari still having to sit behind. Number 98 car has brought out the yellow flag. Is that just for the pits? I don't think that's for the pits. I think that is for something much spookier than the pits. So we'll try to go for a replay in just a second. And oh dear, I think my game has crashed in the background. Apologies, everybody. In which case, let me just switch you over to some camera shots. I'm so sorry. It does look like it does look like my game has crashed entirely, which is not the not the greatest not the greatest of things. I shall try to sort this in just a moment. There we go. It was taking me a second to clear that down. Hopefully you should have that back up and running in just a second. Yes, unfortunately sort of maxing out on a little bit of a RAM issue apparently. Maybe getting a little bit ambitious with how many things are up and running there, but yeah, I didn't quite expect that. So I'm guessing we won't get a replay of of what took place there. I hopefully will have us back up and running in just a moment, and then we will be straight back into the action as quick as I can possibly do it. So do stick with me for just a second, and hopefully in a couple of minutes we'll be back in the server and carry on looking at the action. Also to the comment in the stream whilst that's firing back up with all of that. And thank you for the kind words, and all of those about 43 of you that are still joining me in these very early hours of the morning. Although some of you based in America, that's having some slightly easier time in terms of time zones. We were discussing Chris Sever earlier on for the SOP esports team, who I believe will be switching into the car pretty swiftly. And yes, the advantage of having an American driver in your lineup has been quite evident for some of these guys. I think also West Competition Racing, the second team lineup of the 33 car, I think has an American driver that's benefiting there as well. I'm just loading back into the server, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you coverage once more in just a second, and just get all of the overlays back up and running, and appreciate your patience on all of that. And I think all things being well, we are back in and can carry on from there. So unfortunately, won't catch a replay of what kicked off there, and we'll be sure to bring up the race gap for the telemetry in all of that. So we'll take the opportunity, perhaps, shall we? Just checking on the gaps up and down the field. No, we won't, because Sasha Vassner still once again applying the pressure to Bastian Offerman in the number 54 Mercedes for Xenon Racing. And you can see that everyone's turned their lights off. So we're starting to make our way to daybreak, and would you look at that, 30 minutes time, we have got rain, everybody. So whilst we may have had some technical issues in those few moments, what we have ended up going into is we've sort of started making our way back into the daytime portion of the race, as we have gone into 20 minutes past 5 in game time, with just under 8 hours left on the clock. And in 30 minutes, like I say, we have rain on the way. So definitely exciting stuff to be sticking around for in all of this. Sasha Vassner has dropped back a little bit once more from Bastian Offerman. Also, update after that gap did close down somewhat for the between the race leader and Gert Fischer in the number 1 car. The gap has extended back up to 51.5 seconds. I think the timing board has just finished sorting itself out a little bit after the server reconnect in all of that. Meanwhile, Estefano Barrera in the number 44 Visceral Esports car, almost going into the back. May want to turn the lights back on the front of that Ferrari, as found the back of the Mercedes perhaps a little bit quicker than he was anticipating, but applying the pressure to Tony Richter in the number 77 Prime E racing car. The Mercedes, which has had a little bit of a topsy-turvy time, had, I think, unfortunately, perhaps the not the finest moment for this car, was doing quite the punt on the 179 car, the Italian job car. And you see right at the very end of the straight, the Ferrari massively reeling in Richter as they get towards turn 10, and he is going to go for the inside move. And I think, unless the Ferrari does Ferrari things, will end up making the move in the process. Someone that isn't, though, is I think Polikov in the background for the number 98 car, who went a little bit out exploring once more. Meanwhile, Sasha Vassner within a second once more of Bastian Offerman. Giovanni Pippo for 179, who we were just talking about, as that team continues their recovery into the top 15, only 1.2 seconds adrift of Mattia Zampetri, as Gutman comes into the pits for the Lightspeed by MC Schaumburg team, the 76 car. And also crucially, Angelina Stroza 1.5 seconds behind the 4th place car, the second West Competition racing car of Marco Wong. And last time around, 0.7 of a second was the advantage in favour of the driver in the 296. As just looking back, Tony Richter still applying the pressure to Barrera after losing out there in that battle, but unable to do anything too much about that car in the meantime. But I'm very interested in... oh, that was a dive and a half from the 121 Armentario car, as I think Gutman now just emerging out of the pit lane there, and has done so in a fairly clean air. And I think it's time for a Moser Racing onboard. We haven't had one in quite a while, so let's go for an onboard with Angel Inostroza, who is currently hunting down the 33 car, and Yassi kind of still in contention at the moment. Particularly, we'll have to see how the 962 car fares later on in the race, perhaps when other pit stops have been done. Was previously the biggest mover on the field, particularly if Inostroza gets his position over Marco Wong. I think those honours would flip over to Yassi, so I'll have to see how they get on, how that all plays out. And quite clearly, I think someone in the chats were reading my mind very much. Yes, Angel Inostroza, see what... Oh, and into the pit. So maybe undercut strategy for the 296 in all of that. So we'll have to resume that fight in perhaps in the near future, and see how they get on. If I've got my flags correct. So I think Marco Wong, driver from Hong Kong, and Angel Inostroza, I think, is from Chile. Is that right? If someone who's maybe more geographically inclined in the chat could confirm or correct me on either of those fronts, then please definitely do. But fantastic to have so much global representation in the virtual endurance masters. As I think that was someone went flying past just a moment ago. Also, Jade Hutchinson, the Canadian driver, and the driver that was very, very quick in the 38 car in the early stages of the race, saw that John Lacey esports car make the way up into P2. Back in the car, lapping very, very quickly, 54.5 last time around. Fastest car in the field as well. So John Lacey esports have once again sent out their secret weapon, and seeing what they can do. 36 seconds separates them and Jordan Watson in the 52 Pulse Simsport car. Of course, your round one race winner. And be very interesting to see how it all plays out in terms of the championship standings when round two is all said and done. Meanwhile, looking further down the order, a battle that is starting to heat up, or not. Sasha Vassner comes into the pits. Well, everyone's gonna do that to me, aren't they? For some fun. As I think Malinowski has just emerged out of the pit lane as well. Sasha Vassner and Jason Kellaway in the 962 Vason Motorsport car. As always, look at this. Marco Wong suddenly in hot pursuit of Malinowski, and whilst it may not be particularly long-lasting because of the pit stops, very much we could see a change of position here for net P3 in this race, at least currently on track, because Malinowski freshly out of the pits. Tyres will still be coming out of temperature, but watch this BMW go, because I don't think it's going to take too long. Pretty healthy amount of straight line speed, considering for the Porsche we've seen both the Veloce car and the K Kramer Racing esports car be pretty handy in a straight line, all things considered. It's giving the West Competition Racing maybe a little bit of a headache down towards turn 10, unless there is some big heroics from the Polish driver that I don't think he's going to be able to fight that one. And considering that a lot of cars are starting to head into the pits, I would imagine it won't be too long until Marco Wong looks to do the same, and then Veloce will reclaim that P3 position. As, oh dear, that's I've got to track down that car. I could have sworn that there was a Yeet esports car that was carrying a sign for a moment there. Let me see if I can track down. Who was that? There it is, and there it goes into the exit of turn 3 there. I think that deserves a replay. I don't know about you, everybody, but I feel like this deserves a replay. And oh, of course, I forgot on the replay. It doesn't pick up the physics of the board, so that's very unfortunate and highly disappointing. That I was thoroughly looking forward to seeing that get thrown off into the distance, but you might at least be able to see it in the debris over in the corner of turn 3 there, as yes, that was thoroughly dispatched from the Yeet Esports car in all of that. Yeah, well, that causes some issues for drivers. Now, of course, in actual fact, I just realised those boards have actually probably already gone. We'll just check in. So there's Angelina Stroza, who is still within touching distance of Marco Wong, who's just appeared out of the pit lane. But yes, having rejoined the server after our slight technical issue not too long ago, that all of those boards will have actually respawned. Now, for a lot of these guys, those have probably been long gone, disappeared for a very long time. But yes, for us, they're probably being re-pinged, if nothing else. So we might see some exciting things on that front. Malinowski really pushing the limits of what the Porsche is capable of. Nazarov just appearing out of the pits side by side with the 52 car of Jordan Watson. It was just made there were, excuse me, which car was that then? What's that, Rob? It's the number 4. Apologies. It's the number 4 Pulse Simsport car. Sorry, Unicorns of Love Cross Pulse Simsport car. I will forgive myself ever so slightly in terms of the side view that I caught of that car, the split livery across that Ferrari. Very nice livery at that, but yes, occasionally, depending on the camera angle, a little bit on the confusing side to try and navigate, as very close between Giovanni Pippo and Matteo Zampedri for 14th position. Only 0.4 of a second between these two drivers, and very much pushing one another along in this race. And great to see that even after 2/3 of the race distance has gone by, 16 hours down, or 16 hours and 20 minutes down, 7 hours and 40 minutes left to go. But even after all of that, you can still be separated only by a few tenths of a second to your rivals. Meanwhile, further up the order, 2 seconds established between the 296 and 33 car, battling for P4. Time to see what happens once both of those teams start to kind of get a bit more into the groove and their tyres all settle in. Someone of it isn't wasting any time is Mattia Zampedri in the 85 car, really applying the pressure to his fellow Italian in front. Giovanni Pippo for the Italian job team, the 179, the lone Honda in the field. And right now, it does look like the pace advantage perhaps in favour of this BMW. As we hop on board the diffuser of the Honda, that is giving this BMW a little bit of a headache at this point in time. And I also just want to say a big thank you, as we are up to 403 followers on the channel, so we've hit that milestone through the night as we make our way in towards 5:30 AM in game time, 5 o'clock my time, and whatever time it is for you wherever you are joining us from. Then I hope you are having a wonderful morning, evening, afternoon, whatever it may be. But thank you for joining us. I know it's been perhaps a little bit on the quieter side through this portion of the race, but don't go anywhere, because 10 minutes time, rain is on the way, and this could very quickly turn on its head. And I'll tell you what, if you're these drivers that have just come out of the pits, it's going to be really interesting to see what strategies people have gone down. I mean, it's light rain in 10 minutes time. heavy rain in 30. So we saw the likes of, I think it was the Shizou GT Mega Car, go for quite the gamble onto wet tyres last time around. There was a black and orange flag being waved for somebody there. And you know, and we saw they gained a lot initially, but those tyres were so burnt out and degraded due to just being just absolutely eroded by the tarmac when it was in the dry conditions, that they just did not last, and they ended up losing more positions in the process. So I have to see if anyone tries going for that sort of gamble again. If the stint timer happens to align a bit more neatly, then they might go for it and trying to gamble timing on that, but it's going to be tricky with the rain taking a bit of time to build up. It's going to be difficult to know sort of how to predict that transition. Zampedri still trying to apply the pressure to the Italian job team, as we've got a few battles heating up now. Jason Kellaway for the 96 car of Vason Motorsport still applying the pressure now to Bastian Offerman, that's swapped out scrapping with Sasha Vassner over to the Aston Martin of the British driver. Let's see how they fare on the drag race towards turn 10. Sasha Vassner has an Aston Martin to deal with of Frederick Gutmann, the number 76 car. Just in front there, as a couple more drivers come into the pits further down the order. Yannick Schumacher being one of them. Angelina Stroza now within a second of Marco Wong in the battle for P4. This is your closest fight on track at the moment of Sasha Vassner versus Frederick Gutmann, but definitely a few battles inside of the top 15 that I'm keeping an eye on, namely Inestrosa versus Wong, Kellaway versus Offerman, Vassner versus Gutmann, and Zampedri versus Pippo between the two Italians. And the one we'll be switching to for a moment is Offerman versus Kellaway, and it goes the way of the British driver, who uses the Aston Martin straight line speed, and I think despite the best efforts from Bastian Offerman there to respond on the exit of turn 10, the Aston Martin at this stage of the race just has the overall pace advantage, and yeah, 0.7 of a second difference between those two drivers last time around. So I think Kellaway will start to plough on up the field and going back in towards P8. I think they'll be re-establishing themselves as the biggest mover on the grid, so great stuff for them. Sasha Vassner now applying the pressure to an Aston Martin in the hands of Frederick Gutmann, the 76 versus the 255, and it's not even a contest as the Ferrari blasts its way by on the run up towards the right-hander of turn 10 and finds their way in towards P11. And the next on the agenda for us to have a look at, Angelina Stroza hunting down the BMW of Marco Wong, the 33 car, the second of the two West Competition racing cars. And right now, still managing to keep behind the Ferrari, but it really does look like at this stage, and bear in mind that car's only going to get quicker, but that was a team that was praying for more and more rain, and so I think that, you know, I don't think Jardier is quite awake just yet. I think he was looking to be back in the car at 6 a.m. Central European time, if I remember correctly. So that'd be 2 hours from now. If I've got that correct. Actual fact, no, that'll be about now. I'm not sure. Time zones with my slightly tired brain aren't working out too greatly. But I think he may be due in the car after Inestrosa has finished, as Zampedri still trying to apply the pressure to Pippo in front. But that's a wide moment for the 179 and may open up the door for the BMW to sneak on through in the 85 car, squeezing a little bit on the exit. Oh, he's got to give him a bit more room than that. Almost managing almost leading to contact there. I think a smidge of contact there was, but thankfully not enough to cause too much in the way of issues. Angelina Stroza continuing to apply the pressure to Marco Wong on board the rear diffuser now of the car that sat in a pretty lonely P4 for a long time in this race, and there's the moment that opens up the door for Inestrosa. Does it? He's respected the space, and the rain has just hit, and the rain does look like it's actually going to pick up fairly quickly as well. Inestrosa can't do anything. What about Giovanni Pippo versus Zampedri trying to come back? Jonas Coesfeld immediately responding to the rain and diving into the pits and wasting no time at all. Got to be careful though not to do that too soon. Out of these two cars, fair, still out on circuit they remain, and I think, based on the lessons that, I imagine a lot of drivers would have witnessed what happened to Shizou earlier on in the race, and they'll use that as a lesson. You see this often in motorsport. You let someone else, particularly if you've got a lot more on the line, you let someone else that is willing to take that gamble. And and unfortunately sometimes it doesn't work very well, but you let them take that gamble, and then you review the results, and then you use that for your own kind of findings and ideas for then how you should go about strategizing your race. And you'd have to think that based on what happened to the Shizou GT Omega team, that these drivers or these teams are going to be very aware of not pitting too early in response to the rain. So for those that don't know, you can tell what tyres these cars are on if they have a black sidewall. That means they are on wet tyres, and if they have a yellow sidewall, then they are on dries. And not the easiest to sometimes deduce some of that, particularly in these sort of low light conditions. I think because I'm fairly confident all these guys are going to be on dry tyres, unless they took a really big gamble and sort of much earlier than would have anticipated. So it looks like everyone's on the black sidewalls at the moment, but I don't believe that's the case, considering that we've got sort of several drivers pitting. I think you can just about see a tiny little yellow highlight on the side of Inestrosa's car. Gert Fischer bringing out the white flag for a moment, so maybe just a bit of a mistake on the run-up in towards turn 10, wide for Inestrosa as he continues to try to apply the pressure to Marco Wong's got a little bit of traffic in the form of the Petrol Brothers Mercedes. And there you go. There was a little bit of hesitation there, wasn't there, with Inestrosa as to whether or not he was committing to coming into the pits. There you go, a lot more visible now. So you can see the yellow sidewalls of the Pirelli logos on the 296 Ferrari for Yas Heat. Also the likes of Leon Seeley, who I believe will now handing over to Chris Sever in the SOP Esports car, as we did have Simon Bauer in from that team for an interview earlier on. And yes, and they were hoping for dry running until the end, and unfortunately that's not quite what they've ended up with in all of that. Giovanni Pippo still applying the pressure on to there's a yellow flag. I think that's just for caution around that SOP car that's just come out of the pit lane. There's the leaderboard jumping around a little bit as Giovanni Pippo has lost a bit of time. I think has been overtaken by the Visceral Esports number 44 car. Car that tends to perform quite well in the wet weather conditions, or particularly in the transition style conditions. That kind of that Jensen Button territory that we were talking to Ben Langford earlier about. That is where the Ferrari often tends to shine. The BMW really struggling to get the nose tucked in. And I think let's dive into the pits alongside the Visceral Esports Ferrari, absolutely nose to tail. Also the likes of Pippo coming in as well, and there's also your race leader, crucially for the number 5 car of Williams Esports coming into the pits with a fantastic camera angle of the track for some reason once they parked up. And then all emerging out of the pits. Now, damp is the track surface. Not the coolest of not the hottest temperatures either, so I imagine it will get wet pretty quickly. As a yellow flag out for someone, I think that might just be about cars emerging from the pits. It is. I imagine there'll be a few yellow flags appearing in just a moment, but rain increasing over the next 10 minutes, and 30 minutes we will have heavy rain by the looks of it. Not quite on the way to flooded conditions just yet, but still something to watch for. Also, so Christopher did get into the number 100 SOP Esports BMW in the end. In the Williams Esports car, the number 5, looks like it is still Dennis Schoeniger for that team. Gert Fischer has stayed in the actual facts. We won't know until we've left the pits, I don't think. Malinowski in for Veloce Esports. Wong still in the 33 car. Samir Fock now in the Yas Heat 296 Ferrari. And Marco Wong still in the pits. So Samir Fock going to blast his way through the Latvian driver in towards P4 then. So very nicely worked out for them, and Marco Wong still in the pits. So this is an awfully long pit stop there for the car that was running in P4, and I'm not entirely sure why. Unless they left a swapping of the brakes until later on in the race. I haven't seen a penalty come up for the number 33 car for them to serve at this point in the race, and I'll double check the pit wall if I can. They've just got going again, but yeah, massively long time. Same for Gert Fischer as well. Malinowski is still right through the final sector now. I have to see whereabouts Gert Fischer emerges when he leaves the pits, but some of these stops feel awfully long. They do tend to feel like you're there kind of forever anyway. Finally gets going again. Here comes Malinowski now on his way out of the final corner. Gert Fischer in that number 1 BMW, very near the end of the pit lane, so will definitely come out in front of the Veloce Esports 75 Porsche then. But I'm fairly confident that gap has come down. That is down to just a matter of, say, about 8.5 seconds now. That gap seems to have stabilised. So, yeah, and then you can see there's the Veloce Esports Porsche in the background. So, battles heating up for the podium positions now between Malinowski and Fischer. And both of the West Competition racing cars losing out during that pit stop. I wonder if both teams decided to not change the brakes earlier on in the race, and then found themselves kind of in a position where they had no choice to, and then all of a sudden, I mean, they'll have very fresh brakes, I suppose, for the last stint. Maybe they thought they could make them work in the dry, in the wet, maybe different story. I suppose a bit more reliance on those, also maybe not ideal conditions to try to maintain the temperature and everything in those. So, yeah, a little bit of an odd one. There must be said, but one way or another, West Competition Racing losing a chunk of time. Though that being said, if anyone can recover it, be this man here. Put it on pole by it was 0.2 of a second clear of the rest of the field Friday evening. And I think also a recent official recruit as well for BMW Esports, I think, if I remember rightly, for Sebastian Apostle. So the number 1 car, arguably in the safest hand possible, trying to re-establish that gap between themselves and Malinowski. But I would think that the Porsche would actually be pretty handy in these wet weather conditions, and of course they've put in their wet weather specialist in the 75 car. Malinowski, I mean, he's absolutely rapid in any condition, in more or less any car you put him in, but he has been a weapon in the Porsche for many, many months now, if not realistically years, here on ACC. There's not many people that can drive that car as fast as that man, and now they've put him in charge of that car. I'll have to see what he can do. Gap that is closing down a bit. Jan Drexler versus Leitonen, the battle for P20 heating up. But I think it may be time for a little bit of a Moser cockpit cam, and I think let's go on board Malinowski, who has got some work to do to close down that gap to the BMW of Sebastian Apostle. Has taken 8/10 out on the last lap, but we won't get much of a representation until Apostle has established a bit more of a consistent couple of laps. Once those tires peak, you can already hear those puddles are starting to develop on the back straight, and yeah, that's always a tricky one. But I think Veloce, as you see, fighting the wheel through, and I think taking a bit too much speed there. Weather Master getting a bit caught out on the entry, pushing hard in these transitional style conditions. Early upshift, you can hear it, really fighting the wheel, trying to dance his car around, and very characteristic of Malinowski's driving style. It is kind of very stabby. It reminds me of I think Lance Stroll in Formula One, which I know some people who perhaps have strong opinions over drivers in Formula One may consider that to be an insult to Malinowski. But all I mean is that if you watch an onboard of Lance Stroll, he very much kind of puts in a series of inputs, series of consecutive inputs to the wheel. It's very reactive, the way that he drives. You kind of got two different styles. You've got the one input where it's quite a confident input, where it's a case of, you're very much directing the car to do this, and you may see a bit of correction sort of on the exit, something like that, but kind of that's the way. It's a very much an instruction to the car. Whereas you watch someone like Lance Stroll, and it's almost a negotiation with the way in which he makes his way around corners, where kind of he'll give the car a bit of input, and depending on how it responds, that'll tell him what his next bit of input's going to be. And it's like a constant series of samples of how much grip has he got to work with, and and then does that throughout the space of an entire corner, and easily will have 8 to 10 different steering angles kind of being applied in the process, but it makes his way through very quickly. And Malinowski has that kind of resemblance in his driving style. Also, just a note of why he may be purposely running through some of those puddles, particularly in this phase of the race. Whilst the rain is taking a bit of time to come down, they'll be wanting to preserve their tyres, and keeping them cool is very much crucial to doing that. So they'll be looking to kind of try and make use of that. You can hear him really playing with the gears as well, trying to eke out every bit of rotation that he possibly can. And at times almost actually showing a little bit of also to Stroll's teammate now, Fernando Alonso, who had a very unique driving style during the mid-2000s, during his championship-winning years in Formula One, where he kind of he really sort of forced the front tyres to kind of almost force so much steering lock that the car would actually start to understeer, and it was a very unique style, which is arguably or part of his championship winning years is attributed to that unique driving style. And sometimes in the mid apex of the corner, you can see that when the car doesn't quite respond in the way that that Malinowski wants, and that he kind of seems to want a little less rotation from the car, that rather than actually taking the steering lock off, sometimes he seems to wind it on a bit. It was particularly evident when he went through turn 11. We'll have to see if we can get a view of that again, because I don't think the next series of corners particularly do it justice. So you can sort of see it a little bit there. It's just kind of, he's really sort of very much on the edge there, kind of how much he can get away with, and still squarely on the exit there, and a fantastic onboard thing to choose at this time, even having quite the time wrestling the car through turn 7 there. An easy corner in a race trim in the dry, but make your way over to the wet conditions like this. We'll just stay on board for a couple more corners, trying to see turn 10 and 11 once more. But Malinowski, 0.6 of a second faster than Apostle last time around. We'll have to see if the advantage is maintained as he fare in towards turn 10 this time. Seemed a little bit more composed. He looked like he felt more confident in how back of the car was going to behave. And then once he gets to the mid part of this corner, there we go. It's that extra kind of lock that is applied in the mid part of that corner. Then very quickly, kind of once that rotation starts to kick in, and he starts adding the rotation from the throttles of he's rather than kind of try to pull the front of the car around, he's now asking the back of the car to do that rotation for him. You know, then he's able to wind it off again and kind of sort of take off a bit of that. So it's a very interesting kind of driving style. Like I say, it's very, you know, it feels very much like it resembles the likes of Lance Stroll and even a bit of Fernando in that times as well. So a great series of onboards. Sebastian Apostle, 202.210, actually matching the previous time from Malinowski, but then Malinowski just a tenth and a bit slower last time around, so pretty even between those two drivers. Gap between them 7 seconds. Closest gap on circuit at the moment is that between Leitonen and Jan Drexler in the number 50 car, currently sitting in 21st position, trying to make their way in towards 20th place as Florian Duacop brings out a white flag for a moment, maybe a little bit of a difficult entry into tentacles. Some of these white flags that do appear will be a little bit on the misrepresentative side, shall we say, as the white flag, obviously, for a slow-moving vehicle, it tends to take a measure of the sort of the I think the fastest pace of the of that particular car. And obviously these guys have been running around in the dry for quite a while, so when they slow down considerably more than they had on previous occasions into a corner, the game ends up registering that as they have slowed down more than expected. So that is why we have quite the cluster of white flags appearing at times. See, the rain still is going to develop into heavy rain in 10 minutes, and it's getting even worse at the end of 30 minutes as Tim Rule comes into the pit. Now, was that for a drive-through penalty? We'll try to see. It was. So the Lightspeed number 76 car clearing a drive-through penalty. Also, the 48 car took one as well. That belonged to Yeet Esports down in 27th place. And then also I think the 49 car. I think that is Burst Esports, who are still running around. I think 3 laps down on the leaders, a lap behind anyone else. Burst Esports, for those that do not know, coming over, I think, predominantly from R Factor 2. Michi Hoyer, well known in the R Factor 2 community. I think arguably the biggest R Factor 2 streamer as well. And a big supporter, especially over LFM's integration of R Factor 2 into their system. Partnered up with the likes of Jone Simoncic, a driver that I'm aware of, also very talented on R Factor 2 as well. And they're giving ACC a crack here in the Virtual Endurance Masters. And, you know, it's a very, very different kettle of fish. And also going to show, you know, when we're discussing kind of some of the differences between sims early on, you know, Michi Hoyer, fantastically talented driver, same for Simoncic, but really struggling today in ACC. So may take a bit more time to find their pace, but I'm sure that they will get up to speed in due course. We'll have a bit of a run through a bit of background on them very shortly. Just want to check in on how Drexler is getting on versus the Wild Things racing car of Leitonen, and still remaining behind for the time being. So, in which case we'll hang around, keeping an eye on that battle, and yeah, we will have a bit of a rundown of some of the Burst Esports background information. So, the team was established in January of 2018. 12 drivers in the roster, and class themselves as a privateer team, competing against some of the very highest and biggest organisations in sim racing esports. Was a Le Mans Virtual Series race winner, and also top 4 in that respective championship. And all of these drivers cumulatively contributing to the setup development of their car, the number 49 Porsche, for today that they are representing, and in this championship general, and each putting in about 150 laps each for a race. So big dedication to all of this. Both Michi and Yone of 30 years of age. With I'm not sure about the rest of the roster, I'm afraid, but so definitely kind of a lot of experience in the cockpit of that car, and yeah, it's talking a little bit kind of like about how you get forced in certain habits. These guys top level on things like R Factor 2, and it's very different how it drives on ACC. I mean, it's almost probably the polar opposite to some extent, as ACC, like I say, inherently understeery, R Factor 2 completely the other way around. So it takes quite a bit of adapting to in all that. Jan Drexler still stuck behind Leighton in all of that, and yeah, so fantastic, fantastic to find a bit more out about these guys. Michi going all the way back to R Factor 1 in 2005 with a very early Logitech racing setup, and has only 130 hours on ACC. So when we compare that to originally Christian Romano's slight miscalculation early on of 2,500 hours when he was reading out some of the information from certain drivers, may have been slightly misrepresentative, but 2,500 hours for some of these guys. Compare that to Michi Hoyer, 130. So he's looking at about more or less about 5% of the level of driving experience on ACC. Than some of the drivers we have. You compare that to someone like Samir Foku, I believe has just thousands upon thousands of hours on ACC. So it is a steep learning curve, and it's amazing kind of how much you can always develop what you know, and even if you are extremely talented and quick, Burst Esports as a roster is a well-known competitive name amongst other sims, that it can still take quite a number of hours to develop the confidence and understanding when you translate over to something like this for the first time. Battle heating up further down the order. All of a sudden, Alessio Mellis versus Storkbecker for TSR, as I've just realised the team names weren't on. Apologies for that. I'm not sure when that happened. And Mellis going very wide for the Porsche Spinara team on the exit turn left, and carrying a great deal of momentum though on the exit of that, somehow retains a position, which is quite a surprise, and manages to take that away from the Audi. Meanwhile, another scrap that is heating up is Simone Lezzi versus Jonas van Droyten, who had that very unfortunate heavy impact earlier on in the race on the exit of turn 10. There wasn't the first, and certainly I don't imagine will be the last, with the increasing amounts of rain on the way. But I think more concerningly for the 977 car at the moment, that the BMW of Simone Lezzi closing in now, heading towards that inside line, and I don't think there's particularly going to be anything that the number 85, that the number 977 is going to be able to do about the straight line speed of that 85. I've been impressed at the Porsche straight line speed, particularly for Veloce and the K Kramer Racing team, but still, in the grand scheme of things, just not really on the level of what the BMWs and cars like the Ferraris, the Lamborghinis have been capable of today. This Esports into the pits, so we'll see if that's for a drive-through or not, as TMMS Performance still applying the pressure to Wild Things Racing, the battle inside of the top 20, and that does look to be a drive-through for the number 44 car, so unfortunate stuff for them. Yellow flag as well for, oh dear, that's Varignolo. So what has happened there for the Shizou GTO Mega car? Coming through turn 2 there, all is well as it currently stands. and then making his way towards turn 3. Oh dear, huge lockup under brake. That just completely gave way underneath the Italian, and that's really nothing that he could do about that whatsoever. So yeah, unfortunate stuff for Varanello, as the Shizou GT Megas Team Day goes from bad to worse, as not hanging around. I think that was the 22 car of Von Kalben and the Lucha Motorsport Esport team, making their way on by. Jan Drexler dropping back now to 1.7 seconds behind Leighton. Van Droyden still staying within touching distance of the 85 car of Simone Lezzi, but there's a brief yellow flag for the 41. That was for Manos Gerardis. Can't see anything too concerning in all of that. Maybe a little bit of a wide moment on the exit of turn 10, as meanwhile Simone Lezzi and Van Droyten come through that part of the circuit with the K Kramer Racing Esports Porsche still in hot pursuit of the M4, which looks to have a bit of understeer in towards that tricky off-camber left-hander. We heard Jack Canan talking about how difficult that corner is in these wet weather conditions, and it very much is is one that's it's a horrible, awkward corner trying to go past. Primary Racing going into the pits now, and that may also be a drive-through, possibly right in front of Van Droyten and Simone Lezzi. And just to double check, and it was a drive-through both for Visceral Esports and Prime E Racing then, unfortunately for those guys. And Jonas Van Droyten still trying to stay within touching distance of the BMW in front. Also, just notably, once again, I said he was going to be quick. Jade Hutchinson, fastest car on circuit right now, 2:02.9 last time around, and sort of anywhere between, so around 0.2 of a second faster than anyone else. Malinowski, Samir Fock, Sebastian Apostle, that's awkward for the number 38 car. Marco Wong has made a mistake. Let's see if we can catch what happened there to the West Competition Racing team then. This is the second car, currently down in P5 after we don't really know what went wrong. During the last series of pit stops, they were in the pits for a remarkably long time. We assume it might be for a brake replacement, and just completely losing the back of the car, and then gets a tank slapper the other way. Just about manages to gather that one all back up again, as a number 44 car now brings out the yellow flag. That's Visceral Esports once more, and it's all kicking off as they've just allowed a couple of cars that are having their own scrap by looks of it, although I'm not sure it's entirely for position. Meanwhile, Van Droyten still applying the pressure to Simone Lezzi. So drivers seemingly struggling a little bit in these conditions as they kind of make their way through into this part of the race. And rain still continuing to be on the way. Meanwhile, TMS Performance, the closest they have been in a long time, and maybe this is the time for the move to be done. And a little bit of a flick over to the left-hand side to open up the corner of turn 10, and they finally make their way up into P20. Leighton just about staying within track limits there. And the Finnish driver then will drop Wild Things Racing down to 21st position, with Jan Drexler, the German, taking TMS Performance inside of that top 20. So still battles raging on, even at this late stage in the race. Whilst things, I think, briefly may have settled down, let's have a bit of a run-through of our current order. So Dennis Schoeniger in the number 5 Williams Esports car, still leading the way very comfortably, 103 0.4 seconds to Sebastian Apostle, the #1 West Competition racing car, starting on pole. I do just need to very briefly head back to Jonas van Druyten, though, who after losing the position to Simone Lesy in these increasingly wet conditions, has found a bit of extra pace. Side by side, Visual Esports bring out the yellow flag again. Van Druyten trying to go around the outside, can't make it happen. Not sure what happened to Visual Esports. I think may have to wait potentially for a bit of an opportunity later on until the 977 can apply the pressure once again. Malinowski is comfortably in a third position, but reeling in Apostle. 6 seconds now the gap between Veloce and West Competition Racing. Samir Fock, the sister team, of course, Yassit to Veloce in P4. Fantastic stuff from them today to get themselves into that position. I imagine that Jardier, when he does wake up, that he will be very pleased to see that they've gained another position whilst he was asleep. Marco Wong, who we saw having that mistake not too long ago in P5 for the second West Competition racing car. Last round's winners, the 52 Pulse Sim Sport car in P6. Jade Hutchinson travelling very quickly at the moment in the Jean Lacey Esports Lamborghini as they look to try to make a final charge up towards the front of the field in that number 38 car. Jason Kellaway in the Vason Motorsports Aston Martin, I think still the biggest mover on the grid in P8. Lucas Schubert in the Xenon Racing Mercedes. Great effort from them to sit P9 in that car. SOP Esports with Christopher behind the wheel, also travelling extremely quick. The secret weapon of SOP, and is starting to try to close in on Luca, and just under 10 seconds the gap, and 1.1 seconds quicker last time around. And Chris really pushing on at the moment. So great stuff from him on the last few laps, trying to make wonders happen for that team. Robin Schaefer, oh, that was a moment for the TF racing car. I think that is Gerardis, Manos Gerardis in the 41 car at the moment, having a bit of an issue, and then getting tucked right in behind the number 44 Visual Esports in the hand of Barrera at the moment. Nazarov in P12 with Tim Rule in P13 for Lightspeed in the 76 car. Then we have the Italian job team currently sitting in P14 with Jan Gutzlaff for Home of Sim Racing Esports in the 222, rounding out the top 15. Simone Lesy in Team Racing Point in the number 85 up into P16, with Jonas van Druyten now having dropped a little bit away from the 85 car, and sits K Kramer Racing Esports in P17. I think that was John Dalton's pick for today as the potential race winner. It's not looking likely, as again another mistake from Gerardis on the run in towards turn 1, and perhaps will actually be under a little bit of pressure to be shortly dispatched, I imagine, from the BMW of Barrera. Excuse me, not Barrera, Simone Lesy. Then Florian Duakop in 18th place for the Unicorns of Love Cross Pulse Sim Sport car with that split livery. Matteo Naldi not too far away in the BF Racing Aston Martin, making their way past the number 81 Jardier Community Team car, Creme de la Course. Jan Drexler rounds out the top 20 after making his way past Wild Things Racing not too long ago. As the first steward inquiry in a while, an incident between the F1 Memes Racing Team and SimRC Endurance on lap 465. Turn 10 is now under investigation. And to give an idea, that was around 46 laps ago. So that's so the stewards have a little bit of catching up to do over the next couple of hours, I imagine. But we haven't had too much in the way of incidents, in fairness. So maybe not a great deal in all of that. Estefano Barrera for Visceral Esports, sitting in 22nd. Jan-Erik Tugel for Primary Racing Mercedes in 23rd. Kevin Wren for GPR Esports. There's a yellow flag flashed up for Florian Duakop very briefly, but I think all is well. Kevin Wren for GPR Esports, the 111 car in 24th place. There's Creme de la Course with Christian Hoffman in 25th. Maximilian Prahl in the 199 car in 26th place. Flirting a little bit with the track limits there for SG Stern. Tobias Prang, the Yeet Esports car, currently being overtaken by TMMS Performance. Alessio Mellis for Porsche Malala is in 28th, with Henrik Stortebecker, the 777 car, sitting in 29th, not too far behind. Jamie Luca von Kalben for Lucia Motorsport Esport Team, the number 22 car, rounding out top 30. Amir Sebarov as Tim Peachman brings out the yellow flag. Oh, that's scary. Oh, I don't think anyone knows what got the entry towards turn 1 there. I'm not sure anyone could actually make out where the braking point was, because I think Peachman wasn't quite sure if they were going to dive towards the inside, and they weren't sure if they were going to leave him space. So awkward stuff there. Kevin Porvitt in the 256 low-fuel Motorsport Ferrari in 32nd place. Toby Lang for the Petrol Brothers Mercedes team in 33rd. Federico Varignolo in the Shazoo GT Omega Ferrari, the 211 car, in 34th. Manos Gerardis, the 41 TF Racing car, has had a bit of a wayward time over the last few laps. Is in 35th position, with Martin Seidel in the 47 car in 36th place for Yeet Esports. Tim Peachman, that we just saw not too long ago, in the 71. Rem Welton having a bit of a difficult day, I think, with some hardware issues. And I think, unfortunately for Tim Peachman, so good that he has seemingly got it sorted in the end, though, if do believe. Is there a battle for position going on? It's not. Although we did bring out a yellow flag for just a moment, still getting very busy between the Unicorns of Love Cross Pulse Sim Sports team, and I think that's the 121 car of Armin Ontario Racing, and also last but not least, the Burst Esport cars currently in the hands of Vito Race in the 49 car. And that is your current running order at the moment. As there you go, there's your decision, and it's a 10-second time penalty for the SimRC Endurance team for that instance with the F1 Memes Racing team. And that will not help them whatsoever, as Leitonen still in hot pursuit, as yellow flag for Yeet Esports a moment ago, but I think all is well with those guys, and I think with having gone through the running order there, I think I shall leave you all for a moment with Tobias. With Leitonen, the number 26 car, as he continues to try to pursue the TMMS Performance racing car, as we dip under 7 hours left to go in this 24-hour race. And I will take just a short break to regather myself ever so slightly, resupply on some nutrients just for 5 minutes or so, and then we will be straight back into the action, because look at those weather forecasts. Rain is increasing, rain is on the way, and we know what that means. It means drama, it means chaos, and it means entertainment for us. Maybe terrifying for the drivers, but definitely entertainment for us. So do stick around, and I will be back with you shortly in about 5 minutes time. So do not go anywhere, and look forward to seeing all of you in just a few minutes then. And welcome back then. Apologies, it's like kind of coordination issue there with that. So I saw exciting things going on, and I couldn't help but direct the broadcast to make sure that it could be covered for you guys, and then ended up focusing so much on the replay, completely mistimed the countdown. So apologies for everybody, but we are back then. 6 hours and 50 minutes or so left on the clock to go. My name is John Watts, and I will still be taking you through for the next 3 hours or so solo, and then we'll be joined by the likes of Kevin Galvin, and then the final few hours of the race will be taken to the end by Christian Romano and Kevin Galvin, but we'll be looking to stick with just me for the time being. And thank you, everybody, as we kind of start to enter the early hours of the morning, 20 to 6 here in my time, and and a lot of you have kept me company during the night. So thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for all of the support on the stream so far today. We close in on the final quarter of the race. During the night, we passed 400 followers on the Twitch channel, which is just fantastic. So thank you so much for all of that, and looking forward to seeing what the rest of this race has to come, because the rain is still increasing. And Yeet Esports bringing out the yellow flag. Who was that? Was that the... I didn't quite manage to catch them in time, I don't think, with that one, unfortunately. So have to see if I can gather that from elsewhere, if I can. Leighton still hasn't let go, particularly of the fight with Jan Drexler. So those two still in fairly close proximity to one another. And those currently the closest cars on the field, though I imagine Chris Evert still closing in towards Lucas Schubert. 1.1 seconds gained on the last lap for the American driver over the 54 German in the Mercedes up ahead in P9. Maciej Malinowski continuing to take out. Oh dear, that's a mistake from Chris Evert, just as I was saying that, and a very cautious shortcut taken across the track there, making sure not to gain any time, and unfortunately that will certainly compromise his efforts to hunt down us. So I better point the cameras away from the SOP Esports car to make sure I don't cause any more issues for them in that. I've already cursed the weather conditions for them in the interview, so we'll stay away from SOP for a little bit. I'm sure they'll understand. So Malinowski, like I say, hunting down Sebastian Apostel in the lead West competition racing car in the battle for P2. 5.5 seconds the gap there. Like I say, Chris Evert looking to close down the gap still to Lucas Schubert in the battle for P9. Also relatively close still, Jonas van Druyten and Simone Leslie, but Leslie pulling away from the German driver. And let's see, we've got Maximilian Prahl in the 199 SG Stern Mercedes. He was almost 3/4 of a second faster than Christopher Hoffman, who is 9 seconds up the road, so potentially a gap that is likely to close over the upcoming laps. There's a few drivers bringing out white flags for a brief moment. Someone bringing out a yellow flag, though, is Dmitry Nazarov. So let's see what happened there to Dmitry then, as we go for a glorious replay, making his way through the opening sector then. No issues in that part of the circuit. And you see that kangarooing rear of the Ferrari, and is it going to be, we saw this with one of the Ferraris early on, just completely whipping around. I think it was the Shazoo GTO Mega car, if I remember correctly, who has had quite a torrid time today, it must be said. But yeah, the car just completely letting go underneath the 121 Armamentario car then, but managing to gather up, staying out of the wall. Obviously the kind of the beauty of having the large runoff 256 car has brought out the yellow flag, and I think that was for a relatively substantial moment on the glorious replay, and was just behind Marco Wong in the 33 car. And coming into turn 11 and carrying way too much speed. That's almost felt actually a little bit Charles Leclerc-esque, not just because it was a Ferrari spinning off at that turn, but very much the same way in which the Ferrari Formula 1 driver ends up making that mistake. And the number 1 West Competition racing car in the hands of Sebastian Apostel going past in that. Marcel Stanger coming into the pits for Pole Simsport, so we'll see whether or not this is for a pit stop or if this is for a penalty of any kind. It's I'm not entirely sure whereabouts their pit box is, but I have to say it's not looking good yet, and that looks to be a drive-through penalty. And I'll tell you what it's done, it's allowed Jade Hutchinson in the Lamborghini to get the Jean Alesi Esports car all the way back into P6. Still a solid 37 seconds behind Marco Wong, so still a lot of work to be done. Also, Lucas Schubert now coming into the pits. That promotes the SOP Esports car into P9. We'll see whether or not for the 54 car, and it's looking to be the same. So another drive-through penalty striking in the closing stages of the race. Both SOP and Jean Alesi Esports benefiting in that, as coming up behind the 255 car, and that is for position as well. That is Robin Schaefer that is right now behind Lucas Schubert in what is the battle for P10. So the LFM car has been running around on the tail end of that group for quite a while. Now find themselves potentially in a position to challenge. Meanwhile, while things racing have closed up to the back of TMMS Performance again. They're running a little bit wide. Got to be careful, slippery on the paint on the outside. Although we did see Malowski really playing with the track width earlier. Although then again, his whole driving style is kind of sort of a very unique and exploratory kind of approach through most of these turns, and rather niche, I think, also to the Porsche. Now they've got that car set up for today, but later then in the 26 car has just got the race leader just up behind him, the number 5 car. Meanwhile, we're going to go back though to this scrap that suddenly emerged as a result of Schubert's and the Xenon Racing team's recently acquired drive-through penalty that has allowed Robin Schaefer in this 255 car. Robin Schaefer, very experienced driver on the LFM platform, now looking to put all of that into effect. I'll tell you what, let's go for an onboard with the 255 car and see what it is like in these increasingly wet conditions, as he looks to try to hunt down Lucas Schubert in the 54 Mercedes just in front of him. See all of the spray being kicked up over the bonnet and onto the windscreen of the 255 Ferrari. Looking to the inside, just showing that he's there. Just also trying to put off the Mercedes. You see how much more cautious they are, though, under brakes, as you would typically expect in these conditions. A bit wide on the exit for Schubert, neater and tidier, but not too much gained for the Ferrari. But we do know that the Ferraris typically have had very good straight line speed, particularly relative to the Mercedes, almost crawling through here. It feels like the Mercedes are very uncomfortable in these conditions. Doesn't feel like a particularly. It felt like with the language that the Ferrari has through that series of corners, it just felt like they could go a little bit quicker. 4/10 a gap then, as they are on to this back straight, and the 255 gaining in the slipstream. It will ramp up really quickly at the end, because as this Ferrari continues to accelerate, and there you go, as they make their way towards a turn 10 there, and using all of that overspeed to his advantage. And I think by the time they get to the turn, and the move has already been done by Robin Schaefer, who makes their way in towards the top 10, and Lucas Joubert dropping down to P11 in the number 54 Mercedes. And it'll be difficult for him, I think, to recover some of that time. The Mercedes just not working very well, and the rain's still continuing to increase. It's definitely on the heavy side already, and finally, for the first time in a long time, the track temperature is increasing in temperature. That being how the the English vocabulary works, so we are starting to get some warmer conditions as we get later into the morning, which would typically help the track dry out. But with the increasing rainfall, I think that is very much. I think the phrase that Kevin Galvin used earlier, meteorologically impossible. I shouldn't have chosen such a long word, having done so many hours in the booth. But Lucas Joubert already dropping down to a second away from Robin Schaefer then, who finds their way into the top 10. Meanwhile, Maciej Malinowski, gap has kind of plateaued around 5 seconds between himself and Sebastian Apostel. And as he looks to still try to apply some pressure in these closing stages of the race. Say closing stages, still of course 6.5 hours left to go, as he tries to hunt down some of these cars for P2. It's TMS Performance. Oh dear, something's kicked off, and Wild Things Racing to an abrupt halt as well. There's John and Lacey Esports making their way on through, so we will try to go to a replay. Here we go then. And what has happened here? Because they're not that close to one another, and it's a moment initially on the exit of turn 10, and then I've got a horrible feeling they get it all wrong mid-corner. I think Wild Things Racing is just going to appear on the scene, and they just, they couldn't pick a side. And that's no one's fault there, really, I don't think. Quite clearly, Jan Drexler held the brakes and did exactly what he should have done there. Wild Things Racing, unfortunately, just completely T-boning the number 50 car of TMS Performance. And their fight resumes, but with a chunk of damage on either side. The only advantage is I think the number 50 would come off a little bit better, although saying that, the front end of that BMW has looked better in the past. He had a flag briefly, and definitely for an instant. So as the rain is increasing, several cars having some issues now in the field, as Tobias Prang as well. For Yeet Esports has brought out yellow flags, so we'll try to catch what happened to them in just a moment. This is Amir Seberov in the number 98 F1 Memes Racing team car. Is it going to be that deadly curb again? Oh, and fired off in completely the opposite direction to where I thought we were going to end up. But consequences still just as bad, unfortunately, for the number 98 car. And like I say, we will try to head on board. Oh, it's all kicking off now. I was trying. There we go. There's the recovering. I've completely messed up the transitions here. Apologies, everybody. We only caught the end moment of what happened to Tobias Prang. Someone else fell off the circuit in the middle of all of that, and I've already lost track of who that was, I'm afraid. But Severov in the process of all of that, as Prang brings out another yellow flag, not that we can see at the moment, because we are stuck in replay mode. And we'll head back to live pictures now. There's Seberov coming out of the pits, and maybe for a drive-through penalty, as and he's just exiting the pit lane now. And Tobias Prang, I don't think had the cleanest or easiest of laps last time round. Malinowski bringing the gap down to P2 to just under 5 seconds, and continuing his charge to try and reel in that P2 car, and doing a good job, of course. Sebastian Apostel, the fastest driver in the West Competition Racing team, and Malinowski's, Veloce Esports still very well equipped with the likes of Luke Whitehead and George Boothby, who may well have the advantage over some of the other drivers in the number 1 car. Have to wait and see. Two very, very well-equipped rosters, and West Competition Racing haven't proven themselves time and time again to be formidable threats in ACC in recent competitions. So it's going to be a good tussle between the number 1 and number 75 car. Meanwhile, TMS Performance, after the incident where they went around and got clattered by the Wild Things racing car, that they can see just ahead of them as somebody's gone around. That's the number 41 car. That's the TF Racing Porsche once again. That's on the exit of turn 11, I do believe, but I'm not going to be able to catch it, I don't think, because Jan Drexler is making the move over into that position. We will try to grab the incident with Manos Gerardis if I can. And there it is. Oh, and a very quick tank slapper that's completely whipped around over on the Greek driver there, catching him off guard. And yeah, I mean, we were talking about some of the team lineups earlier on in this race. This was, you know, this was one that I brought up. You know, a pretty well-known group of drivers in this TF Racing team, and as Stortebecker brings out a brief yellow flag. I don't think anything too severe there. But the only thing that surprised me was that, you know, having seen them a lot in some other leagues and also some of their drivers, for example, in the LFM Pro Series, and, you know, all of that, that they, you know, they often seem to take cars like the BMW. We've seen that the BMWs have been quite widely selected by a lot of drivers in this championship, so proven or somewhat reliably likely to be competitive over the course of this season, judged at least by some of the other teams. So I would have thought they would have gone with that car, but I think they're placing a lot of dependence on the Porsche 992 that we should be getting next week with the update on the 19th of April, so on Wednesday, placing a lot of hope on how that car is going to perform and to see them kind of get advantage there. But the, you know, at least the current generation of Porsche 991 that they are working with at the moment, not really working for them, it seems. Number 98 car, Saberov, seems to have had a little bit of an off once again, and I have a horrible feeling it's going to be on the same part of the circuit as well. So a difficult time at the moment for the Ferrari driver, who is still struggling somewhat. Alessio Mellis has brought out the yellow flag. Now I have to see if we can catch on board, and again just completely fired off. And this is what they're all complaining with the Ferrari, and this time, oh, that's a heavy, heavy impact there, and not what he would have wanted whatsoever. We'll also see if we can catch, same thing for the Porsche Spinala team, similar part of the circuit. Not sure if something happened to them here, and I think in this case, in actual fact, maybe just a little bit on the cautious side for the overlay, and perhaps triggered by backing off to allow the Pulse Simsport car through on the inside. The 52 car currently driven by Marcel Stanger in P7 then. So thankfully for Alessio, no issues as such to report for the Porsche Spinala team, at least at this point, as Savarov goes into the pits. Has a couple of goes at trying to find his pit box, but does eventually make his way in, and will be looking by the looks of it to take his pit stop. Also looking at the rain as it stands, still continuing to increase over the next 10 minutes or so, and then heavy rain maintained at least for 30 minutes from now. So it took a while until the rain came back. We went through a pretty dry portion for a long period of the race, but it did eventually make its way back. Things kicking off between Prime E Racing and in the hands of Jan-Erik Tugel, and also the Visceral Esports 44 car driven by Estefano Barrera. Great exit for the Mercedes. They're looking very comfortable in these conditions compared to the Ferrari, sending one up the inside at turn 3. We've seen this as a quite common spot, and it's resulted in contact on this time around. And disaster then. Oh, now it's the K Kramer Racing esports car getting caught up in all of that as well. So let's go back to a replay on that and see what happened there. So we're going to go on board the rear diffuser to start with. You see Ferrari loses a bit of momentum on the exit there. Here comes Jan-Erik Tugel, sends one up the inside, and as they get to the apex of the corner, sends it around there, and then stuck in the middle of the apex, and then clattered by the K Kramer Racing esports car that just could not quite work out where to go. Unfortunately, in that moment, it's so, you know, it's so much easier said than done when you look back on an incident, and particularly, you know, when you're 6.5 hours left to go in this race, and he will definitely be kicking himself for the choice he made there, similar to, I'm sure, Wild Things Racing, of course, when I think it was Jan Drexler that was stranded across the circuit. Kevin Wren coming out of the pit lane, just yellow flags, giving me a slight scare for a moment, as who is that applying pressure to one of the Petrol Brothers Mercedes. Do believe that's not for position, although flashing of the lights to kindly ask Kevin to escort himself out of the way of the path of the Mercedes, who I think is a bit further down the order. If I'm not mistaken, yet Petrol Brothers down in 32nd place, so I don't think Kevin Wren is particularly going to be getting out of the way any time soon. Meanwhile, at the front, still easy management of the race lead for Dennis Schoeniger, and Sebastian Apostle managing to maintain the gap at around 5 seconds, back and forth from time to time to Malinowski. And those top three all lapping in the low 204s, not matched until Jade Hutchinson, who's 35 seconds away from Marco Wong, which was 6.5 hours left on the clock, gaining 1.1 seconds a lap at the moment, as that could potentially see him climb up to P5. Some things kicked off potentially. Nope, just emerging from the pit lane, I do believe. And it'd be interesting to see what they do in terms of strategy, some of these drivers at this point in the race, because evidently the rain is sticking around. We're starting to reach the next series of pit stops by the looks of it. We've got a few more cars coming into the pits, but I think they'll be very much committing to, you know, wet weather, wet tyres, and kind of can be fairly confident. I think for the next stint, at least the vast majority of it will be in the wet. Whether or not we start to move over though to dry conditions, I am not too sure. Meanwhile, Alessio Mellis for the Porsche Banala team comes into the pits and drops down the order accordingly. Let's have a look at what's our smallest gap on circuit. Malinowski just about 5 seconds behind oh, there we go. Maximilian Prahl in the SG Stern car, only 3/4 of a second behind Christopher Hoffman in the Creme de la Course. 1 second a lap faster last time around. So I tell you what, let's take an opportunity to go for a Moser cockpit cam and see what it's like on board the Mercedes in these increasing wet conditions as he tries to make a move on the 81 car. And I'm going to be horribly disappointed if either of them end up going into the pits in the next loop around. We'll see if we can get a full lap of onboard hot pursuit between these cars. And the answer is that we will. How exciting. So, Maximilian Prahl then in the 199 SG Stern car, trying to chase down Christopher Hoffman in the Creme de la Course car, the number 81, as cars emerging out of the pits there and getting well out of the way. That was, I think, one of the Mercedes didn't quite catch who. That was difficult to see through the torrential spray that's being kicked up by the M4 in front of the 199 Mercedes that we are on board with. If you look close enough on the rear bumper, you might just about be able to see John Deere Community on the rear bumper with all of that. I think that was quite a fun livery those guys have put together on the 81 car. Sort of collection of ice cream cones, amongst other things. Like I think there's a bunch of minions to represent all of Jardier's mods on the roof, but unfortunately, all of those graphics, as lovely as they may be, don't seem to be helping them to fight off the Mercedes of Maximilian Brawl, who is steaming on by as they head up towards turn 10, and I think the SG Stern car will have the move done and dusted with as they head into turn 10, and very much does keep that one under control, and we'll move up into 23rd position. And to see some yellow flags kicking off elsewhere. Christopher now in the pits. I think he was doing a double stint, if I remember rightly, from Simon Bauer, who we had in the comms box earlier on for an interview, who was very kind to keep me company a little bit during some of the peak graveyard shift hours. Hutchinson going for a double stint as well as he re-emerges out of the pits in 7th place then. The Canadian driver, a recent acquisition to the Jean Alesi esports team. Seeing, unfortunately, we don't have any background on the Italian team. Christopher has just emerged out of the pit, so he is continuing on, as is the likes of, who did I just see emerging further down? I've lost them now. That's rather disappointing. But I think the likes of Michael Reslinger for Home Sim Racing Esports in the 222 has just emerged in P16. Something's kicking off further up. Jason Kellaway, who was lapping pretty nicely and quickly over majority of that stint, comes into the pits now. Unicorns of Love car brings out yellow flag, not for a spin this time, for emerging out of the pits. I imagine maybe same story for BF Racing. Matteo Naldi, the Frenchman, in the 27 car, and looking to carry over what I think has generally been a pretty good performance from them during the race later on into this, as Prahl dropping a couple of positions there after making his pit stop for the SG Stern team. Gap was closing down. Matthias Hladky closing in on Thomas Ehrentraut, who we did see earlier getting out the way of one of the cars we were riding on board with in towards turn 1. I recognise the Mercedes now, but right now Hladky in the 211 Ferrari, definitely the faster of the two, and I don't think it's going to be all too long until the 211 has made their way past the 147. The Ferrari has been quick at times, so they should be quicker in this phase of the race, at least based off what Yas Heat's general summary of that car was, and they were looking forward to these rainy conditions. You see the number 1 car just pulling off into the pits there. Also Wild Thing Racing, I think, in there as well. Team Shazoo GT Omega, though, looking right, looking left towards the inside line, but can't find the room to open up a gap in towards turn 1 then, so it may all come down to a drag race down the back straight, because it's not the best of exits for the Ferrari. There's more yellow flags, there's various cars emerging from the pit lane, as just also want to double check. So Malowski in the final sector, there's Sebastian Possel, and brief yellow flag. Oh, that was someone, one of the ET Sports BMWs. Brief yellow flag, yellow flag, that's the one. Yellow flag for our race leader, but I think maybe just a little bit overly sensitive. But we'll go back in on this scrap between the Mercedes of the 147 Petrol Brothers team car versus Matthias Hladky in the Shazoo GT Omega, and they, I think, are going to easily breeze on by in all of that. And I think whereabouts is that 1 second. That's down to turn 1 and 2. So I think that was just them emerging from the pit lane. Tobias Prang, though, yellow flag briefly brought out, but I think all is well. Also did see one for the 296 car of Inestrosa. So I think just the puddle or something on the entries to that corner being a little bit trigger happy on some of the yellow flags in the service. So nothing too much to worry about there. There's Tim Peachman bringing out the yellow flag. He's entered the pit lane, but definitely a safe part of the circuit. I don't think it should be causing too much in the way of danger to anybody else. As in about 20 minutes time, we'll be heading into the final 6 hours of this race. The final 25% of this one. And in about 2.5 hours time, we'll be joined by Kevin Galvin, and then seeing you through to 10 o'clock, where I will then head off, and Christian Romano will then come back to the commentary booth, and alongside Kevin, we'll see you through to the end of the race. But right now, with these tricky wet weather conditions that have spawned in the last kind of hour or so of the race, giving us quite an interesting scrap. And also, crucially, just to keep you guys posted, Maciej Malinowski, gap now to P2, 2.7 seconds. So definitely has gained during the course of his last couple of stints of the wet weather master for the Veloce Esports lineup, living up to expectation, and in the process applying the pressure to the number 1 car, still in the hands of Sebastian Apostel. Meanwhile, we are looking at the scrap with the yellow flag brought out by Marvin Tiebken, who's gone off exploring. The flashing of the lights there. So, what happened to Marvin Tiebken there? That's the Armamentario car. And I have a horrible feeling about this. So flashing of the lights there from... is that Armamentario? No, it's not. Sorry, that's the F1 Memes Racing car. F1 Memes Racing team. And on the entry, a little bit of wheel banging there, and then sent off the circuit. And that was the reason for the flashing of the lights. Meanwhile, when we switch back, we need to tune in with the scrap between Maximilian Prahl and the BMW, now the 111 of Jürgen Teufel for the GSE Racing, GPR esports team, but losing out to Maximilian Prahl in the process of that. Meanwhile, another one heating up, Brurier Major for the Porsche Spinala team. Brief yellow flag for Sebastian Apostel, but I think that was just that part of the circuit again. I have to look at the lap times though when they next come around. 206.1 for your race leader, so not the greatest pace last time, but could have been some traffic. They've got time in hand. They have a 100-second lead over the rest of the field, so I don't think too much to worry about in that regard. 41 cars brought out a yellow flag. We'll just try to see what is going on with them, and I think that could very well just be the normal flashes that seem to be popping up at the moment on the overlay. Brurier Major, you can see, doesn't quite have the straight line speed of the 22 Lucia Motorsport car up in front of him. As they bounce all over those cones, and every time I see a Ferrari going that far wide, I get a little bit nervous from what I saw earlier on. Brurier Major trying to find a way up the inside, but can't quite do so. GT Sports bringing out a yellow flag for just a moment, and that's not looking particularly promising, and managing to, I think, make a fairly safe rejoin in the end, I do believe. Let's see what happened then to Alexander Mikkelsen in what is the 47 Yeet Esports car, as he comes through in towards turn 10. So he gets a tank slapper and just never quite brings it under control, and unfortunately then swings it back the other way. And then you're going to see I think that was the car driven by Simone Lessie earlier on. I'm trying to see who that is piloted by now. Can't quite work out which number it is, I'm afraid. As Mitch Hobbs brings out a yellow flag. Oh dear. That looked like a bit of a scary moment. And I'll tell you what, this is an interesting situation. So, this is P2. And this is P3. However, the car that you may spot that lies between the pair of them is Mitch Hobbs, who also is a West Competition racing driver. And I'm sure, you know, I'm sure he will be fair. He will conduct himself in a very professional manner. But equally, at the same time, I don't imagine that he's going to very willingly get out of the way of the Veloce East Wales car, although taking quite a wide entry in towards the penultimate turn. So that may happen inherently. The gap between Malinowski and Apostle, 2.5 seconds. Actually, lap time was slightly in favour of Apostle last time round, so could be, of course, might have got slipstream down the back straight from his teammate. Meanwhile, Malinowski's caught up at a very awkward point on the circuit and is now trying to make their way through. And there we go. Will actually, Mitch Hobbs very respectfully backs off there and will play no further involvement in all of that and allows Massier to get back onto concentrating, although Sebastian Apostle's negotiating his own issues because that is the GPR racing team car. As I think Bergkamp and Jürgen Teufel, that is these cars that have swapped positions then. So let's see if we can catch what happened there. Oh dear, there's the issue. Big slide. And we've seen that with some of the Ferraris. When we were talking to Simon Bauer earlier on, that it does seem that the very rearward biased brake, very rearward brake bias that a lot of these guys are running to try to get that rotation on the rather boaty style of BMW. But the consequence is that it's making life in certain braking zones a little bit on the tricky side. I'll tell you what though, things aren't still not being helped by some of these guys. Sebastian and Apostle finally making their way past the number 81 car. Now the question is how quickly can Malinowski get past these two, because GPR and Frank Bergkamp for the number 81 Creme de la Course team are still fighting with one another. Our closest fight on circuit, I think, pretty much followed up, or is the filling of the sandwich of our second closest fight on circuit between Veloce and the lead number 1 West Competition racing car for the battle of P2. Malinowski gaining under braking then, but seemingly not able to quite sustain enough pressure, and but then is going to be allowed through by the 111. So that will free Frank Bergkamp for a little while to crack on. But yeah, Malinowski gained half a second last time round and was extremely quick. And again, only Hutchinson and Christopher, Robin Schaefer, and also Alexander Shichinov. A few of the only other drivers to be lapping in the 204s, but Hutchinson, Sever and Schaefer in particular, very quick lap times from each of those drivers. And if they keep up that sort of level of pace, they could continue to sort of do some reeling in of some of those around. Gap between Malinowski and Apostle has opened up by a couple of tenths of a second now. Meanwhile, gaps further down the order. Jürgen Teufel still 1.7 seconds now behind Frank Bergkamp, courtesy of kind of these two being divvied up with Maciej Malinowski and Sebastian Apostle making their way through. We've got Brouet Major, who is in the Porsche Spinal team, number 15 team, trying to close down on the number 22 Lucia Motorsports Ferrari, but has been unsuccessful in doing so far. 1.5 seconds the gap between those two, as a yellow flag for the 41 car. It's the TF Racing Porsche once again. I think maybe just allowing a car to get past them, but I don't believe anything more severe than that. Gap between Malinowski and Sebastian Apostle as well. Back down to 2 seconds, so a couple of tenths taken out by Malinowski. Although back up to 2.2 immediately as I say that. So still going a little bit back and forth for some of those scraps for position. And things in a pretty steady state at the moment. So I think that what we will do, seeing as we've entered a relatively kind of stable portion of the race, so if you are joining us in the early hours of this morning, it's around 6:20 for me, as Tobias Prang brought out a very brief yellow flag. I think that's again the game being a little bit on the sensitive side. We will have a quick look through the overall highlights of the race when we approach the night portion, to bring you up to speed on some of the action that we have had. So let's have a bit of a look with everything that has gone on during that portion of the race. So all the way from the race start to what we had going on now. Apologies, I've hit all of the wrong buttons at my end there. So I think that should all be working now. So we had a pretty clean but also equally intense start at the front of the field, with Williams Esports and John Lacey Esports managing to scythe their way past cars in the opening portions of the race, and that allowed Williams to really establish themselves in the lead, and they never really looked back. John Lacey, though, had some slight teething issues. See Yassit and Shazoo GTO Omega, the first of many instances for GTO Omega that wasn't the greatest of time for them. Here was the John Lacey Esports car making their way past the #1 West Competition Racing, but as we know, that's changed a bit later on. And then we had the likes of the 222 versus the Armamentario car. Whilst things racing, this three-way tussle that had the Ren Wilson, Prime E Racing, and Zeno Racing, with Zeno Racing making contact with the Wild Racing BMW, pirouetting through the first phase of rain in the race, with several BMWs suffering, the 81, the 100, and I think also multiple other victims as well. Close stuff on the exit of the pit lane. And as it all got very busy, with the 255 LFM car being hunted down by Prime E Racing, as the number 26 Wild Things Racing was also firmly locked in amongst that battle as well, though making mistakes and having to cut the course in the process, allowing the LFM car to blast its own way on by. As on our live pictures, I think maybe a slight issue for Jürgen Teufel, but on our highlights, see, it was rainy for a long old time, and as a result, when we had scraps between GPR and also TMMS Performance, it ended in a little bit of tears, with the 111 being sent to the outside of the track. 256 car alongside the TF Racing Porsche. That was big incidents with the 777 Audi that unusually was sent sideways on this Mistral Straight. In your live pictures, you can see Hladky and Saberov going side by side. Mega punt from the number 77, unfortunately, to the back of the 179. Live pictures, Hladky has just made his way past Amir Saberov. And then tricky stuff again in the rain. TF Racing. Excuse me, no, that's the Team 1 FF car, the 144, big save to keep it out of the wall. Meanwhile, Visceral Esports who had a bit of a torrid day on several occasions, managing to have some highlighting moments of some nice overtakes. Wild Things Racing, though, getting it all wrong on the Yeet Sports car, almost running straight into the side, as we know later on in the night. Unfortunately, that 26 car victim of ending up in a collision with TMS Performance in the same corner. There was Visceral Esports having continued shenanigans, and Yeet Esports as well, down towards turn 3 in a little bit of trouble as well, trying to negotiate the wet circuit. I think this was the Burst Esport car. Contact on the entry, fired hard into the wall, and that was really what put pay to their race after what was already a fairly difficult start. And then we had Xenon Racing versus the 85 car, belonging to the likes of Simone Lezzi. GPR also involved there as well, I think, in a scrap with the 76. And then this was the Aston Martin absolutely sending it down the inside of GPR, who got absolutely clattered on the apex there. Visceral Esports Day continuing to not be the best. And then same with big moments like that for the SG Stern car. Primary Racing Mercedes battling alongside Shazoo GTO Mega with, I think, one of the LFM cars in hot pursuit behind, with all these sorts of scrap kicking off. The 22 car of Lucha Esports hanging around the outside. An unfortunate contact into the door of the Mercedes there. This was the Lamborghini absolutely rocketing its way past the K Kramer Racing Esports car, and just simply could not do anything about that straight line speed performance. 81, the Creme de la Course car, having a scrap with the likes of the Aston Martin, piloted by Oliver Huell. And then we had the Pulse Unicorns of Love Cross Pulse Sim Sport, the number 9 car for GSE Racing by ACI, going around almost collecting drivers in the process. Visceral Esports having a little bit of a tough time once more. Williams Esports had their mirrors full of Paul Spinala and also TF Racing, who have had quite a tough time as well at their end. Further contact again for Visceral Esports, not the day that they were wanting or hoping for by any stretch of the imagination. Got going again though, as kudos to them for pursuing it. We can see the different angles of that, sliding on that inside apex. The Aston Martin also, meanwhile, in your live pictures, you can see Estefano Pereira in that Visceral Esports Ferrari, are currently under pressure from Maximilian Prahl in the 199 SG Stern Mercedes. Meanwhile, back to the highlights. Visceral Esports making use of their straight line speed to make up some overtakes. And start finish straight at Visceral Esports, sent around again in the live pictures there. And SG Stern, I think, may have been responsible for that one. And Visceral Esports Day just goes from bad to worse. And that is very unfortunate there. In actual fact, they... no, I thought that perhaps SG Stern were going to wait for Visceral Esports, but it looks like they may just take the penalty, which they may very well end up getting after that. So, unfortunate stuff there. LFM versus the Italian job on the run in towards the first turn. There, a little bit of wheel banging, but nothing too severe. And managing to keep it all together. And then Rem Wilson trying to make their way past. They've had a bit of a torrid time ever since then, with what we believe to be some form of hardware issues in the night, but was involved in quite a scrap for a while. And here we have Visceral Esports versus TMMS Performance, and in that fight using the Ferrari straight line speed to their advantage to get that one done. So when the car was working, it was working well. Oh dear, as Tobias Prang has firmly found the barrier in the live pictures on the outside. Meanwhile, in the highlights, to see Visceral Esports dropping the ball, unfortunately, and losing the position shortly after taking that one, as Tobias Prang has got going. A very weird part of the circuit to end up losing it there. I'm not sure we're going to quite be able to see what happened to the number 48 car, unfortunately. We continue looking at the other highlights into the night, with cars absolutely nose to tail down the back straight, heading in towards turn 10, which was a constant overtaking opportunity throughout. That a penalty has just come through for Prime E Racing, number 77, for an incident involving Visceral Esports on lap 520 at turn 3. So 10-second time penalty for the number 77. Tobias Branger has got going again in all of that. Meanwhile, Simone Lessi on his fellow Italian of Michele Romano, in towards turn 3, applying the pressure now to the 179 car, and still trying to find a way past, but as of right now, unable to do so. Stay on board looking at this fight for the moment, because it's looking like it could get pretty interesting as a flashing of the lights there from the BMW. I don't think anything particularly poor has been done so far by either of these cars, but scrapping continuing to take place, and easily blasting on by the 179 Honda on the run into the turn 10 right-hander then. Constant opportunities, and also rain is easing off over the course of the next 30 minutes. It's still going to be raining, but it is at least going to be reducing somewhat for these guys, and there will be some people cheering that forecast. There'll be some that are hoping that it stays like this as long as possible. We do know that, for example, the Yas Heat crew were pretty happy with the idea of running in the wet. Meanwhile, the likes of the SOP Esports guys a lot more comfortable in the dry conditions. Meanwhile, somebody that does seem to be loving the wet weather conditions is Maciej Malinowski, who's taken another half a second and a big slide from the Veloce Esports car. It was a big slide as well from Sebastian Apostel in the number 1 car up in front, but the gap now hovering back and forth around the 2-second mark. Gained half a second, like I say, on the last lap for Malinowski, and he's just been slowly chipping away at this battle. And when these drivers are inevitably swapped out at some point in the near future, as I have actually just noticed that not a lot of it's too important, but Botnar in the number 5 Williams Esports car has lost about 5 seconds of his lead. It was over 100 seconds at one point, and he has lost a bit of that, so but maybe just taking life a bit cautiously, although again, yeah, a second slower than Apostel and Malinowski last time around. 2:03s from those drivers, with Maciej setting the fastest lap in this wet weather stint, as a yellow flag a moment ago for Inestrosa, but nothing too severe. Let's look at the dynamic in the lap time for Malinowski and Apostel then. Let's see, closing in the opening phase of the lap, and then down this back straight, of course, going to be when the BMW is able to kind of start stretching its legs somewhat. A bit much better straight line speed, obviously, we've seen time and time again for the BMWs today. But Malinowski doing his utmost to keep the Veloce Esports car in close competition. I'm going to take a short break, as I need to refresh my voice a little bit so I can keep on going for the next couple of hours, until I am joined by Kevin Galvin, as we saw the SG Stern Mercedes heading off in the background. So I should leave you looking at Malinowski as he continues to make his charge towards a potential P2 finish for the Veloce Esports team. How happy would they be to get the Porsche in the top 2 positions? I'm sure they'd be absolutely delighted with that one, especially with the tricky race it's been for everyone today. So do not go anywhere. I'll be back in just a few minutes' time then, and we will see what the rest of this race has in store as we look to enter the final 6 hours, the final 25% of this race. And I'll be back with you in just a few moments. So don't go anywhere. It's still got so much drama, so much action, and so much stuff to look forward to. But I'll catch you just in a few minutes' time then. Good morning to all of you that may be joining as we continue on in this 24-hour race. The final 6 hours of this one left to go. As left you on board or looking at Malinowski as he continues trying to hunt down the very distinctive purple #1 West competition racing car of Sebastian Apostel for P2. And he's done a fantastic job to bring down that gap from around around it was about 8 seconds at one point. He's just chipped away at it bit by bit over the course of this. In the wet weather, I think, particularly helping out the portion. He'll be looking to try to make some inroads and ideally overtake the #1 BMW before that range starts to deplete from the circuit. Meanwhile, yellow flag out for Florian Duakop. I think that is from emerging out of the pits, and a little bit complicated to perhaps negotiate for the #1 car as they make their way to it. That'll be a little bit of traffic for them to negotiate. Hello to all of those in the chat. Thank you for joining me, and all of those. I think we had around sort of 40 to 45 of you sort of hardcore viewers during the graveyard shift. We are now into the early hours of Sunday morning, at least from where I am. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you may be joining us from. My name is John Watts, and I am rather at the sort of approaching the tail end of what has been quite a heavy and a long stint in the commentary box today. That was sort of doing the broadcast for the opening 6 hours behind the scenes, whilst some of my fellow commentators took care of bringing the action to life, and then hopped back into sort of more natural territory for myself, and actually getting behind the microphone from about 10:30 to now 6:30, and I will be with you all the way up until the final couple of hours of the race. In 2 hours' time, Kevin Galvin will be rejoining the comms box, and will be joining me to see what's. It's been a while since Kevin has been in the comms box for this race, and a lot has happened. And you know, we went through quite a long phase of the race where we didn't have any dry weather. Oh, big moment for Malinowski. Oh, that could have been game over, and he just about manages to keep it all together. But I tell you what, if that's and he comes into the pits, he doesn't want any more to do with driving the Porsches. It's let go on him once, and that's it. Nothing more to be said. I'm sure that was perhaps maybe a bit more timed pit stop than that. But let's get an onboard of he makes his way into his penultimate corner, and the back of the car just starts to slide. And there you go, full opposite lock. Very similar. If anyone has seen the onboard from, I think it's Colton Herter at Indianapolis, I think either sometime last year or the year before. Was that a drive-through penalty? I have a horrible feeling. Yes, it was a drive-through penalty. So not only did he have the big tank slapper moment, but drive-through penalty for the number 75, and also the number 4 car. That the reason why they emerged out of the pits is they had a drive-through as well. So what was a fantastically developing hot pursuit of a P2 battle, unfortunately comes unstuck. And of course, 5 3/4 hours left to go in this one, and quite clearly, not only does that leave opportunity open for sort of many instants to develop and stuff like that, but West Competition Racing could easily get their own drive-through of sorts for track limits, and end up finding themselves right immediately back into the clutches of the Veloce Esports car. So I have to see how it progresses, but a little bit of disappointment on our side as that battle was heating up very, very nicely indeed. But thankfully for the Veloce Esports car, didn't lose it entirely. It was looking pretty dangerous at one point. Next closest gap on circuit is the Wild Things Racing to TMS Performance team again. But last time around, Teamken 203.8. 203.8 is very much in line with some of the pace at the pointier end of the grid. Maybe courtesy of some fresh tyres or something like that, but still very quick. And a personal best for Marvin Tiepken and the number 50 TMMS performance team. And I think I probably didn't need to explain the hours that I've been doing in the comms box. I think that's becoming self-evident. So I'm trying to make my way through remaining bits of commentary. But Sodacat still applying the pressure. Yellow flag for a moment for the Xenon Racing team car. But seemingly keeping it all together. And in actual fact, a team that's really pushing along again. Axel Ramone, who we were talking about earlier on, did seem to be the sort of the stronger driver in this BF Racing lineup. He's back in the Aston Martin now, and also look at that, dry in 30 minutes, or at least no rain in 30 minutes. Doesn't necessarily mean dry, but it means at least no more rain will be hitting the tarmac in about 30 minutes time there. So that'll be very interesting to see how they work that into their strategy. I imagine that teams will look to go for either an early pit stop now, or maybe kind of around 15 minutes or so time, and go for quite a short stint on the wet tyres and then head onto the dries, or they'll just try to make it stretch on the wets for now and then go over to slick tyres at not ideally the actual transition point, but just whatever ends up working with the stint time, because sometimes that can be as much of a pivotal factor in the end. So we'll have to see how that all plays out. But Ramone, 202.9, that is a stellar lap time from the number 27 car. Sebastian Apostle, 202.6 from him. So excellent lap from the number 1 car, and your pole sitter, who's found themselves firmly consolidated to second position now, courtesy of the number 5 Williams Esports car that seems to have had Max Voltner in for most of the night and early morning shift, who's done a stellar job of remaining consistent and out of trouble in that car. I'm sure his teammates will be very pleased with how he has done in that car. I think a fairly recent addition to the roster. So great stuff from him, and yeah, with Malinowski getting that drive-through penalty, 30 seconds now the gap to the second place car. I'll tell you what though, the Audi that just made its way through, that was the TSR Racing car. You see, that's put the 179 Honda under a little bit of extra pressure now, the Italian job car, because that is battling for position with Ramone, who didn't need to show much of their nose for the 179 to get a little bit spooked, trying to still fight it out on the exit there. But I think opening up the door as much as they did, Romano will have maybe given up all of the track that they needed to allow this very hard charging 27 car to make their way through. And the 16th place now occupied by BF Racing. That's a little bit of a response from Michele Romano towards turn 1. I don't think they'll fight it too hard, though. I think ultimately the pace is clearly in favour of BF Racing right now, who still do a 204.0 despite that overtake. So just going to show the level of pace that they have right now. Malinowski, 202.627, so slightly improving by 0.03 of a second over what was the fastest time so far in these conditions from Sebastian Apostle, who lost about half a second on the last lap, but quite clearly, with that drive-through cushion now in place, nothing's going to be worrying him too much. Patrick Sodacat coming under increasing pressure from... excuse me. I was looking at the wrong side of the delta there. It's Marvin Tiepken that's coming under increasing pressure from Patrick Sodacat, who's found a bit of pace and now lapping in the 203s, gained half a second on the last lap, and seems to be gaining a bit through turn 11 as well. So maybe a little bit of a drop-off for the TMMS performance car, as that got a bit awkward with the 71, and it's further down the order. There we go. With Tim Peachman, who I think has ever so slightly spoiled the big party there, as number 26 car did end up having to get out of the way for Peachman, who was desperately trying to help recover the Rem Welson Esports CNC 202.8. Good pace in that Ferrari, but just an absolutely torrid day. I think hardware issues striking these guys, also some incidents on circuit as well. See, even with that overtake, 202.7, and track clearly drying out. Is definitely getting faster at this point in the race, and not necessarily too surprising. Track temperature is increasing, and the rainfall is somewhat starting to withdraw. 10 minutes time will continue to be lessening off, and in less than 30 minutes it will stop raining completely. Will likely take a bit longer to dry out entirely, but is at least en route to going into a drier phase of the race, and potentially will be some of the conditions that we see in the closing stages of the race. Been very intermittent, up and down for the 24 hours of Paul Ricard. We were very back and forth early on in going between dry and rain, and then we had a pretty long dry stint during the night. Then this rain has probably been around longer than some of the other phases of the races. Yellow flag for the number 50 car, that is Tiepken, and the result, possibly with some contact with the Rem Welson Esports car, is allowing Patrick Sodergat in the Wild Things Racing team to make their way through. And I think potentially the SG Stern car, that's who go through as well. So let's see if we can catch what happened there. And side by side it was. Any contact? Yeah, there was a little bit on the entry, and unfortunately that momentum loss just allowed Patrick Sodercat to come through. Says thank you very much, and makes his way up into 20th position, with the number 50 car having to concede, although immediately back on the attack and on the gearbox of the number 26 Wild Things Racing team. So it is not over and done with just yet. Tiepken back down the inside at the very first turn, but I tell you what, could be a bit of an overlap from Sodercat. We've seen it time and time again in this portion of the circuit. Not the greatest of exit, but it's a pretty good one. Will have to look towards that outside line if he wants to make the move stick, but he can't. In actual fact, he's going to wait. He's going to play the patience game and look for an opportunity on the back straight in close proximity. He needs still a good run through this next part of the circuit. Wants to carry momentum. It's trickier than it looks in this part of the in these conditions to make that one stick, and will be hooked into the toe. That's the company of one of the Mercedes just behind, but the BMW reeling in the number 50 of Tiepken as they make their way down the straight. Just need to check in as Frank Bergkamp has made his way past Jürgen Teufel, as for Sodercat versus Tiepken, as in actual fact the Mercedes of as the 54 car in the hands of, who is in the 54? I have come across that car before. I'm just having a bit of a brain meltdown. Who has been in the 54? Felix Brudin in the 54, of course, for Xenon Racing, currently in P11, and almost inside of that top 10, so generally good stuff from them. I think still your biggest mover in the field as of right now is the Weissem Motorsport Aston Martin, currently sitting in P8. Started, I think, in 21st position on the grid, if memory serves correct. And doing a fantastic job. Meanwhile, the Jürgen Teufel, no, excuse me, which the Wild Things racing car of the 26, which I now can no longer find on my overlay. Patrick Sodercat was being put under pressure from the number 85 car, of course, not for position, but consequently losing a bit more time to the TMMS team, currently driven by Marvin Tiepken, that recovered that position after that rather unfortunate contact with the Ren Welton car. GPR Esports also looking to apply some pressure to Frank Burkamp, see if he can reclaim that position. Tufel, after the German driver made their way past down the start-finish straight not too long ago, and still taking a while for this rain to ease off, it must be said, but still definitely making its way in towards kind of slowly but surely dry conditions territory. Flash of yellow flag for a couple of drivers as they make their way through turn 10. The overlay just getting a little bit on the spooked side in all of that. And there's a big dive, and it's a bit too much of a dive from the 85 car. A little bit of contact between Simone Lezi and Marvin Tiepken, which allows the Wild Things Racing 26 car of Patrick Sodercat to start getting back involved with this one. Again, yellow flag for the 47 car. That is Alexander Mikkelsen. Has he managed to kept it out of the wall there? I'm not sure. Let's have a look. Quite an unusual entry in towards turn 10 there. And seemingly all is well here, but quite odd lines from the ET Sports car, and then just catches the paint on the outside. Awkward for the 27 BF Racing car, and I think manages to get underway again without any further contact. But Mikkelsen not looking the most comfortable, it must be said, in that car. That it looked like a couple of very cautious entries through turns 10 and 11. So tricky from his side of things, but hopefully that he'll be able to continue on, get into a little bit of a groove, and get underway once more. So I shall just need to coordinate a little bit of a thing in the background. I will point the cameras though at Patrick Sodercat for a moment as he continues to try to close back in onto TMMS performance. But as of right now, is not quite able to do anything about regaining that position into the top 20 over the number 50 car currently in the hands of Tiepken. Next closest fight on circuit, got Jaid Hutchinson. I'll tell you what, Jaid Hutchinson 201.9. The man just keeps on pushing on. Maciej Malinowski, oh, this is confusing. Maciej Malinowski, 201.7. Just behind him is in P3 and is absolutely flying as well. So the Porsche and the Lamborghini really hooking up in these wet weather conditions. In fact, these sort of transitioning conditions, in fairness, as the track is definitely getting faster. But yeah, the Lamborghini and the Porsche behaving very nicely overall at the moment. And Hutchinson, I think when he first got in the car, there was about a 30-second gap between him and the car ahead. That's now come down to 8.5. So amazing stuff from the Canadian driver to reel that one in. Instead, he's a pretty special driver in the cockpit of that Lamborghini, and certainly putting that all into work and practice. Gaps opening up between Frank Burkamp and Jürgen Tufel in the scrap for 24th position. Just having a look about what fights may start to emerge in the upcoming laps. We've got 777 of the in 29th place of Nico Schatska versus Moritz Kuma in the number 22 in 30th position, and currently 0.4 of a second gained a lap at the moment. It's not the greatest of margins, but if he keeps that up, may be able to make his way through over the next few laps. But a lot of drivers at the moment. Simone Leslie, great lap from him, 201.9 on the last run around. Oh, and that's awkward. And Massier clipping the back there of the GPR esports car. We'll try to catch a replay of that one. We'll go on board with Massier here, trying not to lose time, already feeling the repercussions of the drive-through penalty that they acquired early on, that sort of put pay to that fight for P2 that was really nicely building up, and just late on the brakes here, and oh, you could see he was trying to back out of it, but just too late. Damage was already done, and at that point, nothing that either one of them could really do in that. I did also see a flash of the yellow flag for Tony Richter, but I think it's at that part of the circuit again, so I think that's just sort of the standard flash of kind of alerts right now for the dangers of entering turn 10 at speed in these tricky wet weather conditions. Fastest car on circuit, I do believe last time around, was Sebastian Apostle, very closely followed by Christopher and Robin Schaefer, both in the 201.7s themselves. So was Simone Leslie, and yeah, fantastic laps from these guys. And Sebastian Apostle keeping up the pace on a 201.762 once more, and 7/10 of a second faster than Von Aert again. You know, gap now to the leader is 88 seconds. Still a massive margin, and Williams Esports really do not have a great deal to worry about as it currently stands. But must be said that whilst Von Aert has been very composed and consistent during the night stint, that the likes of Malinowski and Apostle have seemingly, you know, had that kind of just that extra. You know, we were talking about kind of a bit earlier in terms of how you set up your cars and things like that. You know, what it is to have that extra 5% you can kind of dig into and find in terms of performance. And you know, it just seems that those guys have had that, but in the end, when you combine that with you know, drive-throughs and things like that, Williams have just sailed off into the distance. So yeah, great stint so far still from your race leader, and not particularly too much close happening in terms of battles right now. So I have a little bit of a run through of the current order with 5.5 hours left on the clock to go. So Max Montney for Williams Esports in the number 5 car. They have not looked back, having made their way into that first place position. Fantastic stuff from then. Sebastian Apostle having consolidated that P2 spot for the time being, slowly but surely really in Williams Esports, but a lot of work left to do in the next 5.5 hours if he is to cover some more of that ground. Maciej Malinowski drive-through penalty took him out of the fight for P2, and also that little bit of contact with GPR Esports may end up being looked into, and I'm not sure he will come out favourably, or Veloce Esports will come out favourably in that, but they sit in P3 for the time being. Angelina Stroza 41 seconds behind their sister team, as the number 41 is going very slowly. That's the TF Racing car, and just a little bit further up in front of the Yassi car that we were looking at, and we'll try to catch what happened there. And making their way, it looks like they're in pretty much isolation. It was Konstantinos Kontoja in the 41, and a big slide and a big tank slapper all the way to the left-hand side of the circuit. Thankfully, though, manages to gather it all up. I imagine those tyres are going to be pretty unhappy on in the remainder of this stint. Very easy to overcook them. That would have certainly had quite the effect on that. In actual fact, immediately coming into the pits in potentially in response to that instance. So going back to the order run through, we then have Mitch Hobbs, the Australian, in the number 33 car for the Second West Competition Racing BMW. then Jade Hutchinson as the incident between the 111 and the Veloce Esports car now under investigation. No surprise there, as in actual fact Massier trying to negotiate his way past the Petrol Brothers, the 147 Mercedes on the back straight. I think we'll do with it. But yes, Jade Hutchinson, man on the move during this stint, and closing in on Mitch Hobbs and West Competition Racing as they try to get their Jean Lacey Esports Lamborghini back up into the top 5. Some part of the order that has eluded them for the quite a few hours now, but despite showing some fantastic pace early on in the race. Marcel Stanger for Pole Sim Sports currently sitting in P7, your race winners from round 1. Currently quite in a bit of isolation in P7 at the moment, but still opportunities for things to happen later on in the race. Milton Steeler Vasson in the 962 Aston Martin for Vasson Motorsports. And I think your biggest mover on the grid, currently, if I'm right in that analysis, then they will be the recipients of €100 of additional prize money, which is very exciting for them. Robin Schaefer for the lead LFM team. I think a couple of these Ferraris in the field. The 255 car currently sitting in 9th place, with Christopher, the secret weapon of the 100 SOP Esports Racing team, started in P4 and haven't had the ideal race that they would have wanted, but has done a good job to just slowly but surely bring them back into competition. 20 seconds away from Robin Schaefer, so still work to do, but good stuff from them. Felix Brudern in the Xenon Racing Mercedes finds themselves in P11, with Frederick Gutman in the Lightspeed 76 car. And there we go, 10-second time penalty for the Veloce Esports car, and unfortunately I'm not surprised there in the slightest. That was it was an unfortunate incident. You could really see frankly, you could see the panic in the steering wheel. I know it's sometimes hard to tell with Malinowski's driving style in in how, like I said, when we were looking at it in close detail earlier, sort of how stabby some of the inputs are, particularly in these wet weather conditions. But you really could get the sense of just desperately trying to pull the car up before the apex and just trying to keep it out of the side of the GPR Esports BMW, but just unfortunately just a smidge too much speed carried, and as is the way ACC. So when we were talking about some of the issues with this sim earlier, the other thing is netcode as well. It's for the contact model between cars is often a little bit on the exaggerated side. So what was a pretty minor touch on the back left corner of the GPR Esports BMW ended up translating, combined, especially in the wet weather conditions, translated to quite a spin there. So unfortunate stuff there for Veloce, but I think that has to be taken on the chin, unfortunately, for them. Alexander Shichinov for the Armamentario 121 car in P13. Michael Resslinger, the 222 Aston Martin, home Sim Racing Esports team, sitting in P14, with Simone Alesi, who's travelling very well at the moment, 201.5 for them now. Fantastic laps from them. In the 85 team racing point car, sitting in P15. Axel Ramone in the 27 BF racing car sits in P16. Michele Romano in the 179 Italian job car sits in P17, with Florian Duakop in the Unicorns of Love Cross Pole Sim Sport team car, as Home Sim Racing make their way into the pits. And that's going to be a very interesting call for how they look to play that one. P18 for the number 4 Ferrari. Titus Conrad in 977 K Kramer Racing Esports car sits in 19th place. Marvin Tiepken in the number 50 TMMS Performance BMW. That's obviously the thing that's going to get me in these final few hours of my stint in the commentary booth. But rounds out the top 20 positions. Patrick Sodercat in the 26 Wild Things Racing car sits in 21st. Tony Richter for Prime E Racing, the number 77, sits in 22nd position, with not too far adrift Maximilian Prahl, who's been gaining about second a lap as it has stood over the last few. So that could be a battle heating up in the near future, with Frank Bergkamp a further 23 seconds behind in 24th place in the number 81 car with Jürgen Teufel, as we saw the Jean Lacy Esports car making their way into the pits. And Jürgen Teufel in the 1111 GPR Esports car that was unfortunately sent around by Veloce not too long ago in 25th position. Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez for Visceral Esports, the number 44, sits in 26th position, with Tobias Prang in the 48 Esports car, currently sitting in 27th. Nico Schatzka in the 777 Audi sits in 28th position, with Moritz Kuma, the Latvian driver, I believe, sits in the 29th spot. Number 22 car for Lucia Motorsport. Rio Major rounds out the top 30 for the Porsche Manara team, confusingly in the Ferrari. In the number 15 car, Andre Pengel, who I believe may have just served a drive-through penalty. Let me just check. And drive-through cleared. Drive-through cleared for the 41 car and also the 44. So the 44 that's the Visceral Esports team, and TF Racing is the 41. But that must have been a pit stop then for Andre Pengel. In the other LFM Ferrari with 256, Matthias Hladke in the 32 car has just exited the pits there from the Shazoo GT Omega's pit stop and sits in 32nd position. Amir Sabarov for the F1 Memes Rating team sits in 33rd position. Thomas Aaron Trout for the 147 Petrol Brothers Mercedes sits in 34th, with the likes of Konstantinos I can't see the Contagianis, my original ACC TV overlay or timing board that you can't quite see on your screen. Unfortunately, cut off the end of Konstantinos' name, and I didn't actually quite catch it the first time, so I didn't pronounce his name correctly. The first time I didn't have a much better attempt. The first 3 times, in actual fact, in the end of that. But they sit in 35th position. May have just swapped out the driver for the all-Greek lineup. Tim Peachman for the 71 Ren Wilson Esports Ferrari currently sits in 36th, with Alexander Mikkelsen in the 47 car for Yeet Esports sitting in 37th place. Hasn't looked the most comfortable in that car. We did see an issue earlier on, and you can see taking quite cautious racing lines in that. I'll see if we've got some background actually on the Yeet Esports lineup. Quite a big team in this, I do believe. Avida Race in the 49 Burst Esport car, having actually gained a position over Julian Fox in the Team 1 FF car, which I think actually may have rejoined. I think this is something that we saw Williams Esports do at Watkins Glen, where they had their massive crash. They were several laps down, they gave up, but they rejoined the race to get in the amount of laps that they needed, because there's a rule where you have to complete a certain amount of laps, I think relative to the leader, in order to qualify for finishing points. And as long as you get that number of laps in, then it doesn't really matter exactly where when you end up doing them, but you will at least end up getting points for finishing, in quotation marks, finishing the endurance. So I think that is what they have done. So they are 150 laps down, but they have seemingly rejoined, got going again, and are going to carry on and at least get those finishing points, which might not seem worth it now. But if you do go into the finale and you've just got a few points between yourself and another team, you don't want to be in a situation where you're regretting throwing in the towel, for what would be just for a few hours worth of racing, particularly when you've done so much preparation for an event like this, which these guys, for the most part, very much always end up doing. There's a few more drivers exiting the pits now, bringing out the yellow flags. Also, in the your race leader swapped in to this car, Votek Fiala, who's been in this car quite a bit as well. So I'd imagine maybe Tinko van der Velde will finish off the race. I'd expect maybe only one stint from Fiala, because I think Max Votner certainly did his money's worth during the night and into the early hours of this morning. Tricky side-by-side battle with the 977 car, obviously not for position, and that's Titus Conrad, actually, that's just making his way through on the race leader. And I imagine that Fiala won't quite know how to deal with this, but what he needs to do is just keep his head. And I'm sure it's the number 48 car, that is Tobias Prang, who it looked like had an issue early on, although we couldn't quite catch it in the end. And this is down towards turn 3. I believe it's also Roman Tisch and Eskil Pief have got pretty close to one another on circuit. We'll try and see what's going on with them in just a moment. But here's the Yeet Esports car heading toward turn 3, and again the back of the car just completely letting go underneath him, and then just stranded on the outside of the circuit there, and just hoping that no one has a wiggle into that part of the track and makes contact with him. Roman Tisch in the 777 TSR Esports car has got a little bit of work to do if he wants to reclaim that gap up towards Eskil Pief in the 22 Luxian Motorsports Ferrari in front of him, as Jürgen Tufel was going side by side with the 100 SOP Esports car, currently in the hands of Thomas Morant. So Christopher may be done for today, I'm not sure. But he certainly helped bring that team back into contention, as Bruno Major bringing out a yellow flag for a brief moment side by side with the Burst Esport car, which is still carrying on valiantly and trying to make their way up the order. Unfortunately, quite a bit of recovery work to do for that car. Meanwhile, though, the closest fight that we have on circuit is the battle for P29 between Roman Tisch and the in the 777 TSR Esports Audi, and let's say Eskil Pief in the number 22 bright green, definitely can't miss it, Lucia Motorsports Ferrari. Closing up to one another at different points of the circuit, though. Seems like in the windy stuff that the Audi, the more competitive package, and then the opening sector, Ferrari has absolutely checked out. So I'll have to see how they fare in the next sequence of corners. As you can see, rain has now stopped for the next half an hour, but will be still damp conditions for a while. 24 degrees, both track and air, so relatively warm, small amount of wind. We had a peak wind of, I think, about 11. It was certainly in double digits. I think we at least had 11 kilometers an hour wind, which is pretty high. Usually you might only see something that's in the order of maybe 4 to 6, but yeah, 11 pretty much the highest I think I've ever seen on ACC. As Roman Tisch dropping back further at the end of that will see what it was from these guys. 202.0 for Eskil Pief and 202.9 for Roman Tisch there. So that's that little scrap that we had initially seemingly put paid to. You can see just in the background there, we've got Victor Nicolai now in the number 1 car for the Lead West Competition Racing BMW, ahead of the sister car, the 33, currently sitting in P6. And I'm just trying to work out, Jade Hutchinson, maybe, has he made a pit stop? I'm trying to work out if he's a bit out of sequence with some of those around him. Oh, I'm slightly unsure now, you know. We'll have to see how that one pans out. 2:02 last time around. So fastest lap that he set so far, perhaps, though, or in this stint, which perhaps is not too surprising considering it is getting drier and drier as we go. But right now, Mitch Hobbs 22.7 seconds behind Hutchinson, which I can't see would have happened through any other means, as the 222 Aston losing a bit of ground as they emerged out of the pits. Not able to do anything though about the Pulse Sim Sport car really in front. And again, just notably, the race lead gap, although still massive, has come down by about 20 seconds from what it was, what it peaked at when it was over 100. But 81 seconds now, the gap between your number 5 race leader, as the number 50 car of Svenpor has had what looks to be a pretty significant moment there, and we'll catch hopefully a replay of that. So comes through turn 10, all is well, and is it going to let go through turn 11? We know he ends up towards the wall, and loses it on the exit of that corner there, and that was okay. He'll still be very annoyed to have made contact with the wall there, but that could have been so much worse. I think by just a few millimeters, he skimmed past that kind of initial gap in the barrier and managed to keep it out of any particularly heavy damage. And now is now charging on. Zeno Racing, Bastian Offerman back in the car, the 54 Mercedes. 2-minute 0.5 last time around, pretty handy lap and half second quicker than the 201.0 achieved by Thomas Morant, just in front in that bright pink number 100 SOP esports car. That's the GPR esports car, currently sitting in between them. And welcome all of those that are joining me back in sort of the more sane hours of this morning. Still early for some of us, but this is seeming more like more like a reasonable series of hours to be awake at than some of the graveyard shift. In about an hour's time, Kevin Galvin will be joining me in the commentary box, and then we'll be going for a couple of hours until Christian is ready to come back. Yellow flag again for the number 50, or is that for just coming into the pits? It might well be very simply for that. No, it's actually just for that part of the circuit. You can see though visually, because we'll stay here for a moment, not too bad in the way of damage. The ACC damage model visually isn't the most comprehensive of sims, so it's sometimes a little bit difficult to judge the level of actual tangible damage to a car based on just what is visually presented, but at least gives you kind of a somewhat initial indication of what a driver may be dealing with. Obviously, depending on whereabouts the impact happens, will have an influence on what aspect of the car is damaged. It's that sort of front right corner, probably primarily suspension, maybe a little bit of aero damage on the front splitter. So we'll lose a touch of downforce, touch of front end grip, maybe a bit of understeering, and also some straight line speed, but probably for the most part, when you consider how bad it could have been, not too bad for the BMW driver that unfortunately ended up having that rather compromising spin. Meanwhile, Bastian Offerman setting personal best back-to-back over the last few laps, and currently improving big time as well. I think will be firmly making his way into the 159s. In just a moment, Jade Hutchinson bringing out a yellow flag. I think that's just for the pit lane. I'll tell you what though, Bastian Offerman maybe about to give us some of the first sort of on-track battling action that we have had for a while. I think to do it justice, we will go to a Moser Racing cockpit cam as we see the Mercedes trying to hunt down the number 100 SOP Esports, getting tricky with the traffic, and that's not helping anybody. That's one of the Yeet Esports BMWs there, and see, trying to get the power down, trying to get the acceleration shifted up a bit earlier than he would have liked there, but has got a good grunt. But the BMW has a good top end. It's going to be awkward down the back straight as well. Maybe the double toe effect actually might help the Mercedes here, because Beamer will likely top out a bit quicker. There's the GPR Esports BMW tucked into the rear view mirror of Bastian there. You'll see as they make their way through turn 7, a little bit of some puddles still on that part of the circuit, and the Yeet Esports car will end up giving this double toe style effect. And you can see as soon as then Thomas Morant pulls out of that toe, lifting is the 48, but Bastian Opperman now closing all the way to the outside there. Brave stuff from him as they're going to go side by side into all turn 10, all the way around the outside he goes, and he does it! Amazing stuff from the Mercedes driver. What a move from Bastian Opperman. That was brave stuff, and we know how good the BMW is in a straight line, and so Opperman really had to try to make use of the for the performance advantage and whereabouts that advantage is kicking in on the circuit, and seemingly it was the acceleration zones and the high-speed cornering. He did that absolutely beautifully. So valiant, fantastic overtake to make the Xenon Racing team's car way back into the top 10 as we look to approach the final 5 hours of this 24-hour race. And what a race it has been so far. Upcoming conditions are all still very much leaning towards dry running. Track is still technically greasy, unsurprisingly, having heard some of those puddles. But the track temperature and general temperature is getting a little bit warmer as we go along through this race, so maybe in a position to dry up a bit more rapidly as time goes on. Meanwhile, further down the order for Porsche Spinala, Hubert Szymanski in the number 15 car, 59.8 from him last time round, and Roman Tisch, the 777 Audi, 2.0 for that car ahead. The Ferrari typically known to be good in those transitional style conditions, and likely to be able to close in a bit more as we progress into these drier territory. After what's been a wet section of the race such a long time, we had intermittent back and forth almost every hour on the hour, every hour on the hour. And kudos to you if you get that reference. And making our way into what was quite a dry and long stint for the sort of mid portion, and then heading into what was wet weather for a decent chunk of time, and now seemingly at least for the next 30 minutes that we are onto a drying track, and that will, I think, suit the likes of those in the BMWs, for example, but perhaps if you are in the Ferraris, if you are the likes of Malinowski and the rest of the Veloce esports crew in the Porsche, then maybe we'll be hoping for a bit more rain in the closing stages. Update as Grantis Carreras now the driver in the Veloce car, and 58 for your front runners now, and the fastest of all of those was Campanella, Fabrizio Campanella in the number 38 Jean Alesi Esports Lamborghini, and that car definitely showing pace up until Victor Nicolai shattered everybody and did a 57.9 in the number 1 car. So pace tumbling, and as the track is getting faster all the time, I don't think it'll be too long until we at least head onto a dry track. Will be far from optimal, of course, but certainly dry nonetheless. Szymanski, as Hlatke has just come out of the pits, I do believe, as we'll just check also on the pit wall and see. We've got a drive-through cleared for the 211. I think that was for Hlatke. Also the 121 of Armenterio. The 222, that was the one of the Aston Martins, and I think that's kind of what's been from there for now. And quite nicely timed. We've got, I think, upcoming the highlights of the night. So if you are joining us at this portion of the race, as whilst I've been distracted looking away from the screen, trying to coordinate other bits and pieces, Hubert Szymanski using the slipstream and straight line speed advantage of that Ferrari to make the overtake on the TSR Esports 777 car of Roman Tish there to get into 29th position, as also Sakari Leitonen has closed up to the back again of Sven Paul. These two cars have been battling multiple times during this race. There's actually several cars now within 3 or 4 seconds of each other, which is very exciting from our perspective, as Sven seemingly carrying a bit less corner speed through that part of the corner, and I thought there was going to be a face for the Wild Things Racing in the diffuser for a moment there, but thankfully not quite, and able to maintain safe proximity for the time being. And as they continue on, Wild Things Racing still staying firmly glued to the back of that car for now. And like I say, very shortly we shall make our way into some highlights. So if you are joining us and have missed out on the action of what took place in the night, do not fear. There's the wonderful people at the Virtual Endurance Masters doing wonders as always, putting together some fantastic little highlight clips for us to have a look through, and also take a short break myself, as I've been behind the microphone and the computer screen in general for quite a long time now, and must admit the old voice been a little bit on the tired side. So I'll try to keep it alive until the end of my shift in the comms box. We will have Kevin Galvin joining us in about an hour's time, and then Cristiano Romano 2 hours after that will be taking over from me and seeing us through till the end of the race, as potentially before we even make our way into the highlights, with Langston again applying the pressure to the number 50 car of Sven Poor TMMS Performance, and down the inside he goes in towards turn 10, and in the end Sven Poor firmly opening up the door and not putting up any sort of a fight in that, and making life very easy for the 26 Wild Things Racing team. So I shall leave you with the nighttime. Actual fact, no, that's, I think it's quite a fairly short summary. So I shall talk you through the wonderful summary that we had of everything that took place in the night then. And so here are some of your highlights for the evening. And you can see on board with the likes of Jean Lacey Esports there, and how tricky it was trying to negotiate some of these cars. Several cars all pitting at the same time, and a little bit of clattering even on the pit entry. No place is safe here at Paul Ricard, and that is almost contact between the Burst Esports 49 and the 777 TSR. Car flashing its lights away there, not too happy, steaming its way through the penultimate corner there. Williams Esports hanging around behind. That was Botnar, I think, in the car, and contact there between the Audi and the Porsche. And Botnar just doing everything he can to stay out of it. TF Racing, I think that's actually was Team 1FF racing car as well, getting out of the way, and also getting involved in a little scrap with Ren Velton that was sent off into the runoff area there. Some of these highlights, unfortunately, I didn't quite catch at the time. And there was a little bump from the Ferrari into the back of the 179 car. And then here we go with the 41. This is TF Racing, and having a bit of a late tank slapper, and it was a clatter with the wall as well. So big consequences on the front of that car. And that is your little summary of the night. So treacherous time. And but in terms of main key positions then for the likes of your race leaders, Williams Esports, whilst they have lost some time, gap now down to 76 seconds, so 25 seconds has been lost. That is, it's a chunk. It's a chunk and a half that has been taken out of that lead. But when you've got that much of a buffer, are you really that worried? Probably not. You'll probably only be worried if you start to get drive-throughs, and then there's definitely a reason to be worried. But I'm sure that everyone in the number 5 car will be doing their utmost to avoid that from happening. So, in which case, I shall leave you with this little scrap for pay 22 then, with Sakari Leitonen still escaping away a little bit away from Sven Poor. And actual fact, no, let's switch over to Jan-Erik Tugel, who's applying the pressure to Fabian Fabek in the 199 SG Stern Mercedes. So Mercedes versus Mercedes may be taking place in the near future. I will go for a 5-minute break to get a little bit of, like I say, nutrients and hydration. And then I shall be back with you very shortly to take you through another hour of this 24 hours of Paul Ricard. So do not go anywhere. Optimal conditions on track, dry conditions back in play, and all very much still to play for in the closing stages of this race. So do not go anywhere. I shall be back with you very, very shortly. Welcome back, everybody. I couldn't help but get on the microphone a little bit sooner because Jan-Erik Tugel in the Prime E-Racing Mercedes, the 77 car, hunting down SG Stern and putting it under pressure, as have been reeling them in over the last couple of laps by half a second. So we could see a battle taking place on the back straight. Yeah, welcome to those joining us in the stream. It's been a long old night for myself. And so good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are tuning in from. And, you know, a big shout out as well, of course, to all of those involved in the German and Spanish streams. Hello to you too, and I hope all of those are going well. It's been a cracking race so far, and it is still kicking off because everywhere you look, somewhere in the field, there is a bit of racing to be had. And right now, it's in the form of Jan-Erik Tugel in the Prime E-Racing Mercedes, trying to pounce on Fabian Fabic. We seem to have a little bit of extra straight line speed maybe to work with. We'll see what happens, because when this Mercedes comes out of the slipstream, not quite the greatest of advantage as they run down towards turn 10, barely a tenth of a second between them, barely a car's width between them as they get to the run. Who's going to come out on the top through there? I think the corner speed maintained better by Jan-Erik Tugel and makes his way up into the top 20 for Prime E Racing in all of that. So fantastic stuff from the number 77 Mercedes, and will head off in sight of the likes of Noah Ida, though 2.5 seconds up the road, though, so maybe a little bit out of reach potentially. But of course, still just under 5 hours left to go in this race. About 45 minutes time, should be joined by Kevin Galvin, and then Christian Romano will take over from me a couple of hours after that, see through to the end of the race. My name is John Watts, and if you are just tuning in to this stream, I will do my utmost to continue to bring all of the action over the next 45 minutes or so, whilst I am still alone in the commentary box to life. And but I do apologise if there are a couple of slack moments from my side of things. Been in the comms box now since 10 o'clock last night, and then a 6-hour shift doing the broadcast before that. So must be said my brain's probably a little bit on the slower side than normal, but hopefully these guys in the Virtual Endurance Masters will continue to keep me on my toes. So looking through other parts of the field, another gap that's closing pretty rapidly. Frank Burkamp versus Sven Paul, 55.4 for the number 81 car that we are currently looking at, 56.6 for the number 50, so 1.2 seconds the gain for the 81 car there, so potentially looking to do something about that soon. Also with the P8 car of the 962 of Oscar Hull, looking to likely displace Sven Paul in the imminent future. That I have a feeling that will further put the BMW into the clutches of the car that is chasing it. This 962 car, currently, as far as my calculations go, the current winner for the biggest mover in the field price, 13 positions gained for the 962 car, and would get €100 of prize money to go with that. Of course, as some fantastic points scored in this round. And looking further up the order, Wojtek Fiala, still in that number 5 Williams Esports car, leads the way with the likes of Victor Nicolai in number 1, the West Competition Racing car for the P2 spot. Brief yellow flag for the home of Sim Racing team. And I think that was just for a moment on the run through turn 10, but nothing too severe in all of that. Grantis Krekas, the Lithuanian driver. This car was in contention for P2, but while Malinowski was in the car during the wet phase of the race, unfortunately not only had a moment, but almost saw the car go around, but also got a drive through and dropped them a little bit out of the potential running for that P2 spot, but still on track for a decent podium finish. Jaroslav Honzik in the P4 spot as the number 48 car. brings out a yellow flag for a moment. I think that might just be the same spot again. I think that's the overlay. Just getting a little bit cross with things. I'll tell you though, something that could actually kick off is Lucia Motorsport and the number 15 Porsche Banala team just behind that red Ferrari, both closing in pretty rapidly on the Yeet Esports cars currently driven by Max Kramer. But here you go. This was the battle that I thought could start to heat up pretty quickly. Frank Burkamp in the number 81 car for Creme de la Course, the Joliet Community team, as Yeet Esports going to the pits. A wide moment for Sven Bohr, who has been struggling for pace over the last few laps, trying to fight back down the inside, but can't do anything. Oh, a little bit of argy-bargy through the left-handed there, off camber, side by side, still on the run up towards the penultimate corner. Then shorter line for the 81 car, trying to shut the door, can't quite do it. On the run now in towards the final corner, and maybe cut back potential for Sven Bohr if he can get the power down. He will have the slipstream on the run in towards turn 1. And there it is, starts to kick in. It takes a little bit of time to get going, and then really does start to motor along. Opting for the outside line there, defended by Burkamp, the Dutchman there, holding him off. And I think if he gets a decent run through turn 2, which he does, then I think that the 81 car, Joliet Community Team car, will be in a sufficient position to hold on to that newly acquired 23rd place. So great stuff there from him. Eskil Peath, of course, the car that these two were closing in on has come into the pits. However, Hubert Szymanski in the number 15 Porsche Banala team is putting in some pretty decent laps, 55.2, half-second clear of Eskil Peath, as Max Kramer, I think that is, just emerging out of the pits ahead of the other Yeet Esports BMW, emerging just behind. I think that's the 47 car. And Szymanski then, see what he is capable of doing. It does look like that car just seems a bit more composed, better rotation through the final corner as well. The hairpin not proving to be too much of an issue for the number 15 car. And in that last lap, only gained a 10th over Eskil Peath, but still a 10th nonetheless, as he looks to try to reel on in that bright green Ferrari ahead of him, as Tufel just emerging out of the pit. So yellow flag, not too much of a concern. Szymanski gaining a bit in the opening sector, and will get a bit of a stronger toe this time around. I don't think it will be quite enough to have a crack and a move anywhere, but will certainly be in line for, I think, gaining some time and maybe making something happen on the next lap. Although that is the Burst Esport Porsche just up ahead of the Lucia Motorsport Ferrari, so it will be a bit of a double toe effect. See Szymanski still gaining down this back straight, but it's now hovering a little bit to around 0.7, 0.8 of a second. Tricky for Eskil Peath to try to deal with that 49 Porsche, the Burst Esport car in front. In actual fact, losing a bit of ground, and the whole shenanigan has allowed the Porsche Banala team to really close up to the diffuser of Eskil Peath, and I think that warrants a little bit of a Moser cockpit cam with Szymanski then to see what he can do. And wielding this Ferrari 488, very likely to be one of the last races that you see with this car in ACC, because if the 296 lives up to expectation, I imagine that will be the go-to for anyone that wants to take a Ferrari in GT3 racing, as you would typically expect. 55.5 for Szymanski on the last lap there, 56.0 for Eskil Peath, so half second gained by the car that we are on board with, the number 15, carrying good momentum out of turn 2. Very likely to be in a good position on this back straight. This time around, gap is around 3/4 tenths. Last time it was up to about a second, and they still managed to gain a couple of tenths, so one would have to assume, although a little bit wide on the entry through turn 6 there, up into turn 7 now. You're going to see, wasn't too long ago when we still had the rain about that it was very difficult to get through there flat and cleanly. Now, no such issues. As Szymanski gaining in the slipstream, it does have a tendency to kind of ramp up near the end, and there you go, starting to close on in, but in actual fact, a little bit too far away is the number 22 car, so no luck will be had there for Szymanski, using all of the track and a little bit more, and then taking this long double right-hander apex. Variety of lines you can take through there. We've seen the likes of Malinowski going all the way to the outside line, and then switching back in. But the number 15 still hanging around, trying to see if he can find a way past. This could be getting a bit of rhythm back in the Lucha Motorsport Ferrari, just in front of the number 22 car. I have to say, I do love the popping and banging of the exhaust system on the Ferrari. It's a lovely. It's almost like a miniature firework display every time. Every time you come off the throttle, it's yeah, really do get a lovely series of pops and crackles with all of that. Which I don't think comes through quite as vividly on the sort of normal driver's view, but on this onboard view that we've got here, it's coming through very nicely, which I thoroughly appreciate, and I can really appreciate it in all its glory as I say that, and it goes dead silent. But as we go on to the back straight once more, then through turn 6 and 7, 10th closer than he was before. Maybe a little bit of a better run. It looks less awkward there, and already starting to gain in the slipstream where we're barely halfway up the back straight. Number 22 car trying to fend off the number 15 of Hubert Szymanski versus Eskil Peeth, and gaining a little bit rubber banding on the entry towards turn 10, trying to get alongside. He's got a smidge of a nose there. Gap is respected, although it's a little bit tricky on that inside curb. Well defended from the Lucha Motorsport Ferrari there, giving enough to avoid contact, but also just giving a little enough amount to make it awkward. And it's particularly awkward in the Ferrari because any bump could murder you at any time. So it's, you can't you can't say that he wasn't left room, but both Eskil Peeth and Hubert Szymanski will know it's not particularly fun to be on that part of the circuit. So all tactics, although that's not part of the strategic play at all. Although a little bit of optimistic momentum carried by the number 15 car there to try to bring themselves into a bit of extra contention. In actual fact, dropping back now to about 3/4 of a second between themselves and the Lucha Motorsport car. Another gap that is closing in is the 144 car has just brought out a yellow flag. Who's the 144 car? Let me track down who that is. That is Vincent Linder, the T1FF, who, for those that may have only joined not too long ago, as I see that we are building up the view count once again, so welcome everybody. Hope you had a good night's rest and are enjoying the action continuing in the early hours of Sunday morning, or afternoon, or evening, wherever you may be joining us from. And Team 1FF, I think, disconnected from the server for a number of laps, but you do get points if you finish the race. And they did rejoin, admittedly 150 laps down on the leader. But if they stick with us until the end of the race, I think they will complete the minimum necessary amount of laps to qualify for quote-unquote finishing the race, and as a result, hence will be able to qualify for those points. Yellow flag for the 41 TF racing car. I think that was just for maybe exiting the pits, as Szymanski and Peeth still having their own little squabble. And also the one to keep an eye on. Axel Ramanay who has been very quick in the BF Racing Aston Martin. 55.9 for Alexander Shichinov for F1 Memes Racing in front of them. And then Axel Ramenet taking half second off that and bringing Eric Del Fanta along with him in the sole Honda on this grid as well. So have to see whether or not Axel can do anything about the 1-2-1 car of Armamentario racing in front of them. It's all pretty solid open gaps at the pointer end of the field. Closest really is Thomas Morant within 10 seconds of Bastian Offerman, but advantage was Offerman last time round, so that gap just slowly extending as it stands at the moment, and missed the initial move there. We'll definitely go back on the replay of that one, and we'll go for just a short jump back, and unfortunately we picked up more or less where it kicked off, but the net effect of it was that Szymanski did manage to get ahead. Whether or not it stays the case, though, on the long run down the back straight is another matter. The Lucha Motorsports 22 car did seem to be pretty handy in a straight line, and it is handy indeed. We saw them side by side not too long ago, all the way around the outside for Escalpith then in the Lucha Motorsport car. Brave to do that. We saw Bastian Offerman, I think, do that earlier on, and he does make it stick. Very nicely done, and regained a position into 27th place for the number 22 car. Fantastic stuff from them. As Ramenet, not the best lap from him this time, was previously reeling in the Ferrari of Shichinov at quite a rate of knots. The gap has hovered around 1.2 seconds. Actually, in fact, as I say that, come down to a second yet, so just under a tenth of a second gained on the last lap there. But rate of progress slightly encumbered on the last lap by the looks of it. Meanwhile, Porsche Banala versus Lucha Motorsport still kicking off further down the order in battle for P27, and still trying to apply the pressure. Wide moments for Escalpith. Oh, I think there was a little bit of contact there into the rear diffuser. I'll tell you what, the Ferrari is very damage sensitive as well, and a little bit of contact there between those drivers, but I look fairly minor, so hopefully not too much in the way of repercussions for these guys, and we'll see how we get on in the latter stages of this battle. Porsche Banala closing once again in the slipstream, and seeing how they progress, closing all the time on this run down the back stretch. But that number 22 car speedy in a straight line, and not making life any easier for the Ferrari that is putting it under pressure for that 27th spot. He's managed to make his way past once, but struggling to do it again at the current point in question. And Escalpith defensive driving in a very controlled, neat and tidy manner, and doing everything that he needs to do. Meanwhile, someone has started to get a little bit of a move along once again is Axel Ramenet in the number 27 car, who is dealing very nicely at reeling in the 1-2-1 Armamentario of Alexander Shichinov for 14th position, another half a second gained on the previous lap, and currently closest fight that we have on circuit. So we'll see how Axel gets on. The Frenchman trying to line up a good run out of turns 4, then into turn 5, in towards the long right-hander of turn 6, through what is now the easy flat kink of turn 7, and then onwards down the back straight, confusingly, to turn 10, which if you are a little bit on the bamboozled side, and I wouldn't judge you for being so, the turns 8 and 9 are in that little chicane section that's kind of being coned off but commonly then referred to turn 10 up at the top of this stretch, as Ramonet using all of that straight line speed in the Aston Martin, showing his nose, but not quite enough of an overlap to do anything down the inside at turn 10. How about turn 11? Still applying the pressure. You can see just able to maintain a tighter line through the corner, but without really compromising his momentum on the exit. So just a calmer, more controlled rotation throughout all of that. Just jumping back to Szymanski versus Eskil Peeth. And it's still Peeth ahead and able to maintain the advantage. Jumping back, though, once more to BF Racing versus Armamentario. And the battle for P40. White flag out for the low fuel motorsports car of Sasha Vassner. I don't think, though, anything particularly significant to note in all of that. As something, though, that is significant, as suddenly a battle for P22 between Burkamp and Fabian Fabek there suddenly kicked off. Let's see if we can grab what happened there between those two drivers. And because that guy was hovering around a second, so I wonder if there was a mistake from the Mercedes not too long ago. And then able to just use that slipstream, the straight line speed of the BMW as well, and just making it a nice easy pass into that position then. So easy for the BMW. On the Mercedes, not quite the case for Axel Ramanet in the Aston Martin, who is now within 0.3 of a second. Make that 2 of the 1-2-1 car, gaining all the time down this back stretch, looking to the inside again, and he's going to have enough of an overlap. No, not this time around either, and he will still have to stay behind for the time being as they make their way through into the long right-hander of turn 11. What about Szymanski versus Eskil Peeth? And again, he just can't seem to quite get close enough to make something happen. He's right there, glued to the gearbox every single lap that we go through. But Eskil Peeth right now, since he managed to get back in front, doing just enough to keep behind the Porsche Panala number 15 Ferrari. We'll have a look back at Axel Ramanet, see how he is getting on. Trying to close in on the Armamentario Ferrari then, which is giving him a bit more grief than I expected to. He was reeling in that car at quite a rate of knots, and then he's right there, he just can't seem to find a way through. The Ferrari having a pretty good straight line speed overall, and is managing to keep that Aston Martin behind for time being. We'll have to see how they fare this time around. The 85 car just in front of them. That might actually help. It's difficult to judge from time to time how that's actually going to help in a scrap behind, because it will pull along the car in front, but then you sort of double slipstream effect that you can get further down is actually also pretty powerful, and they're a little bit distant, I think, for that double toe, so it's pretty much more or less a fair fight for a normal battle down this back stretch. Struchinov, once again, I think this time the Aston will have enough of an overlap, surely, to challenge side by side in towards turn 10 they go, and up the inside, Ramanet finally tries to make the move, and I think he's got it done. Armamentario trying to keep their foot in it, but in the end, they'll have to concede the position, and 14th place goes the way of BF Racing. And Axel Ramanet taking another position, and something he has been very good at doing for that BF Racing team. Meanwhile, someone who's still struggling a little bit, as Eskil Peeth has a little Ferrari jump over the exit curb of turn 10, as it's still in hot pursuit. The number 15 Porsche Panala team car of Hubert Szymanski is charging on, trying to see if he can do anything about that bright green Ferrari. So there's always something a little bit obnoxious in a way when you've got a car as well that loud in cars. I tell you what, the 85 car I didn't realise was actually for position. Axel Ramanet, as soon as he's dispatched Struchinov, he's immediately on the gearbox of the BMW, of Angelo Catruppi in the 85. Apologies if I butchered the pronunciation there, and almost making something happen on the run towards turn 3. We've seen this be a tricky braking zone for some of the BMWs, even in the dry, and see Armamentario making this a three-way tussle, capitalising on Ramone being once again held up a little bit, and I have to see, we know the straight line speed of the Beamers are good. The Ferrari of Armamentario pretty handy as well. They'll drop back a little bit through that complex into turn 7 and glued immediately to the rear end of the BMW is Ramone there. That's going to try to split the pair of them. Will go on board the front splitter of Shuchinov, who's got a great view of these two going side by side on the run up towards turn 10. Who's going to get the advantage? It's looking like it's Ramone, and he does close the gap before they even make it to the corner. And as they fly through turn 10, then Axel Ramone makes up 2 positions in just as many laps and goes into P13. And with those 2 cars cleared, he will just set off in sight of hopefully just charging down Tim Rule in P12, who is a quite ginormous gap of 74 seconds up the road, so I'm not sure how that will go. Primey Racing and Burst Esports under investigation for an incident on lap 580. So just looking at my timing board. As thank you, someone actually pinging that in the chat just as I said. So that's about seven or so laps ago now. So you can see that the stewards have caught up very nicely on everything that was investigated from the night phase of the race. And Shuchinov applying the pressure to Catruppi, who has already dropped 1.2 seconds back from Ramone. As also Szymanski and Eskelpeith still going toe-to-toe through the first couple of corners they go. And unable to do anything there at the moment, so we'll watch how these next couple of drag races end up working out. I think, though, it's going to be a pretty easy move, surely, for Shuchinov in the Armamentario Ferrari, the 1-2-1 car, gaining in the slipstream down the start-finish straight. And towards turn 10 they go. See Axel Ramone already extending his advantage off in the distance, and the Ferrari good straight line speed over the 85 car, although did come back a little bit at the end there and shutting the door perhaps a bit too soon. You know, it's I think, you know, one driver always comes to mind who was criticised about that was Sebastian Vettel in his later years at Ferrari, and yeah, a couple of incidents where, you know, it's you're trying to kind of assert your authority and kind of put down your line in the corner, so we're ready for other people to concede to it, but unfortunately it doesn't always end up working out very well, and can lead to rather dramatic contact, and when it's in such spectacular fashion, and yeah, it can, you know, particularly at the end of a straight like that, we've already seen it take place. I think it was Burst Esports that was fired off into the wall under very similar circumstances, although I think that was a little just a bit of miscommunication on a turning point in such a tricky high-speed corner. Further down the order, as Szymanski has finally made a move, not quite, because Eskelpeith is going to go for the cutback and say thank you very much, and see you later, sunshine, and retake 27th place. Let's go on board a replay to see how that all took place, because it's been kicking off between these two for quite a while now, and on the run into the penultimate turn. And you can see very different lines, and then a chunk of momentum and a dive under brakes there, but Eskelpeith reads it wonderfully, and on the exit there under traction, the bright green, almost borderline garish looking Lucia Motorsports Ferrari there taking the position back. But once again, drag race between these two cars now on to the back stretch, and seeing what they can do. Eskelpeith done a fantastic job of keeping behind the Porsche Benalla team. Szymanski fairly composed and well sized up, attacked every single time. But this time, maybe an opportunity. Closing, no further action on that previous instance. Szymanski keeps his foot in, but Eskelpeith not afraid and shuts the door, carries the momentum on the wider entry to turn 10 there, and says you'll have to try somewhere else. So fantastic fighting between these two for 27th position. Not too much in the way of scraps elsewhere. We have got some cars in fairly close proximity, and maybe some battles that could take place. As Jonathan Seville, that looks bad. I don't like it when I see a car moving that slowly after such a big corner. So we'll see what happened there, and it looks like he may have lost it by himself, hopefully without too much in the way of damage, as he makes his way towards turn 10. What's going to happen here for the Unicorns? Oh, loses it very early on. Big slide. But thankfully it manages to keep it pointing pretty nicely in a straight line, and ducks out the way of the number 77 car as well on the rejoin as well. And manages to keep everything together in a fairly calm state in all of that. Porsche Banala having dropped back to about 7/10 away from Eskelpeith in the Lucha Motorsport car. So things for the time being, if you can call it, settled between these two, is at least marginally more distant than what we have witnessed for the vast majority of the last 30 minutes or so, actually, in the scrap that's been taking place between these two drivers, who he will be gaining in the slipstream once more. And you see gap down to just a few tenths of a second, but he's running out of back straight, and by the time he gets to that point, nothing further that Szymanski can do, but he's still locked onto the gearbox, and I'm sure will continue the pressure. And sends one up the inside, caught a little bit napping, and a tiny bit of contact there between Lucha Motorsport and Porsche Banala as well. And whether or not there'll be words between those two, well, I'm sure there'll be a variety of angry rants at either end, and then a very professionally conducted steward's inquiry to sort out the public addressal of that incident. But one form or another, Szymanski finds his way through. But I'll tell you what, I'm sure Eskelpeith will be doing his damnedest to try and see if he can get back into the slipstream and make something happen to regain the position in just a moment. Also, a battle that I think will take place very shortly. Angelo Catruppi versus Eric Del Fanta, as Del Fanta 55.8 last time around, and 57.8 for Catruppi. So 2 seconds a lap, 2.7 seconds the gap. So 2 laps, likely maybe even less, before striking distance for the Sol Honda in the grid. Things still fairly up and normal in the pointier end of the grid. Not too much in the way of shuffling. Gaps all being fairly stable, or at least sizable to a point that's nothing too much to worry about. Szymanski hasn't been able to shake off Eskelpeith, who I think definitely will be looking to make something happen. In actual fact, gaining once again. We've seen he's got good confidence on the run in towards turn 10, and he's fighting back for this one. Wasn't happy, I imagine, with the way he was taken away from him all the way around the outside. Once again, would you look at that? Trying to cover it off before turn 11. Still side by side between the pair of them. Szymanski knows, but he needs to get there, and he does. And it's a little bit of an overlap, a switcheroo from the 22 car, putting on such a show through these series of corners. And fantastic door-to-door, wheel-to-wheel, a little bit deep under brakes for the 22 car, and he loses traction on the entry into that very tricky off-camber zone of the corner then, but definitely closed the distance this time around. Will he even try a bit of a dive of what was done to him early on? I'm not too sure, as we do have some... Was that someone around on the final corner? It was. That's Catruppi, and I have a horrible feeling that there may have been contact with Eric Del Fanta. And there's the 49 Burst Esports car. So what's going to happen here? In the middle of the corner, No, on the exit. Oh, and that was unnecessary. Good evasive action taken by the KKM Racing esports car and also the Italian job Honda that followed up just after. Yellow flag for Inostroza further up. We'll just check in and make sure we're all is well there. I think, though, that could be just emerging from the pit lane, I believe that it was. And we'll go back to Eskelpeath and Hubert Szymanski. And I see has popped into the comms box to keep me company for a couple of hours before I finish up for today. Kevin Galvin back here for Virtual Endurance Masters to help see everything through until the morning. Kevin, how are you doing?
Very good, sir. How are you after your mammoth overnight jaunt here?
Surprisingly, I feel okay, which is probably very bad, but it's because of action like with this, with Eskelpeath and Hubert Szymanski, as Peath has finally recovered the position, and despite the argy-bargy that we had not too long ago, Peath doing an excellent job to recover that position, and if it's anything like what it's been for the last 30 minutes between these two drivers, I imagine this is a scrap that's probably going to take up a good chunk of our entertainment for the next couple of hours.
Yeah, that certainly elbows out in the last couple of minutes between these two. Erskine getting obviously caught by the Porsche Spinella through turn 8, but managing to recover back to position. Looking at the Unicorns of Love Pulse Sim Sport car that saw themselves facing backwards not so long ago. Jonathan Seville in that P17 up 4 places from where they began. But other than that, really, John, not a whole lot of moving and shaking. I mean, we saw obviously the As Heat car move up a place, but in terms of the top, very, very little change, and only 3 cars now in the lead lap.
Yeah, very much. It's been fairly steady kind of running, and the one sort of notable thing at the pointier end of the grid is that Williams Esports as Fiala comes into the pits. Just as I start to talk about their car, that Votnaya, during his stint in the night, he did a very good, clean, consistent stint. There was a couple of times where it got dicey for him and he did stay out of trouble, but it did actually end up losing about sort of 20 to 25 seconds during the stint. There was a peak gap of about 100 seconds, and it wasn't a single drive-through that ended up wiping that away. It just got chiseled away bit by bit by the number 1 and the 75 car from Veloce, who unfortunately would have been right there if it hadn't been for Malinowski's drive-through in the wet conditions. And so, Williams, they're probably not that worried about it. They've still got a chunk of room available to kind of fend off any sort of late charges in this race, but it was noticeable that their pace did kind of seem to drop off beyond the halfway point in the race and kind of stall a little bit by comparison to what we saw early on.
Well, I mean, I suppose they still have a 70-second gap on the number 1 West Competition Racing BMW M4. As you say, 75 in 3rd place, and the 296 now up to 4th position. That was occupied previously by the 33 car, but 296 up there now at the moment. That, of course, is the As Heat Esports car, currently being driven by Angel Inostroza there. So yeah, also the Jean Lacy car up to P6. Just before I left, we thought they might have had a disconnect issue. We were very, very concerned for them, but thankfully that was only just on our side and they carried on. But it's been quite a quiet night, I think, really, relatively, given what we've seen. And I suppose now really we're looking at track temperature gone up to 26 degrees. It's a clear day, the sun is shining. Track is at an optimum state at the moment, but I suspect before we get to the end, it will be a pretty toasty track here at the Circuit Paul Ricard. So that's something, having had the rain and having had the mixed conditions, now as we get into Sunday morning, it seems that it's the heat is all actually we have to worry about.
Yeah, and when we were talking to Darren King from Jean Lacy Esports, and about kind of how they were feeling and sort of where they felt their car was good. And it was really that nighttime stint that they were, particularly, pleased and excited about, that the track temperature had come down, and that was where their car, was starting to work. Unfortunately, I can't take any, sort of any responsibility for what happened next. They kind of, Darren King, rather unfortunately, sort of commentator cursed himself, and because promptly then, after explaining the stability of the Lamborghini, then almost fired it into the wall on the exit of turn 10 about 10 minutes later. But other than that, the car was performing very well in the cooler temperatures, and Hutchinson did a great stint himself. But once we start creeping in, oh dear, 30 minutes time we've got rain. So scrap the hotter temperatures. That's not the concern anymore. It's the fact that rain is back on the way again, and with pit stops being made at the moment. I mean, I imagine everyone's kind of coming to the end of their stint time or having to make a stop. They're just realistically going to have to stick with dry tyres and just kind of hanging out there until it is appropriate to come in for some wets. You can obviously make the slicks last a little bit, but that can make things awkward a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd almost think I predicted it, wouldn't you? Given the fact that I was just going on about the temperatures. And I suppose the thing is, it says 30 minutes on the clock. That is an approximation, so it could be 20, could be 25, could be 45 minutes, or at least 40 minutes that we would see that rain falling. And of course, the Circle Power car kind of very flat track, not a huge amount of drainage. So despite the fact that there's very high temperatures, as Sakari Lehtinen goes past a lapped car there in the first sector as he turns his way onto the Mistral Straight, where we've seen most of the action. There also looks like there might have been an overtake for P6. I think that John Lacey car now might be up to P5, the 38 car. I'm not sure if that's a swap in the pits or if it's on track. But there is a bit of change in the top 5 as we look at Jonathan Unicorn just behind the leaders of this race. As Max Voitna in the number 5 Williams Esports, not clocking in massively quick times, and they were quite a bit ahead there in the night stints, certainly at the beginning of the night, about 4 or 5 tenths quicker than everybody else in the grid, but still, as we say, with a massive gap, particularly only 2 cars now on the lead lap. We were looking at 3, we're now looking at only 2 cars on the lead lap, as the number 75, that is the 911 of the Veloce Esports car, that goes a lap down on the leaders. However, that could just be due to pit stop, so we just have to wait and see how it all works its way out as we just cross 9 o'clock in the morning here, just outside Marseille at the Circuit de Paul Ricard.
Yeah, and I think we may have had a little bit of a moment for the number 100 SOP Esports team making their way in towards turn 10. They were saying they were enjoying the dry conditions. I'm not sure in the moment like that, and it's a big impact with the wall. It didn't look like, I couldn't see the damage initially on the car, and I thought it was just maybe going to be a bit of a spin. But for Thomas Moran, that is a heavy, heavy impact. This is what we were talking about early on. You don't want to be the driver in the closing stages of the race when you're so close to making it to the end. Just over 4 hours left to go, and unfortunately, Thomas has absolutely clowned. There's the damage front and centre, both figuratively and literally, on the Beamer, and yeah, that's going to be a chunk of repairs. And just when it looked like their race, with the sort of comeback drive, Christopher put in some good stints in the night. The secret weapon, according to Simon Bauer, for the SOP Esports team, was kind enough to join us in the comms box, but unfortunately, Thomas Morant just getting destabilised by that curb. He's not the first, and he certainly won't be the last in that one. But yeah, that is not what he would have wanted whatsoever. Has got going again relatively quickly, but yeah, major harm done to their race.
Yeah, and we've seen that corner really catching people out. I mean, if it's not the entry to it where you get a bit of a wiggle, it's on the exit as you go over the curbs, and that's unusual as you see the SOP now joining back in from the pit lane as we look at Felix Tazvinsva's hacker. I got it right earlier on when I interviewed him, can't get it right now. Tazvinsva hacker in the Pulse SimSport 52 car, they're up to P7. That's pretty much where they were when the night began. So as you were for the 52, but yeah, it's just that bump on the exit of turn 8 is absolutely lethal. If you just don't get it right, you just get spat out into the wall on the right hand side, which is exactly what happened to the SOP racing team. We also saw it happen earlier on to a Porsche. I think that was the 49 car, am I right in saying? That's currently being piloted by David Mrozek. They did the same, or maybe it was the 41 car that did the exact same thing. There were a white and black Porsche. You could see it as we looked at the highlights over the night that we saw a few minutes ago. But just a disappointing one, really. You go over the curbs, and at that point, really, you're a passenger in the wet or in the dry. Unfortunately for the SOP esports racing team, now been overtaken into 11th place by the Lightspeed by MC Schubert car. Now we're looking at John Lacey. They are the first of the pitters as they come down the pit lane or pit road if you're on the other side of the Atlantic. Thanks again to all of you in the chat. Rustafarian says that the tyres are cooked. So yeah, that could potentially be the reason, alright, but you'd still imagine that Beamer, it's not susceptible to that much instability, but obviously finding it very difficult. Looking now at Marco Wong in the West Competition racing car. Is that a Taiwanese flag, am I right in saying, with the little 5-starred?
I said Hong Kong. I did ask the chat, but I think
you're right.
It was ground people of only about 3 people awake.
You're right. It is Hong Kong. Taiwan has the kind of the red with the blue in the top corner and the little sun on it. That's right. Yeah, no, it is. Marco Wong is a Hong Kong competitor. As we see the incident now between Team Racing Point and Burst eSport just under investigation. That just happened before I joined in, but I saw a bit of it. It's just a really unfortunate one, John, wasn't it? I suspect the stewards may have something to say about that.
Yeah, I think so. It's but Burst Esports have had a kind of bit of a trial by fire over the first couple of races, and today has been quite a difficult one as Szymanski coming out of the pits now and losing any positions in the process. Although interestingly, Von Kalben, of course, the Luxor Motorsports eSport team that they were scrapping with for so long, several seconds further down the order. But yeah, Burst eSport, mostly an R-Factor 2 base team, a very well-established R-Factor 2 base team at that. So, you know, quite clearly not short of talent, not short of racecraft, any of that stuff, but just the world of ACC, it's a different kettle of fish in all of the different aspects of the physics, and even just subtle things about how the netcode behaves. And I think that unfortunately, even things like that on the exit of the final corner, we know ACC has some rubber banding issues, and it does take sometimes a bit of time to just kind of get used to that and working around that. And I was looking at some of the background information that we had that they had kindly supplied to us, and answering all of the Virtual Endurance Masters staff guys' questions. And Michi Hoyer, fantastically talented, well-known R-Factor 2 streamer, esport competitor at some of the top level of competition over there, and only 130 hours on ACC. And you compare that to some of the other drivers we have on the grid who have literal thousands of hours, and so they are still very new to ACC. And I think unfortunately it's just particularly when you've been driving for for the best, or the team's been running for the best part of kind of 20 odd hours at that point, and just small mistakes like that happen. So yeah, difficult day in the office, but I'm sure an abundance of learning lessons that they'll take forward into places like the Nürburgring coming up at the next round on I think it was the 6th of May, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, and I suppose the thing is as well, what you have to remember is that the Circuit Power Card isn't an official track on R-Factor 2. It's not something that esports series would race at very often. I certainly know in terms of VEC, which would be the main sort of endurance series, or at least unofficial endurance series. I know we have the Virtual Le Mans series as well on R-Factor 2. That doesn't really race at the Circuit Power Card. So all these things have to be taken into consideration. I mean, look at David Mrozek, should I say, in the Burst Esports car. He's 24 hours in total ACC. I mean, the guys that have 2,400 hours, are quite a lot, or over racing today. So it's just, as you say, it's exactly that, John. They're an R Factor 2 team getting to grips with ACC. As we look at that now, the 49 car will get a 10-second time penalty for causing a collision. So that's just added insult to injury for them. It is Mrosek in the car at the moment. So as I said, I mean, he only has 24 hours of ACC experience. So by the end of this race, he will have doubled his ACC experience essentially. So it's just a case of getting used to it. And also force feedback is very different. Lots of things are very different, so it's just the way it is. Look, we've passed the 20-hour mark of this race. We'll take you through our top 10 now, as we are inclined to do. So our leaders right up the front, and by quite a bit, we have Max Voitna in the Williams Esports car. They didn't start on pole, but they pretty much grabbed pole very early on in the race and absolutely flew away from there. It was a fantastic performance by them. In second, we have the West Competition Racing #1 car, Victor Nicolai, still in that. He's done a lot of the night running after running real racing cars yesterday. We heard from Alex at around about 10 o'clock last night, their team manager. So they are doing well because they dropped a couple of places after a stop and go. They ended up down in, I think, as low as 4th at one point, but battling their way back to the second step of the podium. On the third step is the Veloce Esports car, Grantis Karakas, the Lithuanian, again stepping in overnight and doing a lot of the running overnight. And the car following them is actually 5th place, but we will go to 4th place, which is Angel Inostroza, the Chilean for the ASI Esports team. Now, they were down around 10th or 11th earlier on in this race, but just keeping it clean, keeping their nose clean, and some superb overtakes. I know Jaroslav Hanzik making a nice overtake on the Pulse Sim Sport car through turn 8, but they went up a place overnight, so they're into 4th position. Speaking of earlier, the 33 car, that is the sister West Competition Racing a car, Hong Kong native Marco Wong piloting that. They're down one place from where they began, but a good running for them altogether. Now, they probably won't be challenging their sister car for the podium places, but if they do, they have been told they are allowed duke it out. The number 6th position, P6, is Fabrizio Campanella in the John Lacey Esports 38 Lamborghini Huracan. They are one of many teams who could benefit from an updated version. There's a new Huracan, a new Porsche and a new Ferrari, all of which will be available in the next round. So as I said earlier on, we're kind of in a pre and post stage for this competition, this championship, because we're currently in the pre-stage, but a lot of the cars will have changed by our next round. So they're in 6th position. An up and down race for them, but just outside the top 5. In 7th, we're looking at Felix Tazvinzu. Let me try that again. Felix Tazvinsvahacker in the Pulse Sim Sport car. They have been kind of tipping away. They had a spin not so long ago, but doing a great job overall, in fairness to them. Just kind of keeping the things going and making their way up through the order. They started in P8 last night and P7 now. Vassam Motorsports, they've made up a few places. They're up in 8th position. It's been a good night for them in the 962 Aston Martin. Jason Kellaway piloting that at the moment. 155.6 for him in the last lap. The 962 outside the top 10 going into the night, up to 8th position. Going to take that all day long. Now we're to our first of our Lowfield Motorsports team cars. Lowfield Motorsports, one of the many sponsors who have helped us out. You can see the Case King.de on the side of that as well. They're another one of our sponsors helping us out with the running today. Lucas Tippacht in that. They're up 2 places from 11th in the 255 inside the top 10. They will take that in the Ferrari 488 GTE. And finally, in 10th position, we go to Mercedes. That is the Mercedes AMG GT3 of Xenon Racing, the number 54 car. They, as it was for them, after 20 hours, they started in 10th. They still find themselves in 10th, 13 seconds behind the Lowfield Motorsports car. So they'll be pushing on to try and see if they can make a difference going into the final stages of this race. And a race, John, that really it's kind of been more so down the back we've been looking than at the front, although we do now have the Pulse Sim Sport car starting to make a move on Campanella in the Lamborghini. He was around about 8 tenths quicker in the last lap, and at green sector 1 as well for Felix, so he is absolutely flying, making the most of this early morning conditions.
Yeah, and there was even the lap before that. It wasn't the best for Campanella. There was something I think that particularly went awry for the 38 car on that one. So it's going to be interesting to see how over the next few laps it transpires. But you can just see there was a bit more confidence in the Ferrari, seemed a bit more planted through there. Although probably shouldn't say that too often because the amount of Ferraris that we've seen violently spin off on the exit of turn 10 is too many to count. So I shall refrain from making any further comments on that. But definitely seems to be reeling in the Lamborghini. Somewhat taking just even 2 tenths out in a single corner there as they round out the lap. Checking in on the weather though, 30 minutes time, heavy rain, so 10 minutes, still dry, so it's going to be a pretty steep and quick transition. It's going to go from something to nothing, nothing to something in a pretty speedy fashion. And again, you see 55.8, 54.8. for Tanzvinza Hacker in the 52 Pulse Sim Sport Ferrari, and now that gap being brought down to almost less than a second. So I'm a little bit surprised at Campanella's lack of pace here. I mean, I know that Campanella not the strongest driver in the Jean Alesi esports roster for today. I think Darren King and Jade Hutchinson are sort of the two kind of main lead candidates there that they have in that. But earlier on, Campanella's pace seemed pretty good. So whether or not he's had a moment that we haven't caught on camera, maybe has damaged those tyres, I don't know. But look at that, because it's absolutely glued to the gearbox is Tanzvinza Hacker that's closing, was, until the Lamborghini kicked into rocket ship mode and decided that the Ferrari was going to have to wait just a little while. Now starting to gain a smidge, but that just shows the speed of this Lamborghini. Is barely going to get alongside by the time we get towards turn 10. Doesn't get a nose up the inside though. Jean Alesi Esports has to respect it. Good defensive driving, but momentum carried from the Ferrari down the inside in towards turn 11. And I think with that all said and done, easy move in the end for the 52 car. Had to exercise a little bit of patience. Nice try from Campanella. Maybe could have gone a bit more defensive, but I think ultimately just deciding not really worth it. Although, one would have to argue that considering Marco Wong is 21 seconds up the order in 5th place, and Jason Kellaway down 100 seconds from there, although I think there may be an extra pit stop potentially separating some of those. There could be on a slight difference. I'm not 100% certain. No, in actual fact, no, they have done their pit stop, Jean Alesi Esports, because that's how they end up behind the 33 car again. So I think everyone is synced up in that regard. And so, if you've got that level of margin either side of you, yes, it's 4 hours left to go. Yes, there's rain on the way. There's probably bigger things to worry about, but maybe could have put a bit more elbows out for that scrap. But I think ultimately the pace clearly in favour of the Ferrari there, which barely went any slower than their previous best. So Tanzvinza Hacker just flying.
Yeah, he is, and I think for Fabrizio, he's really struggling here. I wonder, it could be potentially damage, or maybe there was an issue with the tyres in the pits. I'm not sure, but you could just see he just couldn't carry the momentum through the corner. And look how much quicker Felix was. And even though he took a tighter line, he just swooped up the inside and had so much more control over that Ferrari. As we look at Amir Sabarov making a move now on the Petrov Brothers 147 Mercedes AMG GT3. They're P33 at the moment. Will they go into P34 as the F1 memes car makes that move down the outside of the Mistral straight? And I suspect they will get it done. Yes, they do indeed get it done even before turn 8. That is the kind of classic move we have seen over the course of this race, getting a good momentum out of turn 7, the Mistral, down the Mistral straight, using that toe to get yourself alongside and slot in ahead of turn 8 as you get into this tricky final sector here, twisty and turny at the Circuit de Paul Ricard. But yeah, I just don't think the Jean Alesi car has the whatever he needs underneath him to be able to fight there. So I don't even know if it was a case of intentionally letting him by that easily, or just the fact that the car was pulling away from him and all he could do was see Tazvin's hacker fly past on the inside and say thank you very much. But I suppose for the guys, this will be interesting to see the next, let's say, all the way up to maybe about 20 past. With about 23 miles 20 left on the clock, maybe up to about 10 o'clock track time, because the pressure is on now for those cars who are depending on good dry running, who have a good dry setup, who feel like they are stronger in the dry, whereas for those cars who have been strong in the wet, the likes of the West Competition Racing, the likes even of the further down the grid, the number 24 BMW, or the 26 BMW, sorry, the Wild Things Racing, they said earlier that they were very comfortable in wet conditions. Would it be better for them to just kind of maintain their position as best they can and then push harder in the wet? So that's where I wonder, are teams kind of making that decision now? Look, we have a more of a mixed setup, we should make up places. We have seen the lap times in the wet yesterday. Track temperature isn't a huge amount different to what it was when the rain began to fall yesterday in the high 20s. Low wind as well. The wind has definitely died down from yesterday. So I wonder, will teams be making that strategic choice of, look, let them go by now, because when it gets to the wet weather, we will be faster.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, I was almost wondering if they turned the engine down, if it was a case of trying to extend the stint as much as possible before the transition into the race. But the straight line speed was, unless they've turned down the engine everywhere else except the back straight, which sometimes is a strategy to employ. It's just that Campanella really is in clean air, a bit better on that lap, for the second down still on the Ferrari of Tazvin Zahaka, but the Jean Lacey Esports car right now, just a surprising lack of pace by the looks of it. But we'll have to see how that progresses, how it will be once it does progress into the wet or the next wet weather part of the track. About 10 minutes time, or give or take, until we get underway with rain on circuit again. As that gap already up to 4 seconds. So admittedly, the Ferrari of the 52 car is definitely flying at the moment, as 8/10 quicker than your race leader, as Victor Nicolai has come into the pits for the number 1 West Competition Racing team. Grantis Krekas had and Angel Inostroza, also Marco Wong, all on mid 55. So Tazvin Zahaka really is admittedly pushing along at the moment, so slightly explains potentially the lack of the big margin of difference between those cars, but ultimately still kind of more than I would have anticipated. A gap that is chipping away slowly but surely is Dmitry Nazarov in the 121 Armamentario Ferrari, with Gaten Humby just up ahead. 3/10 in favour of the Ferrari. Last time around there is the BF Racing Aston Martin, the K Kramer Racing Esports Porsche in between those two. And those two drivers having handed over between Axel Romanet and Alexander Shutinov, respectively, as that was a wiggle in the background from that was Noah Eder. Let's see if we can catch a replay of that one, because that was quite the quick hands required inside the cockpit of the 977 car. It's a gap that's slowly coming down. It might start to do more dramatic things once the rain kicks in, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think this is Noah Eder's favourite circuit, nor is it his favourite even section of this circuit. We've seen him struggle here a few times when the inside curb and the outside curb. Just see that car desperately trying to stick him into the wall on the right hand side. That Porsche 911 is a very, very tricky customer to pilot. So I wonder, will the 977 car be piloting the new Porsche, which is coming, of course, to ACC. We saw a very interesting as well, not just new cars, new tyre models, new physics as well, all being previewed in a live stream yesterday. I don't know how much of it, or did you get to see any of it, John? But interesting to see that that Kunos, despite the fact that we're talking about a set of course 2 coming on the way, still very much focused on the development of ACC and the ongoing kind of attempts to make it a better for everyone, as that battle, it's not a battle for position, but it is a Ferrari desperate to get past the 977, 911 of the Premier Racing esports car.
Yeah, so that is the 121 Armamentario car, and so I think will actually benefit perhaps a little bit from a nice little slipstream down its backstretch. I don't think the Porsche can give it any troubles whatsoever. The Ferrari will just blast on by, doing Ferrari things. Looking at the rain, it's pretty intense. It's kind of I feel like it's going to land on the circuit like a bit of a jump scare for some of these guys, because we've got kind of more and more menacing looking showers, but it hasn't arrived just yet. But apparently every time I look at the forecast, it's getting worse and worse by the minute. So yes, it's going to be I think it's going to be pretty difficult for these guys when it does hit, and it's going to ramp up very quick. So you may see, a couple of teams gambling in the next sort of couple of laps or so, trying to maybe get themselves onto the wet tyres, whilst it's still on the dry side, just hoping that maybe the time they spend in the pits, so the rain hits and the rain hits hard, and if they can have even if it's just 90 seconds of driving time on the circuit, where even if it's a relatively wet track, if you're on slick tyres, yeah, they can deal with some level of rain, okay, but particularly with some of the high-speed, fast commitment corners around this Paul Ricard circuit, they can be very deadly at times. So, be interesting to see whether or not anybody looks to try to do something like that. Possible gap closing down over the upcoming laps is Felix Brudern in the 55, doing a 55.1 in the 54 Xenon Racing Mercedes, closing in on Lucas Tipak in the 255 low fuel motorsport Ferrari. It's got a little bit of company from the Team 1FF car, the 144, which has had a little bit of a sad day in the office, but kudos to that team. If you're wondering why they are 150 laps down in the server, although they are giving the Ferrari a little bit of company going into turn 10. It's always rather spooky when you have a backmarker doing that. But they've had a variety of issues this race, and but what they do know, and what Williams Esports actually picked up on at Watkins Glen, is that you do still get points for finishing. And finishing is classed on a certain percentage of the race winner's number of laps, and so they decided that quite clearly nothing was particularly on the cards for actual sort of decent points, so they gave themselves a bit of a break and let themselves calm down, get themselves out of the car, and then they popped back in and now racking up the laps. So they should have enough of a tally by the time the race finishes, and at least be able to scavenge a couple of points from this one. So very commendable to hopefully at least see the checkered flag at the end, and and I think that whilst they haven't been here for the full 24 hours, I think still a good showcase of spirit. I think we've had about 3 full proper DNFs from this race, so good spirit still from the 144 team to come back into the server and try to finish what they started.
Well, it makes sense, John. I mean, look, you're talking about double points here, so the way this championship works, for those of you who aren't familiar, you get 100 points as a baseline for finishing the race, and then you get points 100 counting back then based on where you finished. So let's say last round at Watkins Glen, the winners was 100 points for participation plus 100 points. That's 200 points overall. Team 1FF will get 200 points solely for finishing, or get 200 points for solely finishing the race, because they will get that 100 points multiplied by 2 for the fact that it's a 24-hour race. So it absolutely makes sense to at least finish the 24-hour race. Now, you might finish behind, and obviously that multiplier also works on the points, so you're times 2 behind the gap in the placings points. But in terms of those finishing points, if you don't finish, you are wiped out of the championship. Like, there are very few cars that will DNF today that will be anywhere near the top of the championship standings come the end of the season, purely down to the fact that these 24 hours races carry extra weight. So they really do implore you to finish the race. Just going back to the weather, Rastafarian was calling it a track of extremes, and I suppose it is a track of extremes because of where it's located. People might have known, I'd lived in this area for a while. I was very lucky to live in this area, gorgeous part of the world. And as I said last night, I'd implore you to go to it if you ever have the opportunity, even if you don't get to the Circuit Paul Ricard, to get to Marseille, because it is a very underrated city. But this is almost like summer, as we just see the first specks of rain, and expect that to really gather in pace, because these thundery showers that roll in off the Mediterranean. You have the Alps to the east of you. You have the Massif Central to the northwest. So these big showers roll in off down the mountains. You get these big thunderstorms because of the heat, because of all the humidity that's gathered up. You get these massive thunderstorms, and they can roll in and out like we saw yesterday and today. They can absolutely drench the place, and then they're gone as fast as they are. And we've already gone from an optimum to a fast to a greasy track, and I presume damp will follow very, very shortly, because the rain just rolls in. And as we say, it's a flat track. There's not a huge amount of drainage around here, so it does collect water. Obviously, they have only 80 rain days a year. We've had 2 of them for our 2 days for the 24 hours, so the driver is getting rather unlucky with the rain. Thanks to everyone again in the chat. I mentioned Rastafarian earlier. Tim Lunn is in saying a thanks for covering his shift. He says he hates his tonsils more than Porsche drivers hate the back straight. That's a good one. A few Kramer Racing fans as well, Black Rain and Crafton Sue, Kramer Racing fans, as we look at the home of Sim Racing Esports 222 coming out of the pit box. They're probably the first to switch to wet tyres, and I would suspect we will see a whole host of teams barreling into the pit box over the next lap or so, John.
Yeah, and speaking of which, I think the very next one, the number 100 SOP Esports, and also your race leaders coming in as well. Also the likes of Inostroza coming in for Yassi Esports. So yeah, people flowing in now. Still hasn't switched over to Damp. It's actually taken a little bit longer than I potentially expected. But you see more and more cars coming into the pits. We've got the likes of Lucas Tipak for LFM. Coming in, as well as there was the Xenon Racing team car negotiating a back marker there on the entry to turn 1. But yeah, it's I mean, in fairness, I would have thought this perhaps would have already transitioned to Damp. Visually, the rain is looking pretty substantial already on the server. So yeah, the 222 car was the first to decide to completely call it. They came out of the pit lane, not too far away. And you see, there's the gap between themselves and Campanella in the Lamborghini, and yeah, windscreen wipers already in action, as you would imagine, for this sort of phase of the race. And that's that's what I was kind of thinking. Gambles. Well, I mean, admittedly, good timing, also a bit of fortune on that part for the 222. But it's amazing how quickly the track conditions can deteriorate. There you go. Now we've gone into damp territory, and the likes of Carrecas for Veloce, Wong for the 33 West Competition racing car, Tanzvin Zahaka for Pole Sim Sport, and then understandably Campanella for Jean Lacey as well. Make sure you get your pit entry all okay. That looks okay, neat and tidy. But yeah, the rain properly coming down now, and only looking set to get worse, because even in 30 minutes time we're going to be entering heavier and heavier rain. So definitely the time to get yourself onto wet tyres.
Yeah, and that's the thing with these kind of thundery showers. They roll in, and it starts quickly, and then it gets heavier, and then it gets really, really heavy, almost biblical rain. And then it does end up receding, but I don't know, with 3.5 hours left, will we go back to dry conditions before the end of this race? I have my doubts, I have to say. Also a driver change as we're on board with the leaders here, the number 5 Williams Esports team. Wojciech Fiala now behind the wheel of that as he goes down the inside here of turn 1 and through there the opening chicane. They have had a driver change, so Wojciech Fiala is in that. Victor Nicolai stays in the number 1 West Competition Racing. Grantis Caracas stays in the 75. Then we have Vincent Barrier has taken over the 296 of Yas Esports car, and Marco Wong staying in the number 33 West Competition Racing BMW. That is in P5 at the moment. I'm trying to see if there's any other. I think Felix Brudern is now in the 54 car. That is Xenon Racing. They're up to P9 for the moment, and Robin Schaefer has taken over the 255 low fuel motorsports car. Although I don't know if Robin was in it before this pit stop, but certainly a few driver changes, most notably at the front of the field. Wojciech Fiala, the Czech man, taking over with 611 laps clocked around this circuit here on the south coast of France. John, have you ever had the opportunity to visit this part of the world? Have you ever got to sample some of the pastis, as I was talking about yesterday? Ricard, of course, Paul Ricard, the man who branded and began Ricard, a famous pastis brand. Have you ever got to sample the local tipple or been around this area?
Unfortunately, I've never ventured outside of the UK, so it's no. Unfortunately, I haven't had the pleasure of visiting such areas. But certainly now marked on the list, you've put together a very good very good advertisement for for this part of the world. So very much one that I'll be looking to perhaps have a look at in the future. You'll have to let us know, anyone in the chat, if you have had the pleasure of visiting this part of France as well. And we were just having a look at the onboard from the number 5 car in these conditions that has started to come down and now established properly as wet. Whether or not we actually make it to flooded conditions, we'll have to wait and see. That'll be quite a task for our drivers to negotiate, but yeah, visually at the moment not too awful in terms of the amount of spray, the amount of rain seems to be on the circuit, but yeah, I mean, they'll definitely be feeling it behind the wheel. And interestingly, maybe a bit of misfortune in the timing of getting a car into the pits. Gaten Humby in the BF Racing Aston Martin has emerged behind the Armamentario 121 car of Dmitry Nazarov, the Ferrari, which was closing down on them prior to all of the wet weather shenanigans. Whether or not there was a mistake in there, whether it was a poorly judged pit stop, not entirely sure, but one way or another, I think the closest gap on circuit for the time being. And with the way that with the way that Hummy was driving earlier, potentially we'll be able to reel that gap back in. But Nazarov, by the looks of it, maybe particularly in these transitional kind of style stages of the weather, not fully, all the way to heavy rain just yet. The Ferrari may be looking like the more comfortable package.
Yeah, and I just wonder, when you look at the leading cars at this point, when the rain begins to fall, you're not so much worried about your own running. You're almost worried about just getting caught up in instants, because the more rain falls, the more likely you're going to see a spin, and the more likely somebody may spin out into your path. You look at that rain now; it's absolutely teeming down and set to get even heavier. As Sasha Cooper says, he's been to Marseille and he says Pastis is fabulous. I can absolutely totally disagree with you. I love Marseille, but I can't abide by pastis. It's the aniseed taste of it. As I said yesterday, I had it without. You're supposed to drink it with water, and this fool had it without water, and that was the last time he ever tasted pastis. So, you can make up your mind, but yeah, no, pastis. Not for me, no merci. But 3.5 hours left of this race, and we're looking at Gaetan Humby. I don't know whether he's even old enough to drink pasties, is Gaetan, but he is in the 27 Aston Martin, currently in 14th position and chasing down the Armamentario. This is an interesting battle, and this is all about wet weather driving. I mean, a lot of these guys, obviously, there hasn't been a change in drivers. I suppose a lot of them are backing themselves to be able to be quick in wet weather, but really in endurance racing in ACC, you do need to be able to be master of all conditions, John, because it can just turn on a sixpence like we're seeing right now.
Yeah, absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. It does look like the Ferrari of in the hands of Dmitry Nazarov just up ahead in the Ferrari does seem to have the advantage at the moment. Just checking in though on some gaps further down, we have got Jan Drexler versus Max Florence for the battle for P23, the 199 SG Stern Mercedes versus the number 50 TMMS Performance BMW. 2-1 car of, oh dear, that's awkward, and that looks very scary for a moment there. Let's try to see as they get out of the way of Jean Lacey Esports there. Another unfortunate outing for the Shizou GT Omega car. Into turn 10 they go. And I have a horrible feeling I know how this one's going to end. Oh, slightly different. I think maybe on the entry, though, to turn 11 and the kick of the bump. And it's just going, and gone. That was what the awkward thing was. The car behind, having to sort of try to judge a little bit on the fly where that car was going. I think, good job there from Matteo Belandi to keep that out of harm's way, doing his utmost to get himself off the track as quick as possible. A little bit scary to judge at times, but solid effort there from the Italian driver. But gap that is closing is that between the Lucia Motorsport car and the Porsche Spinala, and these two were going at it hammer and tong with Szymanski, and it was can't remember his name. The initials were E and P. I can't remember the rest of it. Have we got?
We don't, unfortunately, so we can't even see.
Oh, that's very disappointing.
The full car.
Oh, that's, I do apologise to. Wait a minute. Actually, if I actually use a vague amount of intelligence, a scary thought I know, that Escort Peath, there we go, that in using an extra tab in ACC TV for myself there, yes, Peath and Szymanski were in quite the fight as Hartkemper, I think that was just coming out of the pits potentially. Well, I would have thought they would have done their pit stop already, so was that for a drive-through penalty by any
chance? Yes, actually, that is absolutely what it was for the 256, just having finished their penalty a couple minutes ago. So yeah, that is exactly what it was. 256 getting done for track limits.
And also something that we missed, a drive-through penalty for the number 1 car. 20 minutes ago, drive-through cleared for Sebastian Apostle. In terms of the gaps, it didn't seem to make much of a difference. So, in the grand scheme of things, it did hand a little bit of time back towards Williams Esports, which I had noticed, as the 54 car brought out a yellow flag for a moment, but as it turns out, just the overlay being a little bit on the sensitive side, nothing too spooky going on in all of that. So I think, closest fight at the moment. Seemingly between Von Kalben and Major, so two teammates handing over to some of their other compatriots inside of the two Ferraris now, and set to go hammer and tong at it all over again between these two in new conditions this time. When we had Szymanski and Peath, it was dry for most of their battle. Now we've got the wet weather conditions, and seemingly, at least based on the initial lap times, the Lucia Motorsport car has had the initial advantage, but as a Major, again, a little bit wide on the entry into that left-hander. It's a tricky one, although it does get a half-decent exit, but right now it does look overall like the 22 car might be the more composed of the two.
Yeah, thanks to Alexi from the Arnhem Ontario team saying good morning VM and LFM team, thank you for a great broadcasting event, thank you very much. So we're happy to be part of it. Now, this is my opportunity to do an open call to all of the teams and drivers who wish to join us in the commentary booth. Keep us company. We would love to hear from you, particularly about your strategy in the wet. Have you switched drivers? Have you an idea of what you're going to do to try and make the most of these wet conditions? Are you happy with the wet conditions? Would you rather it stay dry? We'd love to hear from you. Get in touch. You know where the waiting room is, and send us a ping or send us a post on the chat here. We'll get you in to have a chat. Also, just to quickly kind of thank those who help us bring this to you, as well as thanking all of you who are watching here on our Twitch channel. Lian Li, one of those. Lian Li, of course, famous for their cases, their PC cases, Airflow being absolutely the #1 selling point in them. One of the biggest cases in Taiwan, of course, not Hong Kong, Taiwan. It also produces various accessories in terms of window kits. So you get a nice piece of toughened glass on the side of your PC case. Maybe you could get a Porsche logo, or perhaps you could get an ACC logo, or even if you really are enjoying the series, feel free to get a custom VEM logo on the side of your custom PC. They also do power supplies for gamer and silent PCs. Noble chairs, inspired by the seating found in the world's most luxurious vehicles. You can give your posterior a present, just combining the design, ergonomics and features of the world's most inspirational seating to create a perfect chair for any environment. Even if it's raining and at Paul Ricard, you'll probably find a seat that will do you for that one. Moza Racing, they're founded in 2012. They do camera stabilizers, gimbal cameras and sim racing gear. They've switched from the camera world over to the sim racing world, and we are all the better for it to have their products with us. CaseKing.de, I gave them a short shout out, or caseking.de if you're not from Germany. They are one of the main people to pick up cases off online, and of course if you're in Europe you don't have to deal with those pesky custom taxes. You can just pick it up and away you go. They do have a store in Berlin, as well as independent stores in the Netherlands, Poland and Taiwan, branches in France, Hungary, Sweden, Finland and Portugal. But for the rest of us who don't live in any of those countries, then caseking.de is where to get that. Next up, the racing as well. One of the world's most famous simulation brands. If you're into sim racing for any amount of time, you would have seen their products pop in to a whole range of stuff. As the Spinala goes wide, they made a mistake there, and that allows Jamie Luca von Kalben to get inside and make that move. Now, to be fair, the number 22 Ferrari was quite a bit quicker than the 15 Porsche Spinala Ferrari, and the Spinala almost living up to their name, managing to catch it on the exit but opening the door for the Jamie Luca von Kalben to make that move down the bottom section of the corner. I think it was through Hotel and Comp they made that mistake. As we look at the glorious instant replay, look at them there just catching the inside corner there as they go through. I think that might have been sorry, not Ben Dor, but it would be Comp. Yeah, Comp and Stabum, and then on to the Mistral straight. So that's fairly easy for them. But that is the Glorious replay. Who is Glorious, I hear you ask, but I can tell you. Glorious is a lifestyle gaming hardware company. Basically, they help you bulk up your office or your gaming rig or your gaming venture if you want to improve your gaming lifestyle. I do like that, lifestyle gaming hardware company. It's great marketing speak. But yeah, also speaking of improving your experience in your gaming setup, Ducky do mechanical keyboard. For all you ASMR fans out there, mechanical keyboards are the way to go. Or for anybody else who tend to skimp on that peripheral, something that you use every single day, you might as well get a decent one. It'll last you. But as they say, buy cheap, buy often. But if you put a bit of money into it, then you're much more likely to get a product that will last for quite a bit of time. And finally, HC Dizzy. He is a streamer, a German streamer. He's over 100,000 followers, calling them Magger. Don't know what that means in German. I hope it's not insulting. For those of you who are insulted by that, then please feel free to join the German stream, where they probably will be much more able to describe the German language in a less offensive way. He does a lot of virtual racing, can spend up to 12 hours on the online racetracks, which, John, for you is absolutely nothing. 12 hours is absolutely nothing. You have been at it for quite some time, haven't you?
It's yes, I have to say I have pulled quite the stint in this one. However, we do actually have an interview. We do. There we go. I couldn't see on my screen. I thought we'd lost him for a moment. It's from Armenterio Racing. We have Alexi joining us in the Discord server for a little interview and chat. So thank you for popping on in. Currently sitting in P13 with Nazarov in the car. So how's it all been at your end? You know, in this late spot of rain coming in, how are you feeling on that front?
So first of all, hi all. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for inviting. And it's a pretty tough race for our team, to be honest, because like currently I know that the guys are pretty ready because of all these cycles of the rain. So they had actually before the race, some training prepared, some pressures estimations, some forecasts, and so on. So now I know that I've talked to the team that they feel themselves pretty confident that at least they managed to get the right pressures and to push because we want actually to catch the top 10. So yeah, I think that they're pretty like okay and stable, motivated.
Yeah, perfect stuff with that. And yeah, top 10 is about I think about 90 seconds total with that. But still over 3 hours left to go, and we've seen time and time again how quickly this the people's races can turn on its head. This one only takes a couple of drive-throughs, an incident, or something like that. So those positions which may be a little bit sort of far away at the moment, because certainly I just looked at the wrong delta, so it's but yeah, it's there are times sort of to be pushing along and very likely to end up capitalising on those mistakes as and when they do happen. And this rain kicking in, we've seen that like Jardier, for example, he was quite happy when it was raining for their Ferrari. Do you feel sort of comfortable in? Are you preferential to the rain kicking in at this point, or would you have rather that it had stayed a more kind of steady state situation in dry conditions?
Trying to build a consensus, most of our drivers are pretty happy with the rain because it's always changing dynamic conditions when, like every lap, you are trying to push and to find the limits of your car, to find the limits of the track while it's getting more wet or while it's getting more dry. So every time it's quite interesting to drive, on very engagement. And also it's always a battle against the other drivers, so whether the speed of the adaptation to the conditions, also like it's a great battle between the engineers and the strategist of the team, while like you've managed to get the right pressures, while you've managed to get the right time to go into the pits, or also it's a kind of possibly luck and randomness, while the rain starts the right time, you have the stint end, and that's also like for us it's a great experience, to be honest. And like mostly we think that if you want to get like a great experience or to know ACC better, nothing is better than these like mixed conditions. So overall, like we think like that's great. And to be honest, we've had a pretty tough start because on the first lap, after like the several turns, we've happened to be the last after a small spin. So nothing like too crazy, just a small hit from behind the car, and like we've been the last, and now we're P13. So I think that's also mixed conditions, and like our experience from our drivers helps us to be at the right position, like right now. So yeah, like thank you. We can be more happy than that.
Alexi, hi, Kevin Galvin here with you. Thanks so much for coming in, and indeed for joining us in Twitch chat. Always appreciate that as well. As you say, you have your spare driver in the car at the moment, Dmitry Nazarov. He's kind of F1 esports driver turned ACC driver. We see a few of those. I know West Competition Racing has a few of those as well. I suppose it's a great opportunity for him to prove himself in the team and to try and maybe push himself up into the team into one of those starting places. But how do you manage the eagerness, I suppose, of a young driver to try and prove himself, combined with these tricky conditions where really safety is absolutely key, as we see him go down the inside of the 54 Xenon racing car, so unlapping himself a little bit.
So like for us it was a long ride, to form a team, an esports team between like different drivers, different like characters. And as you mentioned, yeah, like you definitely spotted right, Dmitry is he has some, like characteristics that are very good for the for the driver. Like to me, like the most, I think, known example is the Max Verstappen's aggression when he was, like young and the first years in Gen. So I'm not comparing, like Dmitri's with the Max Verstappen, but I mean the characteristics of his character, while he's also young. The same, he's pretty aggressive. He can be pretty aggressive on the track, but again, we spent a lot of time for the clean overtaking and for the talking about like possible incidents, possible moments to be as clean as possible. For us, it's I think that the most important point to be fast and clean while on the track. But sometimes like things happen. Also, I've seen like pretty much. We even have what I wanted to tell. We even have a GIF in our Discord server. If you enter our stream, Alexander Shinov streams it, our driver, and like one moment he was even praying to God that everything should be fine, and we made a GIF of it because sometimes it happens. Also when you're on the verge of your nerves and so on. So yeah, Dmitry came from the F1 esports, where he raced for like several years, I think like 3 or 4 years. And now he is mainly concentrated on ACC, so we are trying like to make him into the overall community, like behavior experience. So yeah, to sum up, fast and clean.
And I suppose, like, we were speaking to Alex from West Competition Racing last night, and he was saying, it's not just about being clean on track, but it's about having the right attitude off track. And is it difficult? Because I suppose when we talk about, especially esports, you're dealing with a lot of very young people, a lot of people who maybe haven't totally emotionally grown to the way they would be for the likes of people in their maybe mid-20s or early 30s. They wouldn't have had those range of life experiences and disappointments that build your character. So how do you manage kind of like younger, I suppose, I don't want to say more immature, because a lot of young people can be very mature as well, but how do you kind of maybe slightly more emotional? How do you manage that? What do you look for in a driver from the personality aspect?
Well, I don't think that I will tell something new, because like for every driver the approach is individual, but if try to spot some unique approach, unique things, I think that we should definitely let the driver to make a great mistake, if it makes sense, in order to and also to achieve a great result. And I don't specially mean, for example, a win or something like that. Just a great stable result in a powerful field with the highest strength of field. To show the difference, when some kind of aggressive or possibly emotional mistake on the track costs him a lot, and while his stable performance and calmness and cold head actually leads him to a great result, like P10, P6 in a very high soft field. So for most of the drivers, for example, this comparison and this after race and analysis led to the right conclusions that at least we wanted them to make, and to the right behavior on track overall. So yeah, unfortunately, it's a path of highs and lows when you do mistakes and when you succeed. But I think that from management perspective, our main work is to somehow highlight where he was really wrong and this wasn't right to do in that conditions in that race, and where the driver did he should,
It's about keeping them balanced, really, isn't it? And
Yeah.
it's about making sure that, as you say, that hot-headedness that we all get, and mainly through our own disappointments, in terms of, when you make a mistake yourself, you're more angry than you are any other time, and it's about not trying to overcompensate for with that anger to make mistakes. Just speaking now, the track is getting wet. It looks like it might die down in about a half an hour time. We're seeing those thunderstorm kind of conditions. How are your guys set up for that? Are you hoping that it'll stay wet? Do you feel like you're quicker in the rain, or are you hoping that it might dry up towards the end of the race? And how did you come into it with your setup? Were you expecting rain for this race, or were you kind of more expecting dry running?
Yeah, we've tried to enter. First of all, we've looked at the forecast for the endurance race, and we actually have had an understanding that it will be kind of mixed or tricky conditions, so the rain is expected with pretty high chance. So we definitely included this information in our setup. To my experience, I can't talk for now about our strategy, because I definitely should consult with our racing team about that. But to what I see now and previously, I think that in the rain we are much better, especially that we've managed to prepare for it, and basing on the overall the overall speed of our drivers, I think that the rain conditions more suit them in current race. So for us, it's great opportunities. We've managed to be more careful in the first stage of the race to get less drive-throughs than other teams. So it was crucial for us, and again, it has got us a lot of advantage. And but unfortunately, I know that this morning, several hours ago, we've managed to keep the number of drive-throughs at even level with other teams. So, but again, we think that in the rain we will be more stable, and we will try to repeat the success of the first stage of this race. So yeah.
Fantastic stuff in that. And just a last question from me, and then we'll let you go back to your team. That obviously, exciting things on the horizon for ACC with update 1.9 on the way next week. And with that, Ferrari 296 on the way, I'm sure a car that you'll be keeping a very close eye on with that. And for that 1.9 update, what are you hoping that's going to include? What do you think would be kind of the most beneficial sort of aside from the obvious of the 296 being an absolute rocket ship? That what do you think would be the sort of the best kind of result for that 1.0 update from your team's perspective?
So to be honest, it was a kind of a foul bet, because we had a great understanding that the Ferrari in the current state, the 488 Ferrari, is actually great for the upcoming calendar, and especially for the first races, again, basing on our testings. But if to talk about 1.9, to be honest, me myself, I'm always excited when something new comes to the game, especially when the bob change, physics change, and something like that. It also adds a kind of a new work, new set of goals to try something new, to test the physics, to understand what will be right, what will be not. So we can't say which of the three new cars will be the fastest one, or how the BOP will will distribute the power across the field. But we definitely hope that at least the 296 will be competitive, first of all. We've seen on the real track that in the Indianapolis it wasn't that successful, to be honest. But again, we can remember the first M4 races. I think that Barcelona it was, when the M4 came first on the real track, I mean. Also, it was not that successful. But what gives us, at least me, what gives a lot of maybe belief or the right mood, the happy mood about it, the streams. I've managed to join Irish stream for some hours yesterday, during the race, and how they prepared all the infographics and all detailed information about new tire physics, new suspension physics, new electronics physics, and I hope that they today will continue this evening to talk about that. That leaves me that like the guys, the developer team of the ACC takes it pretty seriously, so why not to believe them? I try to look like further, like in the future with like good mood and like high expectations, to be honest. So I think that it will be just a pretty interesting experience. Like 296 Ferrari, all new BOP, all new physics, and of course we want to be the first one to understand how to extract like pace from these conditions. Yeah.
Yeah, without a doubt, and yes, it will be a very exciting time for a lot of people in ATC. It's across a variety of different aspects and sectors. So yeah, fantastic stuff, and lovely to have you in the comms box for an interview. Thank you so much for joining us, and also to any of you that are watching on the stream. If you want some little extra kind of goodies to help you in your sim racing experience, then do head over to armamentario.com and you can grab yourself some fantastic tools and plugins on there. So definitely have a look at that. Alexi, thank you so much for joining for an interview. Best of luck in the final 3 hours or so of the race, and look forward to seeing what all the future brings from today's result, and also your 296 adventures in the future.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Kevin. It was like great experience for me for an interview. It actually was the first interview on the real broadcast of the series event. So we hope to talk with you more in the future.
I'm sure we absolutely will. We'd love to have you back. So yeah, thank you so much, and we'll talk to you very soon then.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
Cheers.
There you go, John. Not only did Alexi survive the interview, but he said it was enjoyable. So any other teams and drivers that wish to have that enjoyable experience with us, feel free to give us a message, because the more aspects and opinions we can get on, the absolute better. Just 10 this morning now, just near at the Circuit Power Ricard near Le Castellet on the south coast of France, just outside Marseille, where the rain is absolutely teeming down. However, it is set to, I'm not a weather forecast expert, and it will stay for at least for the next half hour, but it's looking to kind of maybe perhaps ease off as we get later on. I'm just having a look there outside the commentary box, and there is a little bit of brightness, but it's a good bit down the road, so we would hope that will come our way, the winds coming in. But yeah, we are approaching the 3 hours left to go. There has been absolutely plenty as we look at that Felix Tazvinzwa Hacker overtaking the Vassin Motorsports car. That's a lapped one. But we will have a look at what's been happening and what's been a very, very busy last hour. More thanks to Lexi as well for joining us, but plenty of action, John, in the last hour to keep us going as well.
Yeah, without a doubt, and we've got some fantastic little highlights to run you through, and after that's exactly as you say, Kevin. There's been a very busy time, so thank you to the VM guys for doing an epic job as always in preparing those. So we will disappear just off air to catch a breath, get a little bit of hydration, and possibly some nutrients in there as well, and we'll leave you with the side-by-side footage of some of the highlights from this morning, whilst Tanzan Zahaka, man on the move at the moment, continues to set on hot pursuit of some of those drivers up ahead. So we'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes, but for the time being, enjoy these little highlights of this morning's action.
You're very welcome back to the Circuit de Paul Ricard. That's my attempted kind of imitation French. Or if you're from Marseille, les Circuit de Paul Ricard, because they don't really pronounce any of their words properly. Anyway, I digress. Just under 3 hours left in the race. We're going to take you through our top 10 as it stands. In first place, rather predictably, not much has changed if you're just coming on in from the morning. If you've had a good night's sleep, hope you had a good night's sleep, some beauty sleep heading into this Sunday morning. John next to me has been on the go since that night. He's been working hard, so I'm going to give him a small bit of a break here, just to give him a chance to compose his thoughts and maybe take his eyes off the screen for 2 seconds. Wojciech Fiala leads the Williams Esports team, the number 5 car. They're in the Audi, which is like not necessarily the POG car or the OP car, but the Williams have absolutely made it work around here, and they have been out front and centre. They're now a minute and a half down the road. The number 1 West Competition Racing car in P2 taking a drive-through penalty in and around about a half an hour ago, so that set them back. Sebastian Apostel still at the seat of that, a 17-year-old former karting champion, taking the helm of that one with the BMW partnered West Competition Racing team. In third place, we've had a driver change. Maciej Malinowski now in for the Veloce Esports team. Maciej is a quick boy around the car, but he does have quite a bit of a gap to try and make up on the number 1 car in second place. But a podium for the Veloce team would not be a bad result at all. Following them is the Yas Heat Esports team. They're 49 seconds down the road. Valentin Barrier in that one. He stepped out for the overnight stints, but is back in the car now, up 1 place from where they began, 296 in P4. In P5 is Pulse Sim Sport, the 52 car. Felix Tazvinzwa Hacker still in that one, the Brit, leading them around the circuit. They're in the last of our top 5 places. They've been up and down the Pulse Sim Sport. They've been involved in a lot of action, but managed to keep their nose clean, keep it on track. They were about 8th going into the night, and they've made it up to 5th now overnight, just chipping away as other teams have taken drive-throughs. In 6th place is the sister West Competition Racing car, number 33, Marco Wong in that one. They were up to P4 at one point, but drive-throughs have dropped them back down. But still, a good running for the West Competition Racing team overall. P7 is Jean Lacey Esports. Mattea Krupi now in the car. They struggled as dry conditions turned to wet earlier on, losing out to the West Competition Racing car. P7 at the moment, 22 seconds behind, and looking to overtake what is lapped traffic in front of them. I think that is the F1 Memes car. An incident involving them 71 Ren Velten Esports and the team Shizou GT Omega. That is in turn 5. Lap 6:15, so that would have been about 20 minutes ago. No further action needed for causing a collision as the Jean Lacey overtakes, or at least laps, the F1 Memes car. Mattia Krupi in that one, and a 205.5 in his last lap, which is faster, a little bit faster than the car in behind, but almost a second faster than the West Competition Racing car. In 8th position is the Vasson Motorsports. That is the car behind Krupi. That pulled a 205.8, so losing time on the Jean Lacey car, the 962. But P8 overall for Vasson is a great result for them. They have been in and around the top 10, but now find themselves on the right side of that, up into 8th place. Lowfield Motorsport, no change for them since we last saw them. Robin Schaefer in the car, they're P9, up 2 places from P11. He is going faster though, 205.2, as the track is very wet. As you can see, the rain's still falling here, but a very high track temperature making for slippery conditions. We've had a lot of wet weather. We had wet weather running yesterday afternoon as well, and right into the night before it dried up overnight, and the weather has fallen once again as day has broken, and absolutely dead around the circuit to Paul Ricard. Absolutely no weather to speak of whatsoever on what is quite an exposed circuit, so that's good for those drivers. The 255 Low Field Motorsports in P9, and a P10 is the Mercedes AMG GT3 of the Xenon racing car. They are quite a bit off the pace now. They pulled 206.7. The car behind them is a 205.7, and Schaefer in the Low Field Motorsports car we just saw was pulling a 205.2, so 1.5 seconds slower than P9 is Xenon Racing. However, they do have quite a bit of a gap because the next car behind is almost a minute down the road, so it's just a case of managing the gap at the moment for them, not pushing too hard, but you can see they're not quite making use of all of the inside curbs. Is Bastian Offerman in that Xenon racing car as they power down the Mistral straight. So that is your top 10. P11 is Lightspeed by MC Schaefer. P12 is SOP Esports Racing, who've had a number of incidents but managed to still be inside the top 15. P13 is BF Racing, 14 is the Italian Job, and we're looking at now P15, Team Racing Point, giving chase to that Italian Job car, not the car in front, but the car in front of that, the Italian Job Honda. You can see that just leading us down the Mistral straight. That's the Yeet Esports behind them in the BMW, but Racing Point will have their sights set on the Honda ahead of the BMW to see if they can make a track on them. So P15, that's Simone Iezzi in that car, taking over from Michele Romano, and it was a 208.5 last time around. We're talking about pit stops here. I think there might have been a pit stop for 4 is the 85 car. Oh yeah, it was a 208 last time around for the 179 Italian Job car, so they might have had an issue. They could have gone off the track, I'm not entirely sure, but they did lose 3 seconds, so I suspect a spin may have been on the cards while we were looking at some of the other running that was happening, which has allowed the Racing Point car now only 1.5 seconds behind and chasing. John, are you good to join me again? You've had a enormous stint. You've been at this since around about, you've been at this almost 12 hours at this stage in the one go, so I'm surprised you're still able to go.
Yeah, I mean, still in the land of the living at the moment. And yes, the original plan was that whilst I was behind the cameras at the very beginning of the race, that I was going to try to grab some sleep between that and the commentary stint. Didn't happen. So on my way for being up for 24 hours straight with this one. So I feel like I've committed my valiant effort to sort of simulating as best as I can sort of in the kind of other side of the experience of this endurance race of what these guys are going through. But yeah, all ready to go, and you will have me for about another 50 odd minutes or so until Christian Romano joins back to see you through to the end of the race alongside Kevin Gavin, of course. And yeah, Simone Leslie really pushing on at the moment, still 1.5 seconds faster on the last lap, and gaining all the time as they head down the back straight. Look at the overspeed of the BMW. Looks left, looks right, very late to pull out to the right-hand side of the circuit. They're down the inside though, and in the end the Honda not putting up too much of a fight in that one, but that was a big example of the level of overspeed that the BMW is able to carry. A little bit awkward for the Honda, just behind with the number 1 car currently piloted by Sebastian Apostel in the West Competition racing car, the lead BMW of those 2 entries. But yeah, the Honda really seeming to struggle in these conditions. Interestingly, the weather is looking to not exactly dry up, but gradually ease off the rain over time. But it is going to be decreasing over quite a long period in all of that. And looking up and down the order to sort of see other cars that are on the move. Other cars seem to have settled in pretty nicely. We've got some slow laps from the 44 and the 111 cars, but also we've got the likes of Jan Drexler for the number 50, gaining a little bit on Max Florence, who is about 10.5 seconds up the road. But sort of next closest set of cars on circuit, potentially due to have a little scrap, may end up being the likes of Patrick Sodercat and Malta Busing in the number 77 Primary Racing Mercedes. Be interesting to compare these. And yeah, then again, a couple of tenths in favour of the 26 car. So and there it is, the Mercedes just at the bottom of your screen, ahead of Visceral Esports and your race leaders, Williams Esports. All of that, but yeah, it's going to be an interesting sim for these guys. A quite a prolonged period of wet weather driving throughout the next half an hour, at least, and probably the best part of an hour, at least until we hand over to Christian. I imagine this will be sticking around, and yeah, you know, tail end of a 24-hour endurance race, concentration needing to be at at its peak and as good as it's ever been in this, and you know that sometimes can catch people out, can't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's they talk about the night stints is where things can go wrong, but often early morning is where things can go wrong because guys have not really gotten the requisite sleep overnight. They've been racing during the afternoon, they're now having to pick back up the car, they're half asleep, they're not entirely sure what's going on, and it just takes one slight twitch. You know, your brain is tired, it's sending mixed messages down through the spinal cord to your hands and your feet, and it's almost more physiological than anything else that you twitch a little bit, or you kind of overcompensate during a corner, or you lose that little lack of focus, and all of a sudden you find yourself spinning out. Now, at least at this track there's plenty of runoff for cars, but if you take a corner the wrong way, as we've seen sometimes, you take too much the outside curve, it spits you into the inside wall, and as the BOP car found earlier on, that it just fires you straight into what is a lengthy pit time in the pit box. Michele Romano managing to sort of pull back a little bit some of the time. He pulled to 205.8 last time, but I was looking at his timing tables. He was doing 207s and 208s at one point, so he's struggling in the wet. Also is Gaetan Humby. He was struggling in the wet, and it looks like Simone Iezzi in the 85, the team racing point. He is absolutely flying. He's pulled a 204.3, very much more comfortable with the conditions, and they are about 9 seconds behind the BF Racing. So the way things stand, we could definitely see an overtake for P13 in the next number of minutes, maybe the next 25 to 30 minutes or so, with the rain continuing. Do remember to get in touch on Twitch chat. Tim says he called in sick and ruined your Sunday, John, so he apologizes. The least you could do to give John a bit of support after his 12-hour stint is to follow him on Twitter. That's at GSR_F1. If you like. And Strudel1337 says, can confirm that things get very difficult after having slept for 3 hours. Yeah, no. We've all been there. We've all done that is Simone Iezzi going slightly wide there through turns number 5. That's Beausset, and down Mistra. No, it's actually the top section of the course. My apologies. That's turn number 8. He's going slightly wide and almost spinning the car. Managed to keep going, but yeah. No, we've all been there, haven't we? Like you clock off at, let's say, 2 in the morning. You're supposed to sleep from like 3 till 6 or 3 till 7, but your brain is just like, there's like monkey symbols going on in your brain. You just can't get yourself to sleep because you're so wired from the stint, and you're also putting yourself under pressure to get to sleep, so you get enough before you have to get up the following morning and race again.
Yeah, it's I think, you know, also I don't know. That's the 41 car. I think has gone around at the top end of the course. That is the TF Racing portion. Hop and skip and jump over the inside curve. We'll try to grab a replay of that, see if we can catch what happened to the all-Greek lineup. And the instant replay making its way over in just a short while, and clipping the apex out of the exit of turn 9 there, on the way into towards turn 10, and taking quite a wide line. And once you're out that far, there is very little grip. It's already an off-camber corner, and you can see the difference. The dry line sitting firmly in the middle of the track there, but the Porsche going out and playing in the puddles on the outside, which not the fastest way around that corner, unfortunately. And it's been a bit of a tough day in the office for the TF Racing crew overall. But yeah, talking about sort of going on autopilot a little bit with with these long stints in these endurance races again. Simone Lessie even that's going to compromise this lap, though, with the number 1 car making their way through. I was going to say, still managed to take out a quarter of a second on Gaten Humby in the 27 car last time, even with that big twitch. But maybe would be a good idea just to stick with Sebastian Apostle in that number 1 car, doing 204.2s at the moment. And Simone Leslie's got to be careful. Yeah, I'm not sure. And I'm also, we never quite saw what happened to the Shizou GT Omega team to get their penalty for ignoring blue flags. But if I was had to guess, that's the source of manoeuvre, which I could imagine that may have started with. So we've got to be a little bit careful. So I would just slot in behind Sebastian, and I'm sure he will pull. If you can stick with him, it will pull you along to Gaten Humby in no time. We've already seen, someone taking the Max Verstappen Monaco-style approach of using a car that is putting laps on other cars and sneaking in behind them and using that to get a position. So if he plays his cards right, or just pushes the number 1 car along, that I have no doubt that they will get up into that P13 spot in just a few laps time. But yes, going back to what you were saying, kind of go a little bit on autopilot when you are on the tyre side. It took me back to something that Martin Brundle said in his F1 days when he was a racing driver, and he had an absolutely massive accident, and I believe he was heavily concussed. As usually often a lot of drivers were sort of back in the 90s era of F1 after they had any sort of form of crash, and his overall assessment of himself was just to tell him which way to turn out of the pits and he'd be fine. And it's one of those things where, to some extent, I know where he's coming from, but it's not the wisest of approaches. Potentially also a comment that could be used potentially for this Team Racing Point car at the moment that's kind of trying their luck a bit. I imagine making the number 1 car very nervous as well.
Yeah, I suspect so. But I wonder, is Simone trying to just actually break the toe for himself? I wonder, is that why he's moving left and right? And Sebastian, I'm not sure if he's quite read that.
Oh dear.
Sebastian's gone wide, and that is going to allow the Racing Point car in. This is kind of a tricky one, because they're reasonably not that far away on pace. It's not like the Racing Point is 2 or 3 tenths off. They're pretty much running the same pace. So if he can get away from the West Competition Racing car, then he's fine, the Team Racing Point 85. But if Simone can't make that stick, it's going to be up to Seb Postel to get back past him. It looks like he's sort of making a slight gap there. But yeah, I mean, as you say, I mean, it would make sense as we look at the Yeet Esports car coming into the pits. It doesn't look like there's any damage there. Could be a drive-through, because it looks like they're not making an attempt to get into the pit box, so there could be a drive-through for the 48 car. Looks like that's exactly what it is. Track limits there once again, being the public enemy number 1 here of this race. But yeah, for Seb Apostel, that idea of running behind him and using him to try and slip past the BF racing car is a good one in theory, but not if the car in front is actually slowing you down. So I suppose for that's the Team 1 FF car. They've had a number of issues today as we look at the glorious instant replay of that. Let's see, it's Vincent Linder in that one, going down the front straight, and he has the Spinella Porsche behind him. He also has the Yeet car coming out of their drive-through, the 144 coming into turn 1, and that's a bonk in the back, sent around, and I suspect the Spinella Porsche Racing Team Ferrari may be seeing of themselves a victim of a penalty from the stewards, because that was late on the brakes there from the Ferrari, sending it into the back of the Porsche, and Vincent, unfortunately, at that point just becoming a passenger.
Yeah, that's just a complete miscalculation under the brakes. That wasn't even for position in that. So a very unfortunate and unnecessary penalty. Meanwhile, to then add to the fun, Vincent Lindner, apologies on that front the first time. Lindner is got the Williams Esports car, the current race leader, by now over 1.5 minutes over the rest of the field. As Tanvin Zahakabra, a very brief yellow flag, but I think all okay. There's a bit of a weird section, particularly in the entry to turn 8 there, where the overlays getting a little bit spooked about some puddles and things from certain cars, but thankfully not too much harm done. I was actually looking at a couple of our drivers. First of all, Gaten Humby. After sort of all of the trials and tribulations that Simone Leslie has been experiencing with the likes of the number 1 car, as that is the TMS MMS Performance car of number 15, driven by Jan Drexler at the moment. I think had a bit of a mistake on the exit of turn 2 and getting out of the way. But Simone Leslie, fairly similar lap time, not quite the same level of advantage that he had over Humby on the last one. But Amanda is a bit more on the move. The sort of man that we were talking quite a bit about, and obviously talking to a teammate of earlier on, Dmitry Nazarov for Armamentario, 203.5 last time around. And only 4 seconds behind Michele Romano for the 179 Italian job car, who do seem to be a little bit less comfortable in these wet weather conditions. And based on that current level of pace, that's another gap that could very well be closing up in the foreseeable future.
Yeah, another gap, and there's little, I suppose, look, we're only 2.5 hours now down, and we were talking about really for team strategists, they only kind of come into their own with about 6 hours left on the clock. Obviously, you can try and fuel save a little bit and give yourself that little bit of extra flexibility over the course of the evening, but it's kind of the last maybe 6 hours or so that you kind of start thinking about really where we are in terms of strategy and how we can make it work. Now we've just over 2.5 hours left of this. 24 opening 24-hour race. We're in the second round of the Virtual Endurance Masters as the time ticks by 10:30 in the morning here at the circuit de Paul Ricard. But yeah, this is a great opportunity. Now you look at some of the gaps up here, and I wonder, will teams start to think about, you know, do we need to make passes on track at this point, or can we start to strategize, try and make sure we make the most of it in the pits? Now there will be drive-throughs as well that would inevitably and invariably affect teams as well, but look at some of those gaps. I mean, even looking at that Low Fuel Motorsports team, they're just 1.5 seconds now and rapidly gaining on the F1 memes. 98 Ferrari. You go further up, the Armamentario's just 3 seconds off P15. There's Wild Things Racing is just 6 seconds off P21, and of course you have that battle that we were looking at between the Italian job that is kind of continuing, and teams slowly chipping away at the team racing point slowly chipping away at them. So yeah, it's a great opportunity for teams here to start thinking strategy, to start thinking about how they can do that, because if you can gain a lap or a few extra laps, or you hit the right timing with tires, all of a sudden you can make up almost 10-15 seconds without really having to push that hard in the car. So I think the team strategists will be all over this one, so we would love to speak to anybody who's in any of those teams who's involved in the strategy to give us an idea of how they plan to best try and maximize the conditions out there, because it looks like, John, the rain is going to start to get heavier again. It looks like these showers are set in now, and the track will most likely be wet until up until the checkered flag.
Yeah, definitely. And whilst the intensity of the showers a little bit up and down like a yo-yo, it's it's looking like the wet weather generally is here to stay, as Justin Hartkamper making his way past his fellow compatriot Jan Drexler in the number 50 car there, and now sets off in sight of Amir Saburov for the 98 F1 memes team there. And yeah, last lap, not particularly ideal for Breatham there. The number 50 car, who actually just pulls into the pits, was a little bit of thorn in the side of both of the Ferraris there. Kind of gave a bit of headache to Saburov in the number 98, and made life a little bit tricky in the middle sector for Hartkampen. But now that the BMW has been removed from the equation, we'll be able to get a better idea of where the pace lies between these two cars. But I do get the impression that if Hart Kemper is able to keep up the momentum that he was demonstrating not too long ago, the chances are that he will be able to push on and close up that gap in just a moment. And same goes for this man, Dmitry Nazarov, 203.5 last time around, as a brief yellow flag for number 4 car. I don't think anything too severe. But yeah, Nazarov taking another 9/10 of a second out of the 179 Honda in front. So definitely a couple of scraps that are heating up pretty imminently.
Yeah, certainly not at the front though. The Wojciech Fiala making another 3 seconds on Seb Postel, obviously being held up in that battle with the Team Racing Point car of Simone Yetzi. Yeah, Fiala making up now 93 seconds, the gap now, and then another further 115 seconds between first place and third place of Michael Malinowski, who's in danger now of being lapped. So we might only have 2 cars on the lead lap, which would be not ideal for a race of 24 hours, but nonetheless one of these things, as we see a yellow flag out for the Porsche Spinella car. Not sure whether they had an issue or not. It's Bruchir Madere, or Madre, sorry, as we look at the Glory Sense replay to see what happened there. The 15 Porsche Spinella, they've been involved in quite a few incidents, including bumping into the back of, it's a pit exit. I think it could potentially be a drive-through for them. I wonder, was that given actually by the stewards? I can't see there now. I don't think it was a drive-through, because the last car to get a drive-through was a 98 car. I don't see 15 here, so still waiting for that stewards decision on the 15, but they did pit in the meantime, coming straight back out behind the 4 car. That is 17th position, Freddie Olsen Forsberg in the Unicorns of Love Pulse Simsport car. So them teaming up to make sure that they get a car in. But the Porsche Spinella, they had a few issues as well, of course, at Watkins Glen. Remember being squeezed into the barrier, or was it them that were doing the squeezing? I can't remember, down the front straight of Watkins Glen. So that it's just a case of trying to stay out of trouble, John, isn't it? Like, I mean, it's easier said than done, but it's, you find the teams that are up the front and the teams that do the best are often the ones that just keep their nose clean for as long as possible.
Yeah, without doubt. It's, the name of the game in endurance racing is purely survival, realistically, as meanwhile Harkemper trying to make up the move now on Saberov. The battle between the 256 and the 98 around the outside. The LFM car goes, and making that one stick on the entry to turn 10. Also briefly for a moment there was a flag out for the 121 car of the Armamentario, who I think may have made a pit stop, and I think that's what that yellow flag was reacting to, as we had a similar incident with the Spinella Porsche team, as well as Malta Busing making their way out of the pit. Several cars coming out of the pits now as well. Also Visceral Esports a little bit further down with Lucas Sidor. Max Florence has just made his way into the pits, the other side of all of that. So clearly right amongst a little bit of a window at the moment, and it's a bit of a tricky one in terms of what you do for tyre pressures, because the rain is going to be easing off, and that the rain is easing off, but then in half an hour time, which is still within the likelihood of your current stint, it's then going to be coming back on again. It's a very tricky decision sometimes as to kind of, well, how do you play the tyre pressure sort of aspect? Are you looking to make sure you're fast now? Are you going to try to just be fast on average across the 2 sets of stints, or do you optimise it for later? It's a difficult one to weigh up, and often there's the teams spend a lot of time trying to make sure they nail that decision. They'll kind of gather a mass abundance of data to try to predict as best as they can, but it could be a huge difference maker.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a difficult one because without the rain changing, it's kind of hard to be kind of quick on strategy. Essentially, you're just running wet weather tyres on full fuel tanks up until the end and hoping that you can do something. I suspect a lot of teams, some teams will obviously be hoping that it will stay wet, but I imagine a lot of teams that are within touching distance to try and get overtakes will hope that the rain can change and they can use that to their advantage. But look at the track temperature, John. I mean, the track temperature is 28 degrees and it's pouring down with rain. So it's such a weird condition for the track to be in. I mean, normally when you see the rain fall, if we were at a Silverstone or an Oulton Park, track temp might be 10 degrees or 11 degrees or whatever. But like, that Italian job car takes a little bit greedy on the curbs and almost spits themselves out. Whereas is Eric Del Fante now at the head of that. So we look at the glorious instant replay of that one. That is coming into the second section of the course. He's coming out of pit lane here actually in the instant replay. Is that a yellow flag? I think it might have been a mistakenly triggered yellow flag. So you see him exit the pit lane from his pit stop. And just getting down the inside there, that's the Armentario car, the 121 Ferrari sneaking in ahead of them. So was that for position, John?
It was, yeah. So managing to make their way past, because they did do that pit stop a little bit earlier. They've shown to be the faster car, although Eric Del Fante in the Italian job Honda not letting go of that Ferrari. But I'd say that based on how the pace seems to have been in the earlier part of that stint, the likelihood is that the that the Honda is going to drop away from the Ferrari a little bit. But rain sort of going back and forth, tricky for the Armentario car for a moment, as that is the F1 memes team that is just making their way out of the way. But and also a little brief yellow flag as well for Marco Bischoff now in the 977 car, which has had a little bit of a difficult day, but Marco Bischoff, a wealth of experience in the cockpit of that car. And very much, I'm sure we'll be looking to put in at least one solid stint. I haven't seen him in the car too much overall during this race, so he may well be doing at the very least, a double stint to try to take it to the end. And if anyone can extract performance out of that car to bring them up the order, then it may well be that man.
Yeah, almost 4,000 hours worth of experience. And we were talking about Burst Esports earlier on. We were talking about David Mrosek with 24 hours experience in ACC. Marco has almost 4,000 hours. So it's just totally different sense of experience between some drivers and others. It's just a massive difference. Looking at the Italian job car, Del Fante, he is the quickest driver there. He's putting pressure on the Armentario now, who overtook him in the pits. Couple of questions for you, John, that you might be able to answer, because you have the ACC TV in front of you. I'm going to stick with this though for the moment as Del Fante goes down the Mistral Straight. It looks like Armentario car is covering off the inside, but I think that Del Fante might get this done. It is, where am I? The P15 and P14, so it's Alexander Shishov holding off the advances of Eric Del Fante. I thought the Honda would have enough grunt to get it down the inside, get that move done as we go into I'm calling it T8 because there's no chicane, but with the chicane it is T10. Indeed, that is what's the actual name of the corner. It is Signes, which I think is a town very close by, which is why that's called that, as they go down round through Beausset and Bendor. You look now, and they're going down through the 313 now, Garlabon, down through turn 14 Lac, which means lake, and T15 here Pont, which means bridge. So presumably there was a lake with a bridge there at some point, and they just named it after that. I love. What's your favourite, John? Okay, sorry, a couple of questions for you, John, before I go down this line of questioning. First question, we had a question in from Rust Forian on Twitch saying, which team has the most amount of drive-throughs? I don't know if you have this information to hand. Do you know who has the most amount of drive-throughs?
Unfortunately, well, the only thing that I could possibly do, let's see.
I'll keep commenting. And the second question is, who's made the most amount of places? Because of course there's €100 going for the most amount of places. So I'll leave you have a quick look at that and see if you can come back to me when you if and when you have that information, because I don't have it on the timing screens in front of me. But Eric Del Fante here in the 179 pushing hard as they make their way down the Mistral corner and back down the Mistral straight. I don't know if he's close enough to make a move here now in the 121. don't think so. He's 4/10 off, and you can look at that timing table. It's not rapidly going down because, of course, the Animentario is getting the tow from the Yeet Sports team, who are getting a tow from the car in front of them again. I can't quite see what that is. Oh, it looks like the performance, the TMMS performance car. So it looks like TMMS is leading Yeet, which is leading Animentario, and Animentario going down the inside of the Yeet car now, the BMW, which is going to make things more difficult if Eric Calfante can't get the job done. But it looks like they're going to squeeze past there through turn number 8 and down into the final section of this course. So Calfante still all over the back of Alexander Shishov in the Animentario Racing team car. That is the closest battle we have seen on track thus far. But as he makes it now past the TMMS car, just using, look at that, really good work by Alexander Shishov, just getting down the inside of the TMMS car just before the apex. Now the TMMS car has to get out of the way, allowing the Yeezy sports car through, and indeed it looks like the F1 memes car in the background through. But just using that lap traffic to try and give that little bit of an extra gap, and Eric Delfante has to go again, John. Any luck with that information?
So unfortunately, not so on the drive-through front. It's not something that I've got easy access to. However, I've done some quick surveying, and based on at least initial inspection, though I can't tell you exactly how many, that I think the most amount of drive-throughs, unfortunately, may have gone to Shizou GT Omega. It's looking pretty close between them and Renvelten, the 71 car. But yeah, that they've accumulated quite the collection, unfortunately, in that one. And on the position front, that I was doing some calculations earlier on, and in terms of the sort of top 10, everything has stayed pretty much the same. So I think my calculations are still correct on that, and I do believe it's to the 962 car currently driven by Jason Callaway, the Vason Motorsport Aston Martin, who started P21 and up into P8, so 13 positions gained. It's on the close side between them.
Whoa, that's a big accident in the background.
Dear.
Sorry, John. That looks like the ET Sports BMW, getting that all wrong in the background. We'll have a glorious replay of that for you in a second. It is Sigi Lentes, the Swiss, in the esports car. Oh, it looked like he might have lost it there going down the coming down the Mistral straight. You can see he's side by side with the F1 memes car. I wonder, was there contact there? This could very potentially be contact. Cover your eyes, kids. This could be X-rated as we go into the sweeping right-hander. Oh no, he lost it himself. Lost the back end, and just the car looked to swap its sides. He tried to save it, but instead he would actually be better off, Siggy, allowing the car to spin to the right, because there would be some runoff area. But when he tried to swing it back to the left, that's where the barrier was to allow him to collect him. And it seems like whoever crashes is immediately met by the number 5 Williams Esports car, because they just seem to run into everybody, as I expect that Esports car will now have to pit. But yeah, just one of those things. You lose it on a puddle there, just or get a little bit. Again, I was talking about that sense of like maybe a lack of sleep or a little bit of an overcorrection, and all of a sudden you're into the wall.
Yeah, it's so easily done, and we've seen time and time again, and across many different cars. And we had a really interesting conversation with Simon Bauer in the night, who very kindly kept me company for a short while whilst I was doing some of the solo comms. And we narrowed down a little bit why it was that the BMWs, that so many of them were pirouetting in the wet weather conditions. It's to try to get the agility on the car. They're running the brake bias really far back, and it's just inherently made that platform quite unstable for certain corners of the circuit. And just it's very difficult, kind of once it lets go, it's very difficult to bring it back under control. Meanwhile, Delfanta still applying the pressure to the Armentario Ferrari as they both go a little bit exploring on the exit of turn 8 there, but all keeping it pretty close nose to tail at the moment. Just rounding off on the the sort of discussion we were having on the biggest movers in the grid, although I may have to hesitate on that because a move sent up the inside from the 179 makes it side by side on the exit. Drag race now towards the penultimate corner. The Honda is going to have the acceleration. Fantastic work from the Italian job car, and Eric Del Fanta showing why he has quite the steep LFM ELO rating that he does. And after that car was, showing to be quite poorly performing earlier on in the rain. It seems that with a fresh set of boots on the Honda, that maybe with some better tuned tyre pressures as well, that's extracting some decent pace at the moment.
Yeah, it is, and I suppose a fresh set of boots pressing the pedals as well can help. That's really nice stuff from Eric Del Fanta in the 179. Now up a place, they're up above where they qualified. Thanks to Mamba5846 saying go 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 Italian job. They will be delighted to see what they're seeing in front of them with the 179 now making its way up to 14th position. Hello as well to Mrs. Powder 222 and Rustafari is saying that's a nice piece of driving as well from Eric Del Fanta. Yeah, sometimes John, it's the racing boots are as important as the boots that the car are wearing, isn't it?
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt, it's yes. The last thing that I had a rather comical experience one time where I had, admittedly, it wasn't entirely my fault in terms of circumstances. But
Here we go.
Racing driver excuses already on the way.
Yeah.
But for injury reasons, I had to wear some trainers for whilst I was doing a race. And anyone that has tried to do sim racing or any other form of real life driving will know how important it is for kind of your level of control and precision of your inputs to either if you're sim racing, quite often people just sort of wearing socks or something like that, or at least very thin base shoes to go with the pedals. And unfortunately, the tread on the base of my trainers not only was so thick that I had very little understanding of what was going on, but also brilliantly with the wonderful configuration is the stock G29 pedals got jammed underneath the brake pedal for about 5 minutes because of I mean, one of those things where even someone that's has done some engineering related things, it's a problem that even I cannot quite determine how it happened. But it's one of those things where once it wedged itself in place, it was quite the pickle to try to dislodge that from the pedals. So yeah, one way or another, the footwear of choice or the or kind of however you have yourself set up in your rig, definitely just as important as all those other things that we've talked about with car setup and things like that. So yes, a very critical aspect, and clearly, if you're in a 24-hour race and you've got a team event, the last thing that you want to do is in the final few hours explain to your team why it was you hurtled into the wall at 150 miles an hour, and it was because your shoe got stuck. So I mean, it's yes, I think a rather crucial aspect of sim racing, which is potentially a little overlooked from time to time.
Interested to hear what people wear in the chat, actually. Like, what do you wear when you drive? Because some people are very comfortable wearing shoes, some people wear socks. So I personally have a pair of, those slipper boots. They're like slippers, but they're boots that go over your feet. I feel like that's like the perfect level of not having to pay 70 quid for a pair of karting boots, but also they're kind of gripped, and also they're thin enough that you can feel the pedals. So they're what I like to affectionately call my racing boots at home. So I'll say to somebody, pass me my racing boots, and they'll say your slippers. And I'll say, no, they're not called slippers, they're called my racing boots. But yeah, that's what I tend to wear. But interested to hear in the chat what people wear while driving, because as men would know, I don't know if there's a female equivalent to this, but when you have to go to like a work event, or you have to go to like a wedding, and you get into a car and you're wearing your dress shoes and you're trying to drive in dress shoes, it's horrendous. It's just the most horrible experience, because they're always about 2 sizes too big. they're they're really slippery because they have absolutely no grip on the underside of them, and it's just absolutely horrible. I would love to have a sim racing event where everyone had to wear a pair of dress shoes and see how they get on. It's some sort of charity race.
I think that could be like a pre-qualifier, and then the top 10 from that, everyone has to wear wellies.
Yeah.
I think would be the I think that would be the grand finale for an event like that, where you only require 1 foot to operate the pedals, and what inputs you make to the pedals is completely unknown to you as and when you do it. So
or we could have a team event where, you know, back in the old days where I remember my brother was big into the Toka. Remember the Toka touring car PS1 game?
Wonderful
People
series.
remember that? Yeah, absolute classic. But he bought a Mad Catz PS1 steering wheel pedals. If anybody remembers that, Mad Cats were one of the.
I remember Mad Cats very well. I didn't have one for the PS1, but I had I think I went through 2 of their wheels for the 360.
That's right, and they were just kind of console like legendary. But we weren't able, like none of us, because it used to come as a kind of a set, and we weren't able to reach. I wasn't anyway able to reach the pedals on the steering wheel, so I had to get the brother to go down his hands and knees and press with his hands the brake and the accelerator while I steered. So I did brake, and he put on the brake, accelerator. No, not that much. I think that could be a race in of itself. It has to be a team event, but one of you has to control the steering and one of you has to control the pedals.
I think Top Gear did something like that once, didn't they? Where they had the top and bottom style sort of double decker cars. So that's the these standard endurance events that we have with these teams of 3 or 4 people. It's like, that's great and all, but quite clearly the direction sim racing needs to go to is into this more full-on team bonding style approach of simultaneously sharing the responsibilities of driving the car at the same time. I think I think that could really improve relations within the team.
And have a third one just doing the gears. Then make sure it's have a H pattern. It has to be a H pattern car, and one of you has to do the gears. Between the 3 of you, it goes. Tim wears trampoline socks. That's a good option. Trampoline socks, not a bad option at all. They're quite thin and grippy. Not that I've ever done trampolining, but I suspect that they would need to be thin and grippy in order for you to get the rotation that you need to try and flip yourself around a couple of times.
I was going to say, to be honest, I didn't require that there were specialist trampoline socks.
Yeah, there you go. You'd be shocked at the equipment that's available for people doing different things. So yeah, interested to hear. Also, that's an interesting topic of conversation. Does anybody have a second sport or a second kind of passion in terms of sporting passion, and how can you use that to try and work towards your sim racing? Like, I'd love to know, does trampolining is there any sort of flexibility or anything like that allows you to be a little bit more precise on the pedals? I don't know. I'm always interested to hear. I mean, I think teamwork, for me, having played football for a lot of years, teamwork and the ability to work as a team is just so important when it comes to endurance racing, and the ability to obviously accept that you make mistakes and people will be angry at you for making these mistakes. As a goalkeeper is certainly something that I've learned in my time. So.
I suppose you learn a sense of responsibility pretty quickly with something like that. But yeah, no, I think there's and I think it's something that people are discovering. Almost not just about sim racing, but just kind of about multiple genres of esports and everything on the whole. There was I think there was definitely it took a while for it took a very long time for esports as an industry to kind of be recognised as something that wasn't just playing games and things like that. And and obviously for a lot of us it's a hobby. For some it is actually a form of career, but. Particularly when it translates, into that more professional style application. There is an abundance of, very real life skills that you do end up developing from that. In terms of organisation, communication, like you say, within a team, and being able to, hold yourself accountable, but also, be able to kind of criticize effectively, but also being supportive of teammates. So as a collective group that you can kind of all push forward and benefit and improve. and and then even just on a developing that ability to problem solve in whether it be talking in sim racing of setup development, or trying to understand how do you go about driving around a certain issue with a car, and being adaptable. All of those things are very much aspects that are completely at the core of sim racing. And whilst I'm less familiar with other esports, I have no doubt that that they will have plenty of those, from probably even some of their own kind of niche areas that that people will kind of develop in themselves in that sort of regard. And and it is something that it's a relatively cheap, particularly if you compare it to real life motorsport, way in which you can that you can have fun in that regard, but also develop a lot of those different characteristics. I've no doubt that sim racing and other things have transferable skills between one another, and and definitely as an end result benefit how those things develop in the future.
Tim says he had to get him the trampoline socks, had to get him on a stag weekend when he was tired after 5 minutes and needed a cup of tea. Come on, you can do better than that, Tim. Come on, like I'm 5 minutes and a cup of tea on a stag weekend. Just a cup of tea on a stag weekend, full stop. I mean, that's just a no-no. He says no trampoline skills on my end. Now, trampolining during a stag, that would be something I would pay to see. Definitely. I'm certain it wouldn't be an endurance event anyway. As we look at Marco Bischoff in the 977 Kramer Racing Esports team, they are on 9 seconds off the Unicorns of Love Pulse Simsport team. And let me see at my timing tables. They are quite a bit faster. Freddie Olsen Forsberg in the number 4 car. Last lap was a 2:03.7. The man that you're looking at on your screen at the moment is a 2:02.2, so 1.5 seconds difference there. Expect to see that a battle to develop as we go on board now with Marco, of course, a well-known streamer, content creator, all around a good egg, and a veteran of this sport. He's 33 years of age, which is practically ancient when you consider the average age of the grid. Has been involved in this team since February of 2022. But a big MotoGP fan, big fan of Valentino Rossi, so of course who is now racing GT3 cars himself. And is actually racing in a BMW at the moment, I think, although Valentino raced a BMW at Bathurst, but I believe he's been racing, right, I'm saying Audis or Porsches.
Yes, Audi, I believe, is the main main car that he's been using for the past I want to say sort of year and a bit now. I think for Valentino, he's definitely kind of spent a bit more time in GT3s, and seems to have kind of adapted pretty well to what we see, sort of a very different kettle of fish to MotoGP. But you do tend to have those people that are just fast in everything that they do, I've discovered that one of the most annoying people on the planet is Tom Cruise, because he just has that ability. He can drive, fly, pilot, ride anything, and and he'll just have the most incredible sense of multitasking capabilities, and he'll just pick it up just like that. And I think there are very much also kind of athletes in that regard that can do that. I think Valentino, I think putting that into demonstration pretty effectively, and how he's transferred skills from MotoGP to GT3. And other than the fact that Bischoff is making very good inroads to the number 4 car, although they did significantly improve on the last lap, getting down into 2:02, so it'll be interesting to see how Marco gets on this time around. They have brought the gap, though, down to already 6 seconds. It wasn't that long ago, but it was 9. We were on board with Malinowski during the wet weather earlier on. And whilst this was I think sort of in the early hours of the morning, we were just starting to hit daybreak, and my review of his driving style, which I meant in a completely non-insulting manner. It depends maybe on on sort of who you, how you feel about different drivers in Formula One was that I looked at his steering inputs and I compared it to a combination of Lance Stroll and Fernando Alonso. In that it kind of had a very stabby series of inputs. There wasn't a case of turn in once and then kind of bleed out the steering in sort of almost a very Jensen Button style kind of approach. It was very reactive. It was just kind of put a bit of input, see what the car does, and then instantly, based on that judgment, kind of do the next thing. And he also had this habit of when he wanted the car to understeer a bit more, he would actually put on a bit of extra steering lock rather than taking it off. Because depending on the nature of the corner, and how the Porsche behaves, that can actually bring the back of the car around, and that was kind of where the Fernando Alonso element was coming in. And looking at Bischoff, this was a key example. And you can see he's almost on the entry there to that corner. He's borderline keeping the wheels straight. He's very, very fine movements on the steering wheel. Very, very different approach from what we saw with Malinowski. And he's steering the car a lot at the back, which admittedly I think is generally the approach with the Porsches for the most part. But you can tell just some of the differences in the setup and the way in which he gets that initial kind of turn in a rotation. It's very fine details, and he kind of, once he gets that slip angle, he kind of then it's a balancing act through the rest of the corner rather than this sort of accumulation of stabs at the wheel that we saw with Malinowski. And I think it makes for a really interesting comparison. And the Porsche obviously one of the livelier cars to drive, particularly in the wet. But it just goes to highlight, there's more than one way to be fast in sim racing and motorsport. And I think Marco doing a great demonstration of that.
Yeah, more than one way to skin a cat, as they say. But I think that's a part of it as well, as down to the setup. It's down to your spring rates at the front. It's down to how tight the car kind of feels as to how you do that. And obviously some guys will have their steering set up a certain way. Rather embarrassingly, I was in R-Factor 2 recently, and my steering wheel was very like what you're looking at the moment with Marco Bischoff, where I was very slight increments, and I was finding like the level of grip, the actual edge of grip was really, really tiny. And then I realized I had half of my steering wheel range put into the settings, so I was only getting 450 degrees when my steering wheel was 920. So basically what I was doing was I was turning the wheel, and the game was 2 times turning whatever I was doing, which is the reason why it kept spinning off. I still managed to get a 6 hours at Watkins Glen done with those settings, but when I turned it down I was like, oh, this makes a lot more sense than what was happening before. But yeah, it is. So Marco Bischoff in the 977 car we're on board with at the moment. They are in 19th place, but quickly hunting down Olsen Forberg again. 0.5 of a second taken off him as we look at the Moser Racing cockpit cam. Thanks of course to Moser Racing and all of our help, all of our sponsors for this broadcast. Leanne Lee with their cases, Noble Chairs, their gaming chairs, Moza, as I said, with their Campbell cameras, gimbals, and indeed sim racing gear, caseking.de is where you can get a lot of that stuff alongside Next Level Racing, Glorious, a lifestyle gaming hardware company, Ducky with their mechanical keyboards, and HC_Dizzy, the Twitch streamer who has been very, very helpful. And I just want to clarify, I said earlier on the stream, he calls his 100,000 followers Magger. I think I pronounced that correctly, because I don't think there's a soft G in German. He calls them Magger, but Magger is not an insulting word. It actually means friends. So that's very nice. It's 100,000 friends.
Ah,
I know,
it's such a wholesome way to to have this, and also actually, I mean, speaking of friend, we are bringing very soon one of our commentary friends of Christian, and we've got a couple of sets of highlights to run you through. The VEM guys have been very busy beavering away at putting together these last bits of recap for us. So we've got a couple overall to run you through of what has happened in the last few hours of this morning. So to give you a little bit of a rundown of the first batch of what we had, see the likes of Team 1FF in a bit of trouble. Ren Welton versus Shazoo down the back stretch. And then as they went all the way side by side, a little bit of contact between those two, but in the end managing to pull it all together just about up until the big contact at the end of the straight, and the two going flying off the circuit entirely. Tricky stuff in these wet weather conditions as well for, I think that was the Unicorns of Love Pulse Simsport car that was struggling just a tad in these tricky wet weather conditions. This was on board Lucia Motorsports, the bright green Ferrari. The giveaway, that was the mistake that finally allowed Pete to make his way through on Szymanski. Those two were battling for a long time. 256 Ferrari of the LFM team, one of two Ferraris having a moment was Armenterio through that part of the circuit, and Shazoo's day unfortunately continuing to spiral a little bit, but well held from Matteo Belandi to try to minimise the contact, unlike that, with the number one car. And that was what we saw up until a few hours ago. And with the VEM guys being just as quick as they are, here's some more. Down in towards turn 3, they were heading busy action, busy stuff, exiting the pit lane as well in these changeable conditions in the final moments of dry running before it really escalated into wet weather. Side-by-side action again with some of the likes of the LFM 256 car as well as TMMS Performers. Drag race between the 255 and the F1 Memes team on the run up towards turn 8, and you see just how close and how much spray was being kicked up from the back of these cars, which has made life so difficult at times for these drivers. And a big mistake from the ET Sports BMW that unfortunately lost it all by themselves and really paid the price there. Big moment on the run into turn 3 as well, between one of the Beamers and Ferrari's contact that fired the Team 1FF Porsche off into the distance as well, and seeing a penalty being dispatched to the way of the Ferrari. So, with all of that said and done, my time in the commentary booth, you've been stuck with me for quite a while, everybody, and it will be coming to an end. And you will be left in the very capable hands of Christy Romano and Kevin Galvin for the final 2 hours of what's been an incredible 24-hour race. And during this little intermission, we will leave you with a little onboard. Where should we go in the field? We've seen a bit of Marco Bischoff. Perhaps they haven't had the greatest amount of coverage on stream, so I think it's only fair that we'll go on board with a little bit from our race leaders with Wojtek Fiala in the number 5 Williams Esports car at the moment. So, gents, it's been an absolute pleasure, and yes, I shall love you and leave you, and be cheering you on for the final stage of the race. But I shall let you enjoy the final couple of hours.
Yeah, thanks so much, John. And a mammoth stint by yourself, the longest stint of anybody involved in this event, either racing or indeed broadcasting, picking us up at around about 10:30. Last night and going all the way through to 10:30 this morning UK time, so you have most certainly deserved a rest from that. We're on board with Wojtek Fiala in the Williams Esports. He came in just as the rain was beginning, Czech driver, and it certainly worked for them. Maybe he is their wet weather specialist, because he saw him running quite a bit yesterday in the wet weather as well. His last lap was a 2:03.2, which is not the quickest there. I think Maciej Malinowski is probably the quickest out on track, although Robin Schaefer did a 2:02.9 last time around, so I think he could potentially be the fastest on track. But Malinowski, one of the quickest in the top 5 anyway, a 2:03 pretty much flat, whereas Fiala is a 2:03.297. So that is where we stand. Rustaforian says, any incentive for a fastest lap? There is indeed €100 for the car that has the fastest lap. And when we get our timing screens back, you will see who has that honour at the moment. And hello as well to D Manduri, D Mander YT, I presume it's D Mander on YouTube. He says hello to you, sir. Hello to Enigma, TEC. Hello to Tracky08, who's talking about Marco Bischoff, saying that's why he's one of the best in the wet. We're talking about Marco's inputs, kind of very slight, gentle inputs. Wojciech is a little bit more kind of, as you can see, a little bit more steering input as there is for him. And remember, it's not only €100 for himself, but €100 as well for, sorry, not only €100 for the fastest driver, but also €100 for the teams that have made the most amount of plans. So thanks to John. We will leave you with a quick break just to leave our teams switch over as we take you into the final stages of the second round of the Virtual Endurance Masters, 24 hours of the circuit, the Polo Car.